What happened? Click start streaming. Hear a Windows error. Can't see one though. I assume we're good? Think so. Don't have any music. Let me just get that up and running. Clear desk a little bit here. Off to some Expedition 33 hype. Yeah, I'll just get some proper music in the background now. Just search for it real quick. Hey Brian, I'm good. Thanks for asking. I'm very good. I'm in good spirits. Just so busy all the time. Like, good busy. Hello, Evan and Martin. I like the Stellaris soundtrack. We'll just roll with that again. Alright, that's some Stellaris. Shuffle. Shuffle is on. Right. Oh, okay, let's get into it. So, back in Satisfactory. Need to partition my mind between my other save and this world and get back up to speed. I'm working on the next video. Looking forward to it. I have a plan finally, so I know what I'm going to be doing for the next 2 or 3 vids, because it's going to be, builds are getting bigger. But today, what we're going to be doing is continuing on from here. I was doing some tests, not for this world, but actually for that refinery system I was mentioning. I talked about it before, where I said like, oh, I'm going to make a refinery system that like recycles itself and doesn't fail. And then when I was watching the stream back of me talking about this, I was like, I don't think this actually makes any sense. But then I built it and I was like, oh, it does. I think I just explained it really poorly, because I was watching it back and I was like, no, Darren, you've got it wrong. You sound like such an idiot. You're talking about this like concept and it's not going to work. But then I had an epiphany and I made it work. Anyway, and it must have been what I was originally thinking. Devourer of bagels. Nice. Thank you very much for the super chat. Been loving the 1.0 series. Here's back pay for my ad block. Oh, hey, that's really, I really appreciate it. And 5 euros, or the equivalent of, that's basically like 4,000 views, so you've covered yourself for a very long time, I would say. So thank you. That's why it's like, if everyone just gave $1, oh my god. You could all ad block away at that point. Hear about the new patch to 1.1? Have I heard about it? Let me change that music, by the way. Don't like the vocalized Stellaris music. There was a patch the other day. Is this the one you're referencing? Let's have a look. Experimental update 1104. And yeah, I read over this. The only thing, I haven't replayed the game too much since in this world. I did in my original world actually, but in this world, the one we're playing today, I noticed there's like a real bad frame rate now for me in and around the copper factory. So like, it wasn't great anyway, but now it's definitely worse. Don't know if that's my PC or something here. I didn't do any driver updates or anything, so I can assume it's to do with this update. Seems to coincide with that. But yeah, I noticed they fixed like kind of the jumping. They fixed some conveyor throughput stuff, so that's kind of nice. I'll reset my mind about them and try to use them a few times now again. Just every now and then. By the way, I actually might get you guys to vote this up. The Satisfactory QA side, I posted some issues about trucks because there's someone in my Discord, Firestrider, who's playing on my save file, and he got the copper factory to run at 100%, and it's been cool. He's been posting, I mean, he's just constantly posting it, and I don't mind that, but it's just a lot of problems. He's like, this doesn't work, this doesn't work, this doesn't work, and I'm doing other things, trying to get my mind straight about it, and I'm like, okay, yeah, like, that's another thing to think of when I get back here. Anyways, he's having like lots of issues with trucks specifically. So let me back up for a second. In our world, we have a huge amount of trucks, right? Driving around doing their thing. And we see that. They just deadlocked for a second and then they came out of it. This is new to 1.1. This didn't happen in 1.0. Didn't happen in 0.8. And I know it didn't happen because I left this on for like 30 minutes and just had it recorded a time lapse. There's no problem. So something in 1.1 has changed for vehicles. Specifically, it seems worse for trucks. We saw them flying through the air. We've seen all sorts of weird things going on. Fair enough. At least it runs, though, okay? So I haven't been too worried about it. I'm like, yeah, it doesn't seem as good as it was, and it wasn't great anyway. But then he came along, and he's Firestrider in my Discord has posted, like, your trucks are just completely stopping. And they're not doing anything. And I have to go redrive the routes or reset them, and they're really far from where they should be. All this stuff. And I'm like, well, I don't get that. And he's saying that he has a good frame rate and everything. It's not like that's a problem, or he hasn't done anything obscure or weird. As far as I know, he's just trying to get this factory running at 100%. He's noticed the trucks are just not making it. Anyway, so I went to the Satisfactory QA site and I made a little post. Just about some of the issues that I come across. I'll just type in the top left, truck. Search by... You have to make sure you... I know I'm blocking it, but you filter by like all rather than... It normally just does it by the last day. This is in the last week. So in the last week, this was my one here. People are posting like ideas and things, and people have posted lots about trucks in the past. But I'm a little annoyed because it's like, well, there's definitely something wrong with this update for trucks. I just want it to go back to how it was. Even I would take that, you know. Obviously, I would love loads of improvements, but can we just get it back to where it was at least? There's something going on. The main things I've noticed. So basically, I'm telling you guys this so that if you feel the same, go upvote it. I'm not trying to strong arm people into voting for it. They don't care, so don't. But it's only if like you think using trucks or you've noticed these things in watching my playthrough, then you could be like, yeah, this is an issue I'd like them to focus on. But you know, I'm not trying to force it on anyone because I don't want anyone ever thinking like, oh, a YouTuber made a thing and he's telling people to go there to you know, game the system or something. It's not the case. Anyway, so this is what I wrote. In the 1.1 experimental patch, routes which I've had for a long time are suddenly having issues. Bullet point 1, trucks and tractors with will deadlock behind one another. Typically, a deadlock occurs when a truck crosses the path of another, usually from the front. For the issue, I'm seeing on a regular basis the trucks that are evenly spaced behind one another on the same route with fuel. Oh yeah, and they're deadlocked with the deadlock symbol triggering. Yeah, I was gonna... That probably should say R. Well, and works too. Because that's what I am seeing. So it's like, yeah, that's very unusual. I've never seen that before. A truck just one in front of the other, not bunched up on top of each other, just being like, we're both not moving anymore. Even though we're both going the same direction. Don't know what that's about. That's the only time we had a deadlock in this world. So far, everything's running everything fine again. There's another one there. They were deadlocked for a minute, but now they're going again. That's not so bad. It's only bad when you get the proper thing that comes up on your screen saying, like, trucks are deadlocked, and that means they stop moving. Anyway, there's another version of this issue where they will stop mid-track, usually at a turn of some kind, but no deadlock symbol. The truck and tractor just doesn't move. Getting in and out of it resolves the issue. That's the worst one, in my opinion, because I don't know what's causing that. It's just like, you look in the distance, you're like, that truck's just not moving anymore. There's no error symbol on it. There's nothing else. It's just like, oh, it's just gave up. And if you hop in and hop out, it just resumes and it continues. So I don't know what's causing that. You know, that's new, in my opinion, anyway. In my observations. And then trucks specifically are phasing through truck stations, going deep into factories and never warping back to position. Yeah, so it's like the warp reset. Maybe that's the common theme here. Isn't working because, well, the other thing is that they're flying in the air. So trucks are flying, no idea what the cause is. Again, established route, SIDS version 1.0. It's run perfectly fine. Now has a very rare occurrence of a truck just flying hundreds of meters in the air and slowly following some path. It's not that they bounce and fly off in collision mode. They're like driving in the air. And then deadlocks that resolve themselves. This isn't really a problem, but I'd never noticed this either before, where we came across a deadlock and then when we ran down to it, it had fixed itself. That was weird. So there's weird things going on. So if you find this to be of any interest or use, I'll just post it in the chat, but please only vote it up if you can. Should be back now. Are we back? I think we're back. My camera reset as well. That's a weird one because OBS crashed as soon as I hit start streaming, and I mentioned it. But it was only when I closed the message did it actually crash, which was funny. Anyways, so what I was saying was just to post this. Again, if you've maybe only upvoted if you agree, if you have the wherewithal, or if you've experience it yourself. Because I don't want to come across as disingenuous. You should probably experience it yourself, or if you are noticing one of these points being the same, because no one's voted anything, or no one's posted anything to do with trucks for 1.1. And I'm surprised, because they're definitely different. Because all these things worked before, and now they don't. So there's something wrong. And I haven't done anything to it, so... 'Tis there. Hey, overcharged egg. Let me just fix my camera as well, because it reset the settings on it. I thought it was crazy, but it's just a bit bright. Alright, there we go. Oh, it keeps playing the music with all the, there's like 100 tracks, and 3 of them have vocals, and they've used 2 of the vocal ones already. Anyways, alrighty, so we're back. Mine did the other day. Yeah, because I always take for granted, I never post on that site, and I always think like, oh, someone's posted about it. But most people don't use trucks, and a lot of the posts about trucks are like, oh, I'd like to see them do this, or, you know, suggestions. No one really seems to post about their bugs, because it's like, I feel like a lot of people just don't like using them. I like using trucks. They work most of the time. But yeah, I did some testing. You know, I went back to 1.0, and they didn't have these issues. And I ran it for 30... I only ran it for 30 minutes, but still. What's really concerning is... see, again, I think this is where they actually get stuck, or something's going on with them, because they're not moving anymore. But it's Firestrider who's the one who said, like... that they just all completely stop for him, and he has to keep running down there. That looks like it's not supposed to be that way. It doesn't look good to me. I'll just run down there and reset them again and see, and then we'll just leave it as a test and see, like, does anything go wrong? Because then it seems like almost random. You can't have that. Anyways. Anyway, hello. So, whoop. Auto-saved. So today, the plan is to connect our copper factory to this factory via a train line. I was supposed to do it in the previous stream, but we were busy doing other things. I would like to also make the place just look a little bit better, so I'm probably going to spend a bit of time on cosmetics too. I'm also going to try and be less redundant, mentioning the same things over and over. I do plan on maybe making some shorts or something, because people keep telling me to. It's like, oh, just post a short that whenever anyone asks you this thing, just post that instead. I feel bad doing that, but if I get some time, I'll try to either clip myself out or just make a short addressing the same things. Trying to get on top of everything. I would like to see when you open the map, you can see the roads and the buildings. Yeah, there's a mod that does it. It's an awesome mod. It's called Cartograph. It doesn't work with 1.1, but it works at 1.0. It's excellent. I mean, I can't really live without it, to be honest. Or I really miss it, I suppose, not having it. And you can filter all of the buildings, so you can say, like, yeah, I don't want to have... I want to... Oh, they moved. So yeah, something fucking annoying with that. You can, like, turn on the power lines or off, or the pipes or the belts, or just bits of things. You know, it's really good. It's great just to have just the foundations on, because then you just see all your buildings, you know. But I love it, yeah. It would be great to have it part of the game. It is a bit of a resource hog, so I think that's kind of the reason they don't have it in the game. By the way, I'm getting a lot of frame rate lag in this area, especially when I'm inside. And it's really, it's like hitching. And that's since the latest update, that's 0.4 to the 1.1 experimental. Didn't have it like this before. It wasn't great, but it wasn't this bad. It's hard to kind of illustrate, but it's very, like, stop-starty. It's like I'm hitching, like, somewhere when I look over this angle. But when I go up to other places, it doesn't happen at all. I can do a full spin, even in other busy factories. So I don't know what's in there that's making that happen. But it could be the amount of stuff, you know. Anyways, we just went down there to check on things. So basically, the train line's going to run from here to up there. And I need to find a somewhat elegant way of getting it there. There's a few things that we need to do up there, and I'm going to just play around for a little bit on cosmetics at the beginning. Because I want to monitor the truck situation. And then, yeah, we added a bunch of awesome sinks and things to get the factory running even if we haven't assigned the belts, but there are some splitter issues. Well, I say issues, they just haven't been done yet. Things that we haven't done for Quickwire and a few other things to make sure everything runs. Also, very last thing is, that factory was originally designed to take in 4,800 copper ore per minute via truck, but then I built extra refineries to take in even more. And there is one deposit just outside the factory, so I guess that's the one I probably had in mind. So that doesn't need to come in by truck, it could just be belted in. And it would need to be belted into the first station. Then everything would work at 100%. Yeah, now I can like spin around nice and freely. Actually, it's a bit hitchy over there. If anything, it's still hitchy in the same direction of the copper factory. I also have my frame rate on for myself. It's in the top right now, because I've been keeping an eye on it. 48, 50, 52, we're gaining. Hello, Genome Cop. And hey, Decode Josh. I don't know when the free-to-play starts. Yeah, Foundry is supposed to be free-to-play today. Not exactly sure, like, the specific time. These things normally happen 4 p.m. UK time, which would be in 10 minutes. If it's not then, your next best bet is probably 6. The reason I say that is just because Valve usually posts updates the Steam backend usually at... It could be different for different games, don't get me wrong, but their usual timing, 3 p.m., 4 p.m., or 6 p.m. UK time. I only know that just because when I worked at Creative Assembly, we were told, like, yeah, you can't publish, like, your update. We're running on Valve time, was the joke. It's like, they get up at 9 a.m., they push the button, and their 9 a.m. is our, like, 4 p.m. But we can have it go after that. But obviously, I don't think that... I mean, you must be able to just assign a time in the back end, I assume. But I don't know. Those would just be my guesses. Yeah, so it's free for 3 or 4 days. Not free to keep forever, obviously. It's just free to play for 3 or 4 days. And then it's 50% off. I think it's €15. $15 or like £12, something like that. So, really cheap at the moment. I'd recommend it. Genuine, I know it's sponsored. And thank you, by the way, Damn Car. 50? Oh, shit. Sorry, I thought I said 5. Wasn't even going to pay attention. No, I'm only joking. But damn, 50 gifted memberships. Right off the rip as well. And then one for himself. My 1-year gift for all of you. Thanks for the content. I really do appreciate that. I mean, Damn Car is always gifting subs, so I really do appreciate it. Gifting memberships. Thank you. I mean, 50 immediately. Plus the super chat earlier as well. So thank you, guys. Use the shorts. They will reach more people versus you having to repeat yourself all the time. Yeah, kind of. It depends on the short. I had a short reach like 400,000 people, and I had another one reach 10. So it's like, it's kind of random. You never know. But yeah, I just need to make time for it. I know they don't take that long. It would take me like a couple hours, and that'd be it to do a couple. But I'm always busy. Anyways. Yeah, the cost is negligible. Yeah, so for Foundry, I recommend Foundry. Foundry's cool. Like, obviously, it'd be nice if it looked better. Like, graphically, I think is the biggest thing. It holds it back. I think everybody knows that. But the gameplay is actually really good. The loop is good. There's a lot of stuff in it. I do see people saying, like, they wish the building was just a bit more fluid. I think you have games like this, and it's like, yeah, man, zooping and things like that. These are really big quality of life things. It's not that every game is a competitor to itself anyway. You can play both of these. But that new galaxy system in Foundry, like, had me really intrigued, and I never even got to the lava biome. And then I saw, was it I'm Kibitz? He had, like, I don't know how he did it, but he had the laser designator thing. It was quite funny. I saw part of his video. I didn't watch it all. He got the laser designator, and you can, like, fire a laser to create caverns and stuff from space, which is pretty cool. And I remember thinking, like, his screen said he was making, like, 15,000 per day, and I was like, I'm making 20,000 per day, so I feel pretty good about that. But he had built so much more, and it looks so much more impressive, and he got all that cool stuff going. But I was really focused on just trying to get my profit up. Anyway, definitely, I could see playing Foundry with a friend would make, like, life go much quicker and easier. I do think you slightly have to fight the build mechanics a bit. So I'd recommend it if you're just curious to check it out, but also I'd recommend it playing with a friend. Because obviously these games are great with friends anyway, but I think you'd progress really quickly that way. Anyway, the more you post them, the more bandwidth YouTube will push your way. I don't know if that's how that works, personally. Maybe. It can be a pain, but it gets a lot of new eyeballs in your content. Yeah, no, obviously I've seen, like, creators blow up because of their shorts and, like, get... Like, shorts, it's often said that shorts are a great way to reach people, and then, like, main videos keep people, you know? So I do get it. It's just been a time constraint for me. I'm quite lucky. I looked at... Just today, I don't really check my analytics, but today I was on the homepage of my own channel, and I saw that the first video in Satisfactory for the Desert series nearly at 500,000 views. I was like, damn. I had no idea. Like, I knew it got to about 200,000, but I was like, geez, I haven't looked at that in a while. It is doing well. Like, it's finding people all the time, which is cool. As people come into the game, every time the game is an update or a sale, I'm sure, like, it'll always just get a little boost. These are looking good. Are they at 100 yet? Almost. Almost. Alright, so this is the aluminum factory, of course. We're going to do a little cosmetics here at first. Maybe we'll make a little plan today. So the train station for aluminum, let's do just a little bit of cosmetics. Little bit. Then, yeah, we have to figure out where the train station will go up here. Then we build it and connect them. Straightforward. So I'll say train station, aluminum, train station, cop. And then connect them. But the reason I'm happy to do cosmetics now is because everything's running pretty good. Nothing seems to be breaking down. We're just waiting on the manifold to go the entire way down. I was playing around with the idea that you could actually quite easily load balance these. There's 18 machines. The 18 divided by 3 is 6, right? Because the 3 outputs on a splitter. So you'd need 6 splitters. Oh, sorry, 3 splitters, right? Yeah. And then 3 further back, I think. We go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there'd be 1 there, another 1 there, another 1 there. And then you need another 2 and then a 1, I think. So you could probably quite easily do that if you wanted to make sure they all get everything going together. But the idea was to fill these gaps with some of the machines. It's just that when I loaded up Mila notes, and we discussed this at the end of the previous stream, it was clear that we don't need that many machines. So it's like, oh, maybe we could use this space. That's what we'd kind of decided on. So we're going to number and name the groups and then designate them to something. And then I was just kind of writing down briefly like what some of the resources would be used for. So how much copper we need to bring in. So we need to bring in copper here to combine it with the aluminum to make different things. And then this place will be done. All right. When's the next one for Desert? The next Desert video, I'm hoping, will be this weekend. I don't know for sure. I'll be streaming tomorrow as well because I missed yesterday. So the plan is really the end of Friday and Saturday I should be doing and finishing the video. Should be out on Sunday. That's the hope for me. Doing what I can do that could be interesting here. Yeah, I think we'll go out this wide. And I'll make some polished concrete, put some walls on this thing. It's not gonna look amazing. It's just I'm just gonna put some walls on it. And maybe some pillar supports, that kind of thing, but nothing too crazy other than that. Yeah, this would be good. Okay, cool. There's so much in the galactic area Foundry, it feels overwhelming. I thought that too. I mean, I was looking at that. See, my attention in my video anyways was focused on the galactic stuff because I was like, oh, this is like the new stuff. I'll try focus on that. And it made keeping up with what was going on the ground like kind of difficult. It just seems like very complex. It's like, man, there's a lot now to think about. And I was only tapping 2 goods. You can make so many things and like provide them to so many sectors. I wonder how it really plays like when you're going like 10 sectors deep. But anyway. I think given another couple of updates, that game will be like a real competitor in this space. Am I going to make more videos for Foundry? No, I just don't have the time. And it doesn't view very well. So if they want to sponsor me, I'm happy to because I enjoy the game. But I don't plan on doing it on my own. The plans for my channel just at the moment, really quickly, are Satisfactory video on Sunday. That's my hope. And then on Monday, there's an Anno video. Anno 117. So I can't talk about it too much, but I did get a chance to play it. So I can't give any impressions other than that, but I think I'm allowed to let people know I've played it. And on Monday, they posted, like, that's the embargo, so... You You should watch the video. If you have any interest in Anno anyway, you'll want to watch it. Either for me or other creators, because, yeah. I can't say anything, but yeah. Video's coming down. So I'm excited for the video. Let's put it that way. And I'm honestly thinking about doing multiple on it, because I had multiple hours with the game. The plan was to do some content on New Horizons first, sort of re-ingratiate the Anno audience in the algorithm back to my channel, and then do it, but I just... time. Everything's time. Been really busy with Manor Lords. It's been something that's taken up a huge amount of time. As well. Polish concrete the whole way down. So what I'm thinking, I'm looking down this line here thinking, okay, some stairs that could go up. Thick stairs, like bulky stairs, that goes up to another floor maybe. Stairs that could go down into the basement floor. Just need to make sure I don't run into that rock. Just like straight up ahead. Alright, let's just start doing some coated concrete. And I'm wondering what kind of look we could go for, like a super clean white look. Or just, yeah, I'll think about it. Tell you what, we'll just do a section, and then I can just repeat those sections. So a section of, yeah. Go to here. And then once I have one locked in, we'll just do the same thing for the other ones. I've gone too far. Get off there. Hello, some days. I have a buddy that put in the time to fully test the alga. He's very predictably working it. Went from 300 over 300,000 subs in a few months, mainly on shorts. Yeah, I don't know though, like, subs aren't everything though. You know, I've got 150,000 subs, like what does it matter? It doesn't really affect anything. I'd actually rather have less subs if I could. The real number that's important is returning users that you see in the back end. I actually just wish that YouTube channels displayed that for everybody. I've heard other creators say the same thing. They're like, subscribers just doesn't matter. I'd rather like the known public number be the one that's like, what's your current is it unique monthly active users? Something like that anyway. I think mine's like 50,000 or something. Yeah, so returning viewers 72,000, uniques in total 141. So returning would be what is really a subscriber. It's someone that came back to watch multiple videos. Unique is your total reach that month. That doesn't need to be shown. That's fine. But returning, I think, is the number that actually matters. That goes up and down. So, you know, half of my subscribers are active. I mean, half of these people aren't even subscribed anyway, probably. You see that all the time. It's like, some of my most engaged commenters, it'll tell you, like, oh, these people comment on multiple videos and stuff. And it just tells you, like, the top 10, like, engaged people. And, like, 7 of them weren't subscribed. But they obviously watch a lot. So it's like, you know, it just doesn't really seem to matter anymore. So you can get loads of subscribers from shorts, and in the short term, it is very, very good to do that. You have a trending channel, you'll be pushed, I'm sure, a lot more quickly. But I don't think it really matters for substance if you can't back it up with videos. Also, shorts don't make any money, which is another de-incentive to do it. I mean, they do, but it's like a really small amount. I think the 400,000 views I got in my City Skyline short, something like $2, you know, it's like, cool. Whatever. I'm just thinking of how I'm going to do this. Or how can I do it? That'd be somewhat interesting. Oh, I've got an idea, actually. This could be kind of cool. Maybe we'll just go up to a relatively smallish height, but then we can do like an angled wall and window that goes all the way up. far over do we want to go? Maybe to... I should probably get the height of those first and then build the angle. Yeah, that would make sense. Could have the chimneys go through. Good morning, Orion. That'd be a cool metric to see displayed, to see how many people actually enjoy the creator over time. Gotta bounce. See you later, Evan. It'd be interesting to know how many returning viewers he has. That's short guy. Any tips on doing cosmetics? My factories look like a box. I mean, I feel like mine look like a box too. So the only thing I'm thinking here is this will be our like main like walkway area. I might have a hypertube, one or two, that just takes you from one end to the other because it is quite a long run. If I have this floor come out further than the floor below, we can do like kind of pillars that go down to the ground. That might look kind of nice, just to break it up a little bit. But other than that, I'm not going to do anything too crazy. I don't know how. I mean, I kind of do. I see people do these things with like beams and stuff, and I'm just like, it just takes so long. So now I'm just trying to work out, like, okay, like if this is going to be a walkway and we have an angled glass ceiling here, we can see the trees and stuff. It'd be kind of nice. The angle would look kind of cool from this side. Then, and I don't think I need anything above it, so that's fine by me. So then, how high do I want this to go up? Do we want the chimneys to stick out? So, you know, like the floor to come across like this. You want to do that kind of thing? Fine. That'd be the height inside the building. Well, not inside, but at the height to there before the angled window goes down. Or do you want to go higher than that? I kind of like the idea of the chimney sticking out. But we don't have to. We could keep it up high and then just build those new vents. So then we'd have like a... this wall will be gone, but that'll be the ceiling height the whole way down. Like, yeah, maybe it'd be good for the lights to have some clearance. I think I'll go with the high ceilings on this one. I think it'll just look better for such a long building. And we're probably going to build up a floor over there, maybe. We'll figure that out though when we get to it. So yeah, let's just do this. Nice and simple. So this was 10, was it? Just straight up to 10 and then across. And we want this to be... I need it to be 2 foundations as well. Any of this blueprinted, these floors? I think they wear further up. Hey, it's Philly. Higher would be nice. Lights can be added later. Yeah, I think the lights would look better. And then I'll space out the lights so they're not going to be near the chimneys. And above the chimneys will have vents. That could look okay. Nothing crazy, but, you know, decent. Alright, so let's do the concrete first. When we run out of concrete, then we'll do windows. And just alternate between the two, I guess. This first one will take a while, but the next line will be quicker. These are 2 meters, yeah? Yeah, that's fine. Normally I do like a different material on the bottom than the top, but I don't think I need to do that here. Kind of tempting to make it out of ripped metal, though. That can usually look a bit better, I think. An oriental pagoda look? Yeah, see, all that kind of stuff is like super difficult. The Satisfactory Reddit is great for inspiration, though, I find. If you sort by like top of the year and just scroll through like people's posts, a lot of the things that are upvoted there will be like really interesting looking designs and stuff, so that can always be cool. Alright, we're pretty much out of concrete. Now, one thing that could be kind of weird is that, well, how far do we want to go up before the window tilt thing? Maybe one more, well, for ease, I suppose 2 more foundations out, because then we could just build this over. And then the tilt can come from there down to here. Is that maybe too close now? Let's see. Oh, we'll just see how many tilts we can get, actually. At 4 meters. There's an 8-meter wall tilt, which is really nice, but there's no window for that. So that's our height, then, of the wall on this side. And these could be glass windows. They're not everywhere. We'll have gaps every now and then, but something like that. And maybe then on the bottom, we could do the kind of bauxite accent at the beam. So the color I'd use for that was this copper orange. That can be kind of like a color that runs through the factory in a few different places. Alright. Oh, this requires concrete too. Damn. Is this? No. Thinking where it needs to start, so maybe here. And then every 10 windows we just have like a break. We'll put in a big pillar as well, maybe. So this will give us painted beams on the bottom. I can go out to 40 and then another 40. If we color it just once every time we copy it now, it'll just have that, so that'll be nice and quick. And then we're gonna have stairs that go down and up, depending on where we want to, which floor, which thing we want to go down and check which group. That's the word. Is there a way of cosmetically having long cables to do a suspension bridge inspired look to a building with partially suspended floors? Yeah, kind of. There's a new beam called the braided cable and the braided cable cluster. So you can use diagonal mode or freeform mode to kind of just like lock them two things. And if you do it multiple times over, you get that like suspended bridge kind of effect that you're talking about, depending where you know how you do them. I actually built them in my desert series. I've got a couple on little bridges. Yeah, but I'd be down for that. I don't know where we'd... This is all one big place. There's nowhere to connect one to the other unless you could almost create a gap. No, the gap's so small. I was gonna say have a bridge between these two groups, but yeah, I'm down for that because I kind of did that in my desert world, although on a smaller scale. But in this place, it is just one giant building, so I'm not sure where that's gonna go. I also need to figure out where the actual train station for taking in copper will go. It needs to feed those assemblers over there, so it's probably on the other side of the factory, I would assume. Right, so this would be some sort of big pillar or something. Could also do another thing to do is use these as pillars. The gap here would need to be different though. You'd either change the material or just make it a concrete block that can connect into there, so it could be a double ramp. Can't see. What am I doing? There we go. That's 4 meters? Oh, right. We need an 8. I'm not even interested. Dead Island 2 is free on Epic Games. Wow, good get. It's a very good game, released in 2023, similar to Dying Light. Oh, Dead Island 2. Oh, yeah, yeah. I was thinking of Dying Light myself, actually. And then this would just continue down. That could look alright. As one section. So I've done it based on the amount of windows, but I think I should actually do it. Oh! Shit. What happened here? They both just stopped for a minute. But why? They have loads of bauxite. That wasn't the issue. Did they run short on water for like a microsecond? Well, keep an eye on that, I guess. Oh, it's looking better already. Yeah, so I'll make a size based on one group, and then that'll be that. So from the so that's the pipeline in. This is where the start should be. Okay, so that'll be a block. Once we just do one, then we know the sizing for all the others. And I won't make it any more complicated than that, so it's nice and quick. There's that one. Then what do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And well, I guess we'll just count up until we get to the next group. Ah, I see. The problem would be that the concrete pillar should be on this group. The one between the two pipes. Okay. Which means it would have to be this one as our start. So now just count it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, that is a total coincidence, but that makes life super easy then. So it is just a gap of 10 between the pillars. Alright, we'll just move this over though. How much have I missed? Not much. I'm just doing cosmetics at the moment, actually, so not much at all. What games are you playing in your free time right now, Darren? And what makes you hype regarding single-player games to be released this year? Anyone interested in Dead Island 2? And I'll just reading other things as well before I answer anything. Morning, I'll just finish with my coal power factory thanks to your walkthrough. Awesome. Early organized power really sets the tone for the rest of the game. Yeah, it's always a great feeling when you get new power because it just means like, whew, don't have to worry about anything. And just move forward. Again, shout out to Damkara for the 50 gifted memberships. Like, there was too many names obviously to read out for that, but thank you, Damkara, again. I'd say we used to say back in the day, I would call my members senators, and that these were bribes. So people were being bribed into the Senate from wealthy senators. There's a lot of and then I would normally say there's a lot of corruption going on right now, right? We've got like 660 odd members there. I was going to say about 20% are probably down cars. You can swing the votes. Right, yeah, so what am I playing at the moment? I'm playing Claire Obscure, Expedition 33, and Forza Horizon 5 on PlayStation. Those are the two games I'm playing at the moment. I just platinumed Subnautica before playing Claire or Forza. I started both of those games at the same time. And I'd played Subnautica a long time ago. Yeah, just trying to think when. I don't know, when, you know, when it was in early access. And I remember getting, like, really enjoying it, getting pretty deep, right? You go deeper and deeper to progress, basically, in the game, but never finishing it. And I remember getting kind of, like, stuck at one point, like I couldn't figure out what I needed to get, or something like that. Or where I needed to get it, maybe. And, Anyway, for whatever reason, I just started playing it on PlayStation. Oh, because I had it. It was in my library for some reason. I was like, oh, cool. Because I don't have PlayStation Plus, but it was just there. So I was like, great, I'll just play this. And I loved it. I got really enraptured and engrossed with it this time around. I mean, I really liked it before, but this time, like, a lot more. And I beat it. Got 100%, did everything you could do. Loved it. But yeah, what other games are exciting me right now? I like Player Obscure. It's quite good. I don't think it's quite as good as everyone, or a lot of people make it out to be. I think it gets a lot of brownie points from the fact that it is from like a small first-time developer, and it should be lauded for that. But I think when a lot of people are praising stuff, I mean, each to their own, but I just don't see it as like this game of the year sort of, or not game, well maybe, I don't know. I've heard people saying it's like the best RPG ever. I'm like, I don't know about that. That's like a lot to say. But I haven't finished it yet. But I'm like, like it's good. But it's not resonating with me on that level. But I could see why it does for some people. Okay, I want to start from here, don't we? So, got like that, slightly raised. And then this has to be pushed over. Yeah, that's fine. Because we could actually, I don't know if it is fine. That we could use just the under part for that bit. Yeah. But I just got to Act 2 in that game. Am I going to try Subnautica 2? Yeah, probably, yeah. I never played the Below Zero. Some people seem to be a bit mixed on that. I don't know if I'll play it. I don't have any plans on playing it right away. But I played Forza as well before, but I just recently started playing it now. Again, on PlayStation, because I like to get trophies. I'm a trophy hunter to some degree. And I'm a completionist, I guess. So now I'm like, oh yeah, now that it's on PlayStation, like I actually want to collect everything. So I started playing that. Sorry I'm taking a bit long with these first ones, but once these ones are done, then I'll know the method. Just keep mistaking. Tell you what, the easiest way to do it is grab this, and then if I always just start off every 10th gap with one of these right in the middle, that'll be what we need to do. 1, 2, 3, 4, like that. Then it's just a matter of getting these to connect in, isn't it? Well, apparently that's way tougher than it seems. So, thankfully we've got vertical nudging. Is that it? Alright, cool. Yeah, and I guess if you wanted to, this could also be then just a ramp. If you wanted to not have it clipping at all. I might just go over that bit last. That's quicker to do. Yeah, so I'll just focus on the main bits now, and then we'll do the pillars last. Because like, I know you could blueprint it, but I'm just going to do it manually. But once, because then I can just slot this component into each one as it's placed. So I just want to make sure that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. 10. Perfect. Right. So we just do a gap of 10 in between each one now, all the way down. And we'll have this little effect going on. We could then dress it a little bit more with the trim on this side too. And alright. Cool. Any interest in Kingdom Come Deliverance 2? I just finished the first one, and once you get past the weird combat, it was so good. I played the first one. It's not for me. I don't even like mentioning it because people are so defensive over that game, but I just think it's way too slow. I love realistic games, but I think it comes at the expense of... that's so slow that it comes at the expense of, like, fun, I guess. Or anything interesting. I know it's so harsh to say, but I remember in one, like, you have a quest to find a shovel, and I'm like, dude... And there was 3 of them. That was the joke. I streamed it. I remember getting my 3rd quest, and the quest bullet point, you know, it wasn't the overall quest, but the quest bullet point was find a shovel. And I'm like, you know what? This just isn't for me. That's okay. I did find the combat janky. I found everything kind of janky about it, to be honest. So, yeah, just not for me. It's really awesome that people love it though. Like I listened to some podcasts doing deep dive reviews about it and stuff, and it's like, it always sounds really good. And then whenever I play it, I'm just like, oh, I'm just not looking for that kind of life simulator in what I would deem a mundane setting, I suppose. But yeah, so not for me. I rather realistic worlds than fantasy worlds though, but it's just I don't mind like something that's over the top or sensational, just in a realistic world, you know. It's like, oh yeah, I wouldn't mind some more over the top like combat and stuff, or bigger battles. And it's like, oh well, historically that didn't happen. It's like, okay then, well, you know, fair enough. All right. Yeah, part of me thinks I'm just not really into RPGs anymore, because I don't like Souls games. I didn't like The Witcher. I used to, like, I loved Oblivion, and I loved Fallout. But I'm also not into Baldur's Gate, so it's like, yeah, maybe I just don't really care about RPGs generally, and I just like the more casual sort of thing. That could be the case. Is Manor Lord in single player? Sorry, Enshrouded and V Rising got new big updates. V Rising is an awesome game. Never played Enshrouded. And Dune released next month. Yeah, I'm a bit on the fence about. I'm gonna sound so negative. I'm on the fence about that Dune game. I'd really wait to see reviews on that, because I played Conan Exiles. I think it was that developer, right? And their games are janky. Talking of jank, like jank supreme. But I don't know. What I've heard, what I've seen does look good, but I would just wait. Too risky, in my opinion, to go in on the ground on day one with a game like that. Although arguably being a multiplayer kind of game, you kind of do want to get in there, I guess. But they have that early access stuff open as well, don't they? If you pre-order, you can get it early. Manor Lords is a single player game. I don't know what the... I must have missed the joke about that. Manor Lords is a single player game set in a realistic world, and there's always interesting... I mean, I'm a designer on the game, I guess. It feels weird to say that, but I guess I am. And you know, we're having debates all day, every day about how realistic do we make it? Because it's a big thing. It's like, well, we know that like the historical fans will really want this thing to be represented in a realistic way, but then we struggle to resolve that in a way that's like fun to play, because it's like, well, this just seems so tedious. And because we look up like how things were done, and we have a historian on board as well, and he's like telling us, yeah, that wouldn't really make sense because of this, this, and this. And it's like, damn. And Greg gives into the realism stuff a lot, which I think is the right call for what his audience want in the game anyway. But it does really hamstring a lot of the things we want to do. And it's not like we're trying to put in magic and stuff, but it's... I can't really think of any examples now anyway, but it's just like... Hang on, what am I doing wrong? Oh yeah, you have to start from the top down, don't I? I said I would do the pillars last anyway, sorry. Just put the main pillars in, we'll do the tops later. I'm struggling to think of a good example now, but it's like, oh, you know, like... Traditionally, like, market rights were given at this when towns reached this size. So it's like, okay, so what, we're not allowed to have a market then, you know, for the first, like, 6 hours of the game. It's like, I don't know, man. Like, this is just a bit too much, isn't it? Is it a simulator or is it a game? Do we have to get permission from the king to hunt deer? I mean, because you did, apparently. Do we have to make that a mechanic, or can we just hunt deer? You know, it's just things like that. It's like, yeah, there's always going to be... Everyone has their line in the sand about what's too realistic or not. So I've got a line in the sand where it's like, yeah, I want it to be basically feel like this is realistic and grounded. But I don't want to literally be hamstrung by like some of the more tedious bureaucracy and slow-paced nature of how long it would actually take to do these things. That's how I approach it, but there's no right or wrong. It's just like, how do most people feel about it for that kind of game? That was 10, right? Yep. By the way, if anyone's just joining, we're just doing cosmetics. I'm trying to speed up now. I know I always say that, but I think I've got it locked down. I know what needs to be done. We just bring this out by 10, and then we'll do more ceiling stuff as our concrete comes in. And there's 6 of these sections to do, so we've done 3. And then we'll do the lights in the roof. Need crystal oscillators for that. We have that hooked up to a dimensional depot as well. Anyways, thanks for the Planet Crafter, I mean Foundry. Thanks for the Planet Crafter on plans. Hope you do more. Having a hard time with org there. I mean Foundry. Thanks for the Planet... You mean, so thanks for the video? I don't know what you were saying, but I know you said I mean Foundry. I won't be doing more anytime super soon, but I mean, this is what someone asked earlier. I do genuinely, I would probably just not say anything if I didn't. I do really like the game. And I was mentioning earlier, you know, I think it's... I was mentioning the things I think are a bit of a shortfall and the things that it does well. But, so I won't go over that. But basically, it doesn't view that well for me. So and it's a very deep game. I'd have no problem streaming it, maybe, if you guys were, like, here to watch that kind of thing. But, yeah, it's the kind of game where I would wait for more updates before really saying, like, okay, screw it, I'm just going to do it whether it views well or not. Or just take sponsorships to do it as well. Because I get offered sponsors all the time, but I like the game, so I'm like, yeah, definitely, I'll do that one. But a good sign is after I'd kind of done the video, I played even more of it, you know. Hope you're well. Binge watching your previous streams, so wanted to drop in and say hi. Thanks, Matthias. I'm doing well, thank you. We share a birth year, perhaps. Would it be too much to potentially do difficulty settings for longevity or longevity settings? Like use those as... Yeah, well, that's so funny you say that because we have a kind of internal joke about when we debate how historical something should be. The answer is always, just make it an option. And unfortunately for some things, that just becomes a bit tricky. Like for some things, it's very mechanically driven. Recently we were talking about bees and apiaries and how they can be handled and how they could pollinate farms and fields and stuff. And it's just a debate about how realistic do we want to go with it. And so we can't do both. Like we have to choose a method of how this is done. It could be as simple as, you know, you can only have, at the moment, it's like you can only have 2 apiaries per region. That's just the rule that we have in the game. But then, you know, we're discussing and debating like, well, do we want to have like a pollination count? And the more pollination... The more pollen you have, the more bees you can sustain, or something like that. Or the more woodland you have, the more bees you can sustain. Do we want to put in like a resource called a rich meadow to boost it? How does that affect the farms? If you end up doing it by proximity, so an apiary here will boost your farms around it, will that mean that people now just build these really odd-looking, like trying to constrain within around the radius of an apiary? Does that affect like how the general vibe of the city will look? Yes. Okay then, so can they be placed on fields? You know, there's like so much that goes into it. It's such a weird little thing that you think like it should be pretty simple. We actually have a really interesting solution in mind that I haven't mentioned, but it's actually one of the harder things to implement, and it's like, do we want to put in this much time for something like that? Is it that important? But it would make it more realistic, so it's like, oh, maybe. So, you know. But I do generally agree, pacing-wise, it's like, yeah, we could maybe tweak things to allow for a more realistic feel to the game. But I almost, bit of a cop-out answer, I almost feel like it's like, if you make the game kind of mod-friendly, maybe modders could slow it down as much as they want to really reach that super realism area, and we could just aim for the like mostly realism area. That's never come up, by the way. That's just me saying that. But I would kind of feel that way, I guess, where it's like, yeah, as long as we let them kind of tweak it, maybe they can find the balance, because it's difficult to know how many people want something a certain way. You know, Matterlord sold like nearly like 3 million copies or something. The people that still play it are the ones that want super hardcore features. But should we cater to them, or should we cater to getting more of the original people like to kind of come back and check updates and make it more, not dumb it down, but make it more user friendly? And because a lot of people, that's a lot of people who'd never played that type of game before, and they feel overwhelmed with it. So it's like, okay, At the moment, we're making it more complex, so it's a non-issue. But it's like, yeah, you know, these are just debates that we have. How far do you want to push it? It's really cool being on the team, though, seeing how all that kind of comes together. Anyway, Final Frontier did them well, I think. Yeah, yeah. I like how Final. What is it called? Is it Final Frontier? Farthest Frontier. That's it. Yeah, I was thinking it was different. Farthest Frontier. Then there's the other one. What's the space game called? Falling Frontier. Yeah. Yeah, so there's interesting things with that. You know, Mandalords isn't built on a grid, so it makes things a bit more complicated regarding, like, building radiuses for buildings and stuff. Greg actually said something interesting to me, and he was like, nobody likes having a radius around a building. And I was like, really? He doesn't really want to do that. He's open to anything, though. He's really great. But I'd never heard that before. Because I was bringing up Anno. I think he's sick of me bringing up Anno. Because I was like, you know, Anno's on a grid, but they use radiuses and people build all sorts of things. But I think he is right that if you make a radius... Like, if I say that an apiary affects this region here, like in a circle, you will find people, like in Anno, you'll find everyone's cramming stuff into that little space. And that just looks like shit when you're trying to make like a realistic looking game. You know, Mandalords is one of its biggest strengths, I think, is the organic city building and how natural things look. It kind of comes off as a simulator. And if you look back in history, you don't see like 10 farms surrounding like a little apiary, right? So we got to find like a natural solution to it, because that was my initial suggestion. It was do like a radius, and he really picked that one apart, basically. And I think rightfully so when I think about it, because then later we were kind of going with it for a bit, or proximity. It was like, well, what if it's adjacent to something else? So this building touches that one, and that gets the bonus. Like, yeah, okay, maybe. But then I was like, you're just gonna get people piling things around that, and it's just gonna look weird. And we all kind of agreed with that, so we're figuring it out. Anyway, that's just one small example. There's a load of things like that we're working on. No, I can't really tease anything. I would just look at the latest blog post from the game. I mean, that really is giving you the information that I could give you. That's what's in development right now. That's what we're working on. But yeah, if you go to the Steam page and you look at the 1-year anniversary post, you know, Greg posted about the new artwork that's coming for like the UI and stuff. There's the production graph, there's new buildings. They're working on the AI for building cities. Castles. Greg's tirelessly working on pathfinding problems for getting multi-floor castles working and walls. Progression's being completely redone, so the development tree is kind of like just completely being overhauled into like a much deeper kind of mechanic. As such, you're going to change how progression works. You have to change how, you know, it was previously tied to you upgrade your settlement, and that then gives you a point, and you put that into a tree. It's completely different now, but I won't say exactly how it works. Way different than that. But as a result, it means that like settlement level is like the requirements and the changes for that are completely different. Policies are totally different. Even the requirements for a plot is going to be different. So it's like a major overhaul, because once you start affecting one thing, it really does have this ripple effect. And I think the game did better than, I don't know this, but I assume the game did better than he thought, and now he's putting way more resources back into it to really like level it up, which is, in some ways, I do get it, where it's like, and by the way, thank you, Back Addict. It's not popping off on the noise for some reason. But thank you, that's a $50 super chat, so thank you so much. Again, I don't know why people are being so generous. So thank you. I really, really appreciate it, so thank you very much. Damn it, yeah, I lost my train of thought though. I can't remember what I was going to say. Oh yeah, because, you know, you could easily just be like, well, I could just add a few more buildings and just unlock more dev points, and that's it. But he's like, no, I want it to be even deeper and better and stuff like that. So while it can be frustrating not to get an update for a while, if you're going to do these changes, it's better to do them as early as you can rather than later. Again, Timberborn is a grid-based game. You'd want to look at a game like Ostriv as a more comparison point to Manor Lords. I think radius do work in games, by the way. I love them. I've got no problem with them at all. Like, yeah, you've got a radius, you put stuff in it, the building works. You put stuff out of it, it doesn't. But Greg rightfully brings up one little thing, which is that... I'll just quickly show you. Then we really should move on to this, because it's probably a bit too close to the development, to be honest, in some ways. But just really quick, like, I think it's an interesting kind of thing that he brought up. So let's say the radius of a building is like this. But, so this is your apiary or some building that works on a radius, right? So it's just something that works on a radius. There's the center of the building, and this is the reach it has for boosting other things that are within it. So Anno would have this, right? You put a building inside of it, and you get the bonus. And then you have this problem where some buildings are just on the edge, and it'll highlight if it gets it or highlight it if it doesn't, or not highlight if it doesn't. So it's like, sometimes it's just annoying. But you're on a grid-based game, so you can kind of figure out what you can place. Manor Lords is not a grid-based game, but it also has the issue of you can have dynamically sized buildings. So it's like, okay, we want an apiary to affect, let's say, an orchard. You can grow apples at the back of your house. So a plot might look like this, but you can make it really long. And you can grow orchards all here. So then what do we have to do then? Do we do checks now for are there apples planted here? Is it only the X's within the circle that get it? Or is it only the building, this part of the building, like the main plot of the house? How does that affect how people will try to build into the circle? Are they going to start doing, like I said, you know, really long, thin plots to get as much maximal circle space? Do we want to encourage that? Is that really good? Or is there a better way to just give these things a boost? And ultimately we've decided there must be a better way. So that's what we're working on. But one of the, that's one thing that just came up recently. It's not what we're working on, but one thing that came up recently. So it's like, I think they're good points, you know, because it's easy to go like, well, it works in this game, throw a circle down. It's like, well, you can make your plots all different sizes. And they can have 1 tree or 100 trees. You can make farms different sizes. You know, you can't do that in Anno, you kind of can actually, but it's all, Anno does it where it's based on the core main building, but ours is a realistic game. And it's like, if you're pollinating the trees, it's not just pollinating that, you want to see the reaching the trees, not the house, I guess, or the field, not the farmhouse. So, you know, it's just, there's interesting like little use cases and things that come up all the time with it. A semi-hidden area with an indication of bonus. Yeah, I don't know. I think I've got a decent idea, and it's a combination of the other designers. James had a really great idea. And then I kind of like built something off of that, and that's currently what's being discussed. I think it's good, but it's easy to say that until like someone comes up with good reasons why it's not. That's ultimately what being a designer is trying to plan for the situations where it doesn't work, I think. Anyways, but yeah, we're almost thinking of more like a regional fertility level. The more apiaries you have, the more pollination you have in the entire region, just broadly. But they need to be near trees to get that. Anyway, it's a whole thing. We don't know. I don't know how it's gonna work yet. It's like, do we want to do all this just for one building? It's kind of that's the other problem. It's like, did every building have a unique mechanic? It's like, that's a lot for a team of, you know, 10. Anyways, Back Addict is also on YouTube. This is Artist. I don't know what Back Addict is. Hey Darren, just joining you. I also have the problem with trucks, but I'm running your save. This save. Yeah, people have been mentioning it. But as you can see, mine run okay. That's why it's just so weird. Firestrider is the guy in my Discord who's like, I load into your save and all the trucks stop working after a few minutes. And it's like, I don't know what to do about that. It's super interesting to know that, because obviously I tell people how to do things in these games. And now it's like, well, potentially there's something odd going on. He's like, I run the game at 120 FPS, good graphics, no issue, it's locked, or he tried it both ways and it still happens. So I'm like, damn, you know? Alright, is that it? That's it, I think. We just have to do the pillars now, and then I'll paint the floor, and then that'll be it. for this side, and then we could just move on, because I just want to do some cosmetics, maybe put the lights in, and that will truly be it, because otherwise it'd be quite dark in there. Right, so in order to do this, the first thing we need to do is start from the top and work our way down. So these need to be placed in here. 1, 2, 3, 4. One default mode. 4. Lots of concrete again, so we'll just spam this out so that it builds up in the background. You know, he is on 1.1. Yep. He was talking to me over the last couple of days just about loads of things. He did actually get the copper factory running at 100%, and he noticed like a few errors and issues in there, so he knows what's up. He knows what he's doing. And he is on 1.1. But yeah, some inconsistencies are happening. That's why I was trying to like ask him, could it be frame rate? Are you in the way? Did you add more trucks? Like, something must be different. He's like, no. The really weird one for me is that I'm picking up quartz here, right, at this thing, and the quartz trucks drive through this area. So they drive around here, and I think there's a crossroads here. So the crossroads goes straight left into this factory. It goes straight down to go collect. There's a coal truck, I think, that runs this way. I can't remember exactly, but either way, what he's told me is every time he plays, there's a deadlock that happens here between trucks just running into each other. And I was like, that can't be possible. Like, why would there be a deadlock? It's just a normal crossroad. But then he showed me a screenshot, and it was a really convincing one where it was like, no, this truck is trying to turn right, and this one's trying to turn right, and they actually collide into each other head on. I'm like, damn. How have I not seen this? Why doesn't it happen for me? I don't understand. Do I have streamer luck or something? Because he is right. That one is an actual situation where the paths are overlapping, yet I'm not seeing the issue. So that was a really weird one. Why Zoop isn't working in this direction? Tell you what, better thing to do is do the ramp on this side of things. There we go. Alright, cool. Go do that a couple more times. Alright, good. Got a rhythm going. That. All about figuring out how they just wanted you to do it. Interesting, thanks for sharing, no problem. Hopefully it's okay to mention. I think it is. Rick is pretty forthcoming about the development. Alright, nice. There we go. Alright, so these will just go straight down. Now the idea is to chop away some of this floor and have it be tucked in a bit. Might look better that way. Although maybe not. So I was thinking pop it in a bit further and then we can have pillars on the inside coming down. Like, obviously not overlapping that, but it's a bit sunken in. Maybe. Then we'd have the top level with the outside ones and the inside level with the inside ones. Could be kind of cool. Taking shape. We got something going on. Especially with the little trim color, so let's keep going with that. This one needed to be adjusted. Well, it's kind of nice keeping some of the trees there, because we'll be able to see them. But I think it's nice anyway. Yeah, so this would be the bauxite orange color I'm using. It's actually called copper orange, but it's basically the same color between the two anyway. I don't know. We could do the... You could do that on the pillars themselves. See what you think. So if I make these polished, and then we grab that bauxite color, if I brighten it to the extreme, so if I say 10. Up that. Like, we could do that. So these are big, chunky, colored pillars. What do you think? I think it looks good. We go with that. That's the polished version. I wonder what it would look like non-polished. Then it really does look like colored concrete. I think I prefer it polished then, yeah. Works with the beams better, I think. Alright, we'll just pop it back. Alright, I'll do that in a minute. We'll just continue with these beams first. Every other pillar. Don't know about that. Unless the other pillars were black, then you'd have that kind of doubling effect. Do the same all pillars and then see. Hey Ryan. We need this as well. I guess we'll just wrap this up on this side. That's quite cool, actually. I mean, I know it's super basic and simple, but I quite like that. So it's like very simple aesthetics, I think, can be totally sufficient, you know, at making the game look like just, you know, a lot better. Aluminum white, oh yeah, maybe. Alright, I'll try both. We'll do all orange, take a screenshot, and then I'll try alternate, and then we'll let you guys vote. Add the diagonal pillars from the new train blueprint to the lower floors. Oh yeah, maybe. Diagonal pillars are really difficult though. I tried doing that with the... just before I look at that. The Oasis Desert Computer Factory that I just did. I had these angled pillars, but the problem is they tend to clip through the ground. Or they have a gap. You need 4 meters of foundation to hide them sufficiently. Jeff Thacker, thank you very much for the 5 gifted memberships. The H. McLean, Trevor, Ponter, Hamster Tech, and Nikursor Roska. Thanks very much, Jeff. Shout out. Thank you, Jeff. So I wouldn't be against doing angled pillars. It's just I don't want to spend too long, and that would be one of those things where it's like, gotta find out the right way to angle them without them clipping through. So a 2-meter angle, you'd have to be like barely angled at all. And the way you do it is just getting one of these and angling down until you find like the angle that's not too bad. So it would have to be something like that. You get your pillar then or whatever, right? So you say, okay, this is going to be our pillar here. Let's actually put that one there for a sec. And then this now needs to go up just to the point where you can't see it anymore, but it doesn't go through. So actually that worked just fine there. So that would have to be the angle you remember. There's a slight tiny gap, but you almost wouldn't notice it. And then from there, you just build these down the whole way. And that could become the support, I guess, on the roof if you wanted to. The support would probably creep through, I imagine. Yeah. That wouldn't. That would work all the way down. I'll probably leave it just because it would take a bit of time just to figure out that sweet spot number. At least for me, anyway. 'Cause you could argue you don't need it, but I would want it to be, like, hidden away. Might shift those pipes in so they're in line with this. So this will be a floor inside. Alright, cool. So that's fine. Let's do the colors of the pillars. They have to be made into polished concrete first. I'll think about that. Right. A 45-degree angle is ideal. That would be impossible for me. Impossible to make that work. It's way too sharp of an angle. It would have to be like a 10-degree angle or something. At least from my understanding. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Or if you had a thick foundation, you could hide it no problem, right? There'd be no issue. No, what I was saying was doing for the building pillar. Sorry. Add the diagonal pillars from the new train for the lower floors. I was saying do it from the building pillars. You mean do it instead of these? I don't really know what you mean. If you're talking about build a pillar off of the pillar, that would be weird. If you're talking about angling these, it's too late for that. Alright, we need to do the pillar for this side. Does that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Cut this out. And good. Rather annoyingly, this one will be placed right on top of the walkway we have. I'm still gonna do it. I might have to move the belt below or something. Okay, that will need to be changed then from the inside perspective anyway. Looks kind of cool. It's coming along. Almost there. Alright, so these being on the outside are placement slightly different than where I probably wanted them to be, but I'll just match how we've done it. You see them more from the outside than you do the inside. I guess that's okay. But it will be not matching one of the ones we did earlier. Anyway, Infinite Nudge in 1.1 is nice, but it's not the same as the Infinite Nudge mod. I'm actually considering starting up a new 1.0 playthrough because I miss my mods. Yeah, no, I could see that. I mean, infinite nudge, I suppose the actual nudging thing is great, right? But a lot of people like the mod for infinite zoop and being able to rotate things and change their angle and stuff. Like, it does a lot more than just nudge. But in game, it works. The nudge thing is working great, I think. Yeah. But yeah, no, I totally get that. I do think, yeah, I mean, with mods, I don't really know what's in this update for you. What else even is there? There's like the belt tracker thing, but it's hasn't worked very good. I mean, they've updated it, so I haven't tested it since the update, but it wasn't working great for that. I'm sure there's other things. I just can't think of anything right now. Because it's all quality of life stuff, for the most part. Oh, the building blueprints connecting is huge. Yeah, oh yeah, there you go. You just said that actually. And then, yeah, connecting rails easily, and also the way you build rails now is really nice, and the curved belt is good, so those are some things I guess you wouldn't be able to get otherwise. Although there is a mod for connecting blueprints, isn't there? The elevator's cool, but I wouldn't be like, you gotta get the next update for the elevator, you know? Dun, 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 dun. It was a real issue building offset like that. I suppose it's not an issue if I just, I was going to do a half foundation there, but now I'm thinking if we just make it polished concrete and color that as well. Because this will probably just go across the whole thing anyway. But that kind of hides, you don't really see clipping then, right? Yeah, it's fine. Alright, good. Right, last two little lanes to go. Then it's lights, and then we'll go on to logic for a bit. Not that anybody seems to mind, I'm sure, but try to keep it moving. A lot of the stuff for this update I feel like is them getting things in order for the console release. And having like loads of the quality of life options for that release. What it comes across as to me anyway. Straight pipes. Oh yeah, straight pipes, curved modes. Yeah, this blueprint auto connect and the curved / straight modes for pipes and stuff I think will be the two things that I think are probably the biggest. Yeah, I'd agree with that. Alright, oh yeah, this one. Whoops. That's what we got now. Something. I think I'll leave it orange. I don't think I'll put in the white. I think it looks better as a single color, personally anyway. Because I can just imagine, I can picture it. I was going to put it to the vote, but I'm overruling it. So I'd just like to put in some lights. Just on this top bit here. Yep. So in order to do that, we'll just bring the concrete out again further. Then I need to use my ceiling light thing. Might have to configure it in the blueprint designer for the color I want. Although the color by standard I think is usually pretty good. Like a warm glow. Warmish yellow. Alright. There's elevator mods too. Yeah, I know there's like a freight elevator for vehicles or something. That always seemed really cool to me. Need to change this. Be on the outside. I'm gonna make this work with like the train stations. I don't know. I don't want it to just look the same all the way down. But problem for later in the stream or another day, maybe. And then yeah, I need to do the bottom part. So the bottom part, the plan for me anyway, was having windows, but like using like hex frames or something with some border to it. So not just blank open windows. And I was thinking of taking this in further. I know that'd be kind of annoying, but if this did start, if this turned here and went in, like there's no need for it to be there, you know? So it could have just gone straight down the line this way. So it's tempting to do that. Probably will do that at some point. But it would it would interrupt the flow. Would be the negative. Right, so the lights have to be positioned here. On the, in line with the this thing. Seems we're on the edge of a biome, I guess. Thought we're deep in the same forest either way. I'm surprised the lighting changes from one point to another there. I keep having issues laying belts in straight mode. Wireframe shows 90-degree turn visually, but changes after first click. Oh really? I haven't had too much with it. I do know sometimes on a specifically when it's like a short belt, or when the only option is a straight line. So it's like you're going from let's see, so the only option here for a belt is to go like quote straight, yeah. So it's on default mode, it works, but I often see this. I don't know if it'll do it now. This says like you can't do it, but it's like, well, that is straight, isn't it? But it's obviously like something slightly off about it. It thinks it's too short. So that's the only issue I have it. But when I'm actually just trying to do a turn and I want it to be a right angle, straight mode does work for me anyway. But yeah, that's the main instance I see it failing. Speaking of failing, these turned off a few minutes ago. Are they okay now? They back up to 100? 99. Well, that means, yeah, they haven't turned off since. I can't wait for... I'm really eager to show people the idea I have for... Well, it's not even an amazing idea or anything, but the build for the Desert series doing aluminum. Because I did find out how to elegantly make the recycling work without it ever having a chance of backing itself up. And it's easy. It just clock speeds are the main difficult thing. And it's basically keeping the two pipelines separate. I mean, ultimately, is what we're doing. But you can't have it fail. So that's the most attractive thing about it. Like, it just can't fail. So... we'll see if I eat my words on that, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, they're feeding separate machines. We talked about it on stream. The idea is basically having 3 refineries going into 2, and 1 from the original 3 is on the water extractor line, and the other 2 are on the recycled line. So when you power 1, the other 2 feed themselves, and they just feed forever. If you lost power to the first one, I suppose then the other 2 would fail. But there's no way water can cause the issue. And it's just about getting the clock speeds right. And I know the clock speeds, so I'm happy about it. The plan for the Desert series video for me is that there is 3,000 bauxite in the swamp. So there's a little bit here and there's a little bit here. And my plan is to bring it via train into an area here where there's 3 coal deposits. And there's the exact amount of coal deposit there that we need for 3,000 bauxite. It's 3 normal coal. 1,800. So 1,800 coal is exactly what you need for 3,000 bauxite. And then I just need to bring in water. Probably from just somewhere in the east. I was going to do a water train. I was like, ah, nah, probably won't do that. But yeah. The only complication with that is... Yeah, this is it's you can only get the 3000 if you have Mark III miners. So until then, I'll probably only power on a certain part of the factory. I think there's 15 refineries in total, so it's not much. But it's like, okay, I won't be clocking it down to match that. Instead, the clock speeds are going to match our fix for recycling. There's probably going to be a little bit of bauxite left over we don't need until we get the tech to use it all. That'd be the main, quote, drawback, if you will. But I don't think it's a drawback. Alright, anyways, lights. Camera, action. So there's no real good middle point other than if we want to do it straight above the buffers, which I guess I do. Cut this out here. I'm just thinking, so this is the side. So the lights would start maybe there. Just do one example, then I'll know what I need to do for the others. Yeah, so we don't need to go any further than that, at least for this row. Now, the lights could go down the middle sideways, maybe, so they could be positioned like this. There'd be two there, because they have to be in groups of two. So I'll just paint this the whole way down, and then I'll just do this to see. Alright, so there'll be a light there, another one there, one there. That's not even, okay, so work from the outside in. The light there. Already just messed that up. Another one there. That be it then? So just 3? Yeah, that could work. So 1, 2, and then 3. And then just do that every time there's a pillar or every time we're in the middle of the machines. But these ones would need a half foundation in between, but the other ones wouldn't. Alright, so I'll just close this now. Actually, thinking about it, we don't even need to mess with half foundations. We could just remove these foundations and lay concrete on top or something. I guess you kind of would, actually, still. It might look okay sunken in. Just for ease of building, I might just avoid the half foundations for now. So we use it. Foundation 1. Like that. Yeah, it looks a bit weird without it. Without the half ones in there. But that's the effect anyway. So that in between every group of refineries, basically. Okay, so I'll use half foundations. I don't really want to, but I guess I'll have to. Hey, Stockfish. On a train, so it might drop off. We're just doing cosmetics at the moment for the aluminum factory, just a little bit, and then we're going to get back into... Because I don't know everything for the layout on this side. This layout is now set, so I'm like, yeah, we can wrap it up in a nice container. But I was just figuring out one row here at a time so I can work out exactly what we want to do with it. Let me just go... Alright, cool. So, in order to get this working, we would need half foundations. So every second one of these would need half foundations. That'd be the pain. Yeah, that's okay. And then it's just 2 in here, 2 in here, and then a 1 here and here. Okay. Kind of a pain, but not too bad for this. This side is like so much quicker. It can just be put down pretty easily. So in order to place these lights correctly, I actually have to raise the area that they're going into. Otherwise it doesn't align properly. It's like millimeters off for some reason. Like vertical nudging won't fix it. It has to be pressed against something to be placed properly. And honestly, I don't really know why, but it's just the way it is. There. So a gap of 2 between them, was it? Alright. Yep, and then we just do the same thing here. That one's much quicker, generally speaking. It doesn't need any half foundations. Alright, that's going to be the theme going all the way down. I never realized how many pure iron nodes there are in the dunes. It's wild. Yeah, one of the complicated things about building up there is actually I feel like no matter what I place anywhere, I'm like covering up deposits. It's like difficult to find space, because there's just iron everywhere. Put a few buffers near the extractors and link them into the system. Overclock the extractors so they fill up, reset the clock, and then redraw the pipes. Yeah, I might have to do that, right? If you want to keep things running, just bring everything into big buffers. Although they consume so much water, I don't know if I'll be that quick at redoing the pipes. I guess I give it most of the pipes in place and then just quickly like recut the beginning and end points. Because it's 130 per minute. Like, it's just a lot, you know, 130 per minute times 6. 780. 780 per minute, and the buffers are 2400. So, you know, I have a 3-minute window for those things to drain. It just feels like it'd be difficult. Plus, these rely on getting stuff from the well, actually, the recycling would handle itself, I guess. Yeah, I'll try it, but I can't guarantee that'll work. Hopefully, if it does save us a lot of time, though, so I'll definitely give it a go. I also need to fix this one where the pipes go back underneath, because that was a test and it's no longer needed. They work without it. It turns out the water recycling was never an issue. I was just not bringing in enough bauxite, and I just always thought it was the water recycling. Because when it wasn't getting enough bauxite, the recycled water would come in, but then it wasn't processing anything. So I'd be left with a system that looks like it had too much water. Because eventually the bauxite would come back, and I was like, why is this, like, how is this going wrong? But yeah, turns out that wasn't an issue at all. And that's because the pipe was raised, like I had initially thought. Like, I raised the pipes initially, so they had the priority, and that's why I was so stumped about it. We tried all these different methods to fix it. But I learned a lot in the process. Now I have a better way of doing it than ever, and I'll do that in the video series. Way that you won't have to worry about anything. Alright, I'm out of plastic, but that's fine. So some of these are going to be cut open so we can walk straight downstairs. Might put some small lights or signs or something on these pillars just to brighten up the area too. Maybe. Alright, so once I do these lights, that'll be it, and then we'll move on to, we'll tick off cosmetics a little bit, and get back to train station Illumina. So we'll work out the placement for where the station's going to go here. So this is above this, so I'm just going to cut this so I know where we need to do that. Next one is here, it's pretty straightforward. Go there. Do this for each one, make it quicker. We're down here. I was about to ask that. Great that it's fixed now. Yeah, it's all working fine. I mean, well, I say that. We did see it just early on. One of these refineries just went and blinked yellow for a minute, like for a few seconds. And now it's back up. So it's like, what? I don't know when that happened. Hopefully it's not a problem. Now we need to make signs to tell us what the name of each groups these are. That's quick and easy as well. So we've designated, in the previous stream I already listed like what group is going to do what. Straightforward enough. Okay. Right. I did a desert build in parallel. It went off when I hit steel. I used the coal in the maze to the south. What's the maze? Skipping the sea shanties? Yeah, I'm not a fan. Not a shanty guy. I'm not a man chant guy. I'm in the minority though. People love that stuff. Tunnels? There's a maze with tunnels where there's coal? I just don't even know where that is. Sorry, did you get a chance to play the new Dune Awakening? I noticed a lot of content creators were playing the beta last weekend. No, I don't really have much interest in it. I mean, it looks okay. I'm just not a multiplayer guy anyway. I played Conan Exiles. Back in the day, we used to run a server for it in my Discord. It's by the same developers. And I looked at a little bit of video and I was like, I don't know. It's just not for me. I'm not making a real judgment on it. I also just... Conan Exiles was so janky, I just believe like there's going to be... Like, I guarantee... Let's see if I'm right. I think... I shouldn't say guarantee. I think that game will launch to mixed reviews on Steam. We'll see. Maybe I'm wrong. Hopefully I'm wrong. I don't want anyone to get a mixed game. Doesn't have to be super aligned, it's just an anchor point. Get rid of it in a minute. Tunnels by where the coal power is. Are we talking like truly underground tunnels, or are you just talking about like where there's like little bits of cliff, rock that kind of create arches? If that's what tunnels are, then yeah, I guess I know that area. That's the... So the coal that I'm planning on tapping... I'm a patron of this site. It's just, it's annoying when the ad comes up because I can't log in then. Alright, got it. Are we talking about over here? This is called tunnels, is it? Arch is a mostly covered area? Okay. Yeah, I just didn't know that. That's fair enough. Yeah, so the coal I'm planning on using is this. These three. So they're out in the open, as far as I know. And the plan is to build it somewhere like right here. Yeah. Build ventilation with fans for the raised foundations? I was planning on having ventilation just in over the chimney stacks. Not on the raise. I'm not keeping these as raised. These are just for me to put the lights down. Like I said, I need something raised to aim the lights at. But I've left these empty here because, yeah, that's where I'm going to have the things. Let's see what they would look like. I don't know. Do they fit through 2 foundation meter? I feel like these fans would be better suited to being on the side of the building rather than the top. No, they don't. Well, you could put in both and you would never know. They'll never know. So I could do that. If we I mean, not like we're going to really be seeing it from the bottom, but that was my plan, was to do that. So then it looked like they're just going straight in. In the... One of the builds I was doing recently, what I was trying to do was actually make it look like there were actual ventilation things. Is that right? Ventilation shafts. But I found it to look a bit weird. And you can make these unpainted, right? So... because they tend to creep out the sides just a little bit. Not quite fit. But that was what I was initially doing for the computer factory in the desert video. I spent a load of time on it, and then I tried to make my own ventilation shaft made of walls and stuff, and I was like, oh, this is, what am I doing? But yeah. There was a nugget of an idea there, I guess. Maybe something like that. But again, I know it's a small thing. I didn't like how you could see the edge doing this. To me, it's like immersion broken. But maybe, if people thought that looks okay, we could go with that. Maybe. Not those ones, but the one that's there. And then, at the side, you could have one as well, I guess, then, on the side of the building. So it's like, that's the ventilation shaft. That'd be kind of cool, actually. Maybe we'll do it. Anyway, back to the lights. Alright, so just 2 of our lights are in so far. Ugh, blueprints, man. Here we go. Alright, we just do this all the way down. This one's the easiest one. Yeah, that question about what other games have you excited? I'm trying to think, because I've been so negative about it, all the suggestions people have been bringing up. Off. Ghost of Tsushima, Ghost of Yote, I think looks kind of cool, so I'll probably get that. I really liked Tsushima. That's probably the next thing I'm like looking forward to, but I don't really buy games on release anyway. I normally wait. Because I have just so many things on the backlog. Something I'm planning on playing after... So I just recently beat Mass Effect 1 and 2. And I'd never played them before. I had played 1 before, but never played 2 before. As part of the Legendary Edition. So I'll probably, once I'm done with Forza and Expedition 33, then I'll probably go back to Mass Effect 3 and play that. After that, I'm planning on playing Triangle Strategy. Like a turn-based tactics game, kind of like a Final Fantasy Tactics game. Only it's not on PlayStation though, which bothers me, so I have to play it on Steam Deck. I'll just pop it on, or on PC, I mean, but I'll just play it on Steam Deck and throw it up on my TV. Doom: The Dark Ages? Yeah, I like Doom. I like Doom. I never beat any of them, though. I played Doom 2016 and Eternal, and I was like, these are awesome. Like, love them. Just never finished them though. For some reason, just stopped playing eventually. So I kind of think like, oh, I should probably finish the other ones before. At least Eternal. So yeah, whenever I'm feeling back in the shooter mood, probably will do that. Star Rupture? Yeah, we were looking at that. I don't think... Does it have a date? I'm eager to find out more about that. I need to see gameplay though. Oh shit. Steam Deck Satisfactory stream when? Yeah, it is cool that they added more for it. And I've heard that they've been tweaking the control scheme and stuff based on feedback. That's cool. People apparently like the controls. That's good. Vertical nudge can't work for these, by the way. I'll show you what it looks like if I try to vertically nudge it. So let's say I'm starting here and I'm like, oh, okay, just vertically nudge it down, right, until it's in place. So there, right? So that's not good enough. That seems fine. So let's go with that. This is a very small thing, but it's not the right height. Just never the right height. Because of how I built it in the Blueprint Designer, it was built using beams and stuff. It's like always like the tiniest bit off. It just doesn't align to like the nudge grid. So that's why I put something down first, and if it only thinks that that's the back, it aligns itself to that. That's why I'm doing it this way, because I know it might seem weird. It's just for this specific blueprint, but this makes it align. In my I noticed, I never knew this until my Desert series. I built a bunch of these in the Iron Factory, and I realized that they're like millimeters off. No one would know, but I know. So now it's like, well, I got to do it this way then, don't I? No, holding controller alt isn't enough. I've tried that too. It's just offset, like at a weird number. If you look at the Iron Factory, which you might maybe at some point will load up today, it is like pixels raised away. It's almost where it should be, and no one would care. But when the light hits the roof at a certain angle, you see the shadows being cast on the ones that are just raised, and I'm like, oh, there's a problem here. That's how I noticed it. So it's like, But now that you can vertically nudge, I could probably just remake the blueprint. I mean, that's probably the real answer, because this was made before that, and that's why it's like slightly off. There's no reason it should be. There's no reason this should be like raised off the ground or whatever. This is. How many rows to go? 4 rows to go. Almost there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I'm not sure how I did it. It's because it took me a really long time to make this blueprint, and it was done at all these specific heights. Because I think the sign is the thing that's the correct height. But this then had to be like brought down just enough, and I did it using not using beams, using the railing. So if you use this, I think. Excuse me. If you build that, you can like get let's see. You get off the grid. So I used that to get something like this at a low enough height, and then I built the foundation off of that to be just over the sign, and that's how I like got it to fit in there without clipping. Because that's a glass foundation, but you don't see the line through it, you know? The line through it is going through the middle. So it was very specific height, but you know, that's what you get. You get a slightly offset blueprint when you're messing like that. But I wouldn't have that problem now if I was to do it again. I'll probably never do it again, though. I don't know if I could do the cosmetics. I want to build more machines to get more belts running. Yeah, it takes a long time. You don't get anything for it, right? But it is nice looking back on it in the end. I like doing it when it's just like, yeah, pop a podcast on and just figure it out. I don't really like doing it on stream as much because I feel like I am wasting time. I hear mixed things about it though. Some people are like, yeah, do more cosmetics, I'd love to see it. And then other people are like, just build machines. So I don't know. Bit of both, I guess. Healthy balance of both. I feel like I'm not very creative, to be honest. At least compared to others. Right, get rid of this now. Ooh, I tell you, one game that has me excited is that Ark Raiders game. I think that looks really cool. Like, that looks quite exciting in my opinion. I got into the technical test, but I only had time to play 30 minutes. So I did like literally 2 runs. And I just thought it was so cool. But I've been watching some streamers play it, or like old VODs of streamers playing it. And I'm like, this is sick. I've kind of stopped watching it actually, because I'm like, yeah, I've seen enough now, I'm sold. Definitely gonna play that. I used to be like really into DayZ and stuff back in the day. So it just kind of reminds me of like that, yeah, this extraction survival type game. Not as hardcore as Tarkov. I really like Tarkov, but not as hardcore. But better than something like Marathon and stuff, yeah. I don't know. Seems good to me anyway. And quite original overall. Yeah, so it's a glass frame foundation with a sign above it, with a foundation above that. So it's a 2-meter foundation in total. In terms of its placement. Like, it only takes up 2 meters of height, but it's just offset in the Blueprint Designer. You know, you could go into the Satisfactory calculator and lower it down just to be on the grid and save it. And that would probably fix it. I might do that, actually. That would be the easiest way to do it. My blueprints are out for free, by the way, so if you just want it, you can just go to whatdarrenplays.com/satisfactory, and if you look for the update 8 group of blueprints, there's one called Clean Ceiling Light. And that's it. It's also in my newest group as well. I uploaded it twice. So you can always see like how everything's put together that way. No harm in having a fresh sip of Fix-It bottled water. I am actually pretty thirsty. Been 2 hours, goddamn. Time flies. All right, we're almost we're almost done. And then I just fill these with half foundations, and then that's it. Might just pop in 1 or 2 stairwells. Ah, no, I think I'll leave that. We'll just start thinking about where the train's gonna go. I don't know. Let's start building the machines and then figure out where the trains will go. Frame rate. Nice. Placing these down. A foundation. Like the first one I did, I built the half foundations on either side. Maybe I didn't line them up properly. Doesn't matter, these are aligned properly. How come they look like real light? Is it the video settings? Yeah, if you turn on global illumination, the signs are so bright that they just basically work like lights. If the signs have level 3 emission strength on, you just, like, you configure that in the signs themselves. Yeah, you need global illumination on in the settings. Hard to see. Alright, here we go. Need to see, I think one set of lights might be offset. No. We're all good. Alright, cool. There we go. That's what we got. Fairly uniform, I guess. Might do fix-it foundations here then. I would say fix-it foundations all the way here. And then make them unpainted, maybe? That'll be the edge. Either that or grip metal. Just underneath the machines. So you're walking along this side. That's like your kind of break point between you and the machines, I guess? Like the machine floor. Are cosmetic plants for the greenhouse... Sorry. Are there cosmetic plants for the greenhouse window area? In the game? No. If you use a mod, you can place any sort of trees or plants you want. So that's kind of cool. What I am planning on doing here is having stairs that go down. So it won't be completely empty like this. Not that empty, but it will be pretty empty overall, I guess. Your series helped me a lot. Now it's time to restart. Nice. 20 hours on it and noticed that everything was wrong. How many hours on this playthrough? I think it's like 430 or something like that. Are you planning on uploading the new train blueprint? I don't know. Probably not until I do it in the desert video series, but then yes. I just thought... Sorry, I just wondered, so I thought I'd ask, why do you keep making multiple status worlds? I mean, why not just max out one? Or like one at a time, at least. I'm a YouTuber, so when my views went down on a particular series, I decided, well, I'll start a new one, and then the views went back up, so that's why. But also... I've only got 2 active worlds at the moment. In total, I had Update 7. Alright, so Update 7 came out. I made a series for that. There's 60 videos. I got pretty close to the end. And then the views were just so low that I was like, I'll stop doing this now. Because it was taking so long to do a video, but then it was like getting 3,000 or 4,000 views. Started an Update 8 series. Boom. First episode gets like 500,000 views, so it's like, yep, definitely worth doing that. And then continue with this. So kept doing that, and then the game updated from Update 8 to 1.0. And I wasn't sure if I would do something new there or not. But I just thought I should. So I started streaming a 1.0 world. And I was like, great, let's just stream the 1.0 world. I'll get back to the videos for the Update 8 world. So we'll just do these 2 series. And I actually beat the game on the stream series. So the streams were 1.0, went all the way to the end, we beat the game. And then it was like, cool, what now? You could stick with the world and keep doing more stuff, but it feels like, I don't know. Just not as exciting, I guess. But what people asked me to do was go back to the Update 8 world in the streams, which is where we are now. So the Update 8 world, it's obviously now running at 1.1, but this is when it was started, Update 8. And these have really big factories. So people were like, yeah, go back to these ones and make them look good and stuff. That's what we've done. And I'm just continuing to build big. So it's much slower progress. But the idea is like we're doing big factories all the time. Trying to make them look decent. And then I have my Desert Series world, which is the 1.0. So I've got 2 worlds on the go. Desert Series, which is like a video series. Specifically like just going through the game. And then the Stream Series, which is a slightly older world that we've brought over into 1.1. And it's much slower pace, much slower progression. But we're doing bigger things. But the video series is more quick and you see things happening a bit quicker and stuff like that. So that's the main reason. If I wasn't a YouTuber, I wouldn't have started many of these things over. I just would have kept going with my Update 7 world. 50 FPS hurts my soul? Yeah, man. Dude, I don't know how to make the game like run. I've got a 3090. PC gaming fucking sucks for me. I don't care if, anyway, it doesn't matter, but no game really utilizes anything I can't ever get like above 100 FPS unless I'm playing like Battlefield. That's like the only game they can do it. It's optimized. Nothing else is like truly optimized. That's like, yeah, I could turn down settings and stuff, but I don't know. I don't want to. At 1440p with a 3090, I still feel like I should have been able to play on high. And that's what you get if you do. Now, I am streaming from this computer. I normally get a little bit more than that, but not much. That's why I just play on PlayStation now. It's like 60 FPS guaranteed. I don't have to worry about settings. It just does it for me. I'm not saying it's as high fidelity as a PC, but at least it runs well and I don't have to worry. I was watching Moist Critical playing Doom The Dark Ages, and he crashed 20 times in the first like hour. And he's got a beastly PC. And it's like, yo, it's not crashing for everyone, but it is for him. And it's like, just PC gaming sucks. I think so anyway. Fucking sucks. But if you're a tinkerer, it's great. But I'm not. Don't like doing that. The more time you spend looking at settings, the more time I want to put a gun down in my mouth and never touch gaming. Anyway, to get that vitriol out of me, I'm gonna go with the grip metal along the sides, and then the polished metal or whatever, the standard metal inside. Global illumination doesn't make a huge difference to frame rate. So we're at 40 FPS right now. Yeah, just sitting still. 40, 45, 46, 47. Getting better. 46. Let's call it 45. Oh, it's going up to 48, 49 now. Who knows where it's going to end. We'll turn off global illumination, shall we? $52, 53. 52. Wow. I got 5 FPS back. Awesome. I think I'll turn that back on. Thank you. My GPU is like probably barely been used at all, I would imagine. Let's see. I won't be able to keep this on screen for you to see while I tab into the game, but I'll tab into the game and see what it's at. That's 60. Oh, it's staying the same whether I'm in the game or not, actually. 62% utilization. CPU's at 62 as well. It doesn't change when I go in or out of the game. It is what it is. Anyway, life's too short. I'd rather just complain about it and try to learn how to fix it. My PC, I lost 40 FPS turning it on. Yeah, in my experience, it's because there's nothing wrong. It's just my GPU doesn't have a problem rendering the game. The game's just not optimized. That's my experience. I could be wrong. Maybe there's something I need to do. I would imagine there's settings in there that could probably bring it way up if I turn everything down. Shadows can be expensive, but if my GPU is only at 60%, it's like 40% of my GPU is not even doing anything. Game's not optimized. That's how I see it. That's why it's like, well, I don't want to get a 40, 90 or whatever, or 50, whatever. It's like, what's the point? None of these games utilize any of this stuff. Would it look nice to have a belt in a loop, going left, up, right, down, showing off some of the items in a greenhouse area? I don't plan on doing it, but it could look good, yeah. I love people that do that. I just don't want to spend too much time on cosmetics. But some people like bring their belts outside the walls and back in just so they can like see them in certain places. I always think that's super cool. Same with pipes. It's like you could run the pipes externally on the building somewhere and then feed them back in so that you can see them. That stuff I think is always really cool. Seeing like your build on the like in places you walk around the factory. I've done it in places where in the copper factory we have the glass risers, right? So in the center of where we walk around, we see everything that's going on underneath the factory coming up to the floor above. And it's in a very specific place. Kibitz does that as well, does he? I've just seen it on Reddit. It's a pretty common thing. Like it's cool to do. Some people just do it as aesthetically as well. It's like the pipes aren't even doing anything. They just add pipes in to make it look nice. I like it when you do literally see the functionality of it, and I do think it's very creative to do that. I'm not very good at doing that. I kind of plan my builds quite functionally, and then I don't really see where I can do that kind of thing, if you know what I mean. Alright, so underneath now we need to foundation all of this. Turn this all into this. Do I have room for... Yeah, okay. I'm gonna get a lot of concrete back, I think. Oh no, actually, it'll just cost me... Yeah. Plates. I'm gonna go up and down the line a few times. That's the best way I could do it, I think. I go quickly, though. What I will probably do is add some glass on the floor so we can at least see downstairs without having to go downstairs. A bit of a middle ground approach, I guess. Be nice near the train stations because all the stuff is coming out of the trains. Just going underground, so having almost a viewing room would be kind of good for that. Then we need to clean up all the stuff. It's like there's a million things to do cosmetically in this place. I think the factory looks great, but the greenhouse area is... You keep calling it a greenhouse area. It's not a greenhouse. It's just a conservatory or something, right? It's a glass wall. Greenhouse area needs a little something. I agree, though. I agree. Yeah, well, that's because it doesn't have its staircases in yet. It'll look much more broken up, and there's going to be a hypertube going along, so we can get to the various different stops if we want to. Like, if you just want to get to Group B, pop in, pull out at B, you know? Because you have the new hypertube junction things that let you get out earlier and turn at different places. That could be kind of nice. Instead of running along the whole walkway every time. What stage am I at in the hub? Don't know. Did I just fall through the... Alright. I'm getting the milestone for the hazmat suit. So what's that? Tier 7, I think? Not really focused on that, though. Focused on building an aluminum factory that can make 12,000 scrap per minute or something. There were things purely added for decoration. What would you like to add? Oh yeah, loads of things. Well, I'd love more material types, honestly. Rather than objects and stuff, I would love material types. So there's actually existing things in the game. Like, if you build the hub, or certain machines, you'll see, like, wireframe on them. Just really quickly, if we just build a constructor. It's like that. Can we have that material? You know, that like, as a foundation? Or as something? A walkway material? Something. There's paneled metal, all this kind of cool stuff. Lots of mods do it, which is awesome. They take the textures from the game, and they break them into foundations or other things, like walls. Like a smooth metal wall would be nice. Loads of little things like that I would add. I know a lot of people want like circles and triangles and odd shapes. I wouldn't use it. I wouldn't be against them adding it, but it's like I'd never use that stuff. I'm not creative enough. It's too granular. But I would like just way more materials, like surfaces. I would add a wooden surface, you know? Get some wood together. You could have a little office area if you wanted to. Other things I would do is such like, I think machines should be able to read out and display on signs. Again, I think people said there might even be a mod for that. But I think that'd be awesome. So you have signs in the game, you have machines, they have efficiency meters. Why can't I hook the two up together? I don't know. It'd be really cool if you could. Either through power lines, or you just like, a machine has an ID, and you say like, this sign is reading this ID. And you can put in loads of IDs. So it's like, yeah, tell me the efficiency of an entire factory. That kind of thing. I would love to see stuff like that. And you could make like control rooms then and things. But cosmetically, yeah, I like a lot of what they did with this update. With the new beam types and stuff. Like, braided cable is good. The shelf and H-beams, they're really nice. I'd probably just want some more consistency as well. Like, for instance... Oh yeah, and the roll-up gate, awesome, love it. The new windows, I think it's great. But the consistency stuff that I would like to see is, you have a construction fence, but it's large. I'd like one that's like low down as well, to match like the low and high. Road barrier, same thing. It's like, I feel like if you're going to say like, this has a low and a high, then everything kind of needs that, to some degree. So more consistency with like existing objects so that you don't run into situations where it's like, oh, now I need the high variant, but it's like, well, there is none. I have to stack two of them on top of each other. That kind of thing. It's like always feels a bit odd. What am I looking for? This thing. So there's a frame foundation and then a frame floor, but there's no middle one. So this is like a half meter and this is 4 meters. Can we get a 1 and a 2 like everything else? You know, that kind of thing. It's not, these aren't big things. But it's like you have the textures in the game already. It's like if someone could just make the model, that'd be great. You know? Or let you apply those textures. I also think finishes, while an interesting idea, is really weird the way they've done them. Like, I'm very low down, haven't I? There we go. To me, a finish should be applied on top of a paint job. Like it's it's, I don't know. To me, it's almost like the texture. Like a chrome finish, a steel finish. And it's like, well, why can't I have blue chrome? But you can't. It's got to be one or the other. But to me, it's like, well, that's the finish, not the color. So I find that really weird, the way they've done that. But whatever. That's not changing now. And I find it, just make it a color then. If it's acting the exact same as a color, what's the point of having its own category? I don't get that. But, sorry, wrong thing. $702, love seeing that. That's what they should be running at. That seems to be working now a lot better, those things, because they were previously unloading. That's what this latest patch has done for 1.1. It's fixed it so that they don't reset to 0 anymore, or they shouldn't. So yeah, that's a good sign. So far it seems to be working. Alright, so I didn't have quite enough metal, but this I'll probably just finish this off myself, but that's the idea. We'll have the grip metal on the outside for walking around a bit, and then this on the inside, polished around the edges where we walk. And as mentioned, some sort of hypertube thing, maybe even just built onto this wall. So let's just play around with that just for a second, because I've never really used it. I want to use a branch that can let you branch off or on. So we want a wall support somewhere like here in the center. This connects down. Can we reach the whole thing? Yes. Somewhere in the middle of these, they'll need their branches, and then you just like branch off, right, when you want to get out. I think that's the idea. I've never really used these, so that's one group. Let's say you were starting down here at the train station, and you want to get to like, so this is gonna have a big sign above it that says like Group A. So you'd want to come out. I suppose you don't kind of want to come out here, actually. Like that. But if you're coming the other direction, I guess you'd want to do this. Is there a way to flip this, though? Oh, yeah. Good. That's nice. Either way, you can come out this way. Yeah, so maybe just go with something like that, and then here. Can this snap to anything or no? Yes. One doesn't want to, though. Okay. That works. I like the idea of it launching you up, actually. That's kind of an interesting thing. Didn't know you could do that. Alright, so this will let you come out at this point, either way, whichever direction you're going in, right? Let's just test it. Do I have to press E to come out or something? Yeah. You want to get out, you press E. Now, I can't go back in here, though. Can that become an entrance? Oh. That's kind of cool. I like that. I mean, you could just have a power pole on the wall or something. Or a connector. I'll just temporarily just do this so I can just get power. Now it's like, you want to go left? You want to go right? Yeah, let's go this way. Sweet. Back down to the train. Nice. Want to keep going straight? I don't press E. Ah. So this was just active from last time. That's really hard to see though, unfortunately, but not the worst thing if you come out the wrong end, I guess. Maybe make the foundation under the machine's asphalt. Like in the copper factory? Could do. I kind of liked it as this, though. Don't like my idea? Is it too much metal? I like the reflective nature, but it is a bit sandy or granular. Asphalt does look nice because it's so clean. And then maybe this could be the shiny metal. Yeah, that might be better. There are indicators green and red. No, I know that. I still think it's... maybe I'm just missing it, but isn't it quite hard to see? Oh, is it the... Like, I don't see the change. I think it's because... Try it again. Wish I could go slower. I know. I guess you can slow down. Slow down. Like, I'm changing it, but it's so hard to see. Like, now I know it's working, right? Yeah. You're looking for a tiny little flash in the middle. It's just the way I've built it, I guess, that's doing that. Because the segment is so small. So it's on me, I guess, kind of. Don't make me the villain here. That's okay. I guess get rid of this and that. That. Maybe this might make it easier to see. Like, they don't go green until you go through them. It would be nice if they were green beforehand. Then you'd really know. But anyway, doesn't matter. I'm fine with that. I think that's kind of cool. We'll probably do something like that. So that we can get up and down between the train station and whichever road that we want to get to. Like, oh, I want to get out here. Okay, cool. Bonk. Yeah, that's kind of neat. Probably do some sort of sign on the wall, like a small billboard, even like here. And then if we assign this to this mission strength off, say this is group A, whatever, it doesn't matter, just A for now. Copper could be gray. Need to be brighter because this paint job is a bit awkward. See. So it is this color, but I set that to 10, but I don't think this will work on a sign. Yeah, it looks like yellow. That's pretty close. I'll figure it out. Anyway, something like that would probably be good. Right. It'll always go straight. You need to press E to get out. But I just... So I've just pressed E now, so I came out here. So now let's see what happens when I just go in again. Yeah? Alright, so I'm not going to press anything. Will I go straight or left? So it doesn't always go straight. You have to reset it. So I'm saying, like, I wouldn't know that after I've used it. I might forget where I got out. Now I want to see an awful timing game structure up in the air where you try and progress higher or something. Does anyone here suggest that 1.1 is good enough to continue my save from there? If you're not using mods, then I would think it is. If you're using a lot of trucks, it might not be. Trucks seem to have problems depending on who you are. But other than that, yes. It does seem to be just the trucks that are kind of breaking things. Alright, I'm going to leave the... Oh yeah, these things stopped again. Why? Why though? Was it bauxite? Damn, I didn't see. No, it couldn't have been bauxite, right? No way. 98%. It did do that earlier. I'd love to know why. This thing. Well, yeah, you're obviously slow because you didn't get enough solution. That's fine. Damn. Need to catch it in the act to know what's going on. The others don't seem to be doing that, so... They're at 100. They all have the same layout. I wonder if water was... Is water clocked too low or something for them? Alright, well anyway, let's focus on where we're going to find the next train station, or place the next train station. So, basically we have a sea of smelters making aluminum ingots. By now, they should be at 100%. Maybe not this row, because we saw there's an issue over there. But this row? Yes, we're at 100. So, good. The manifold is in effect. So basically we need to decide then where a train will deliver in copper, and the amount of copper is roughly, we're looking at about 1,000 per minute, something like that. Copper ingots. And then they combine in a series of assemblers. The assembler is probably going to go into these rows here, because it just makes sense. So that means that the train that delivers in is going to branch off of this line somewhere. Are we higher than that area over there? Yeah. We're not higher than that, so we can't really factor that in. We could just make a train station even as simple as somewhere here. And then along this, like a bus, if you will, like the concrete or the copper will flow this way into the various different machines. That could work. If we really wanted to, I could extend this even straight, so that everyone comes in the same way. That comes in the same entrance. Is that good or bad? I feel like that's bad. I feel like just branching off at a random point might be better. I'll do it this way. It might be better the other way, but this would be more consistent, just to continue this forward. And then, yeah, trains that are bringing things in still come in through the input area. Trains that are going out might still be able to use the output area, maybe. Yeah, I don't really have an export train. Anyway, do you have any experience, horror stories, with trying to use trains to deliver water to a refinery setup? No, but I do have experience with delivering oil by a train to power plant. Or refineries as well, I guess. Because they were refining the oil. And, yeah, it worked fine. No problem. I can't remember at this point, like, how I did it. I just know that I was taking all of the oil down in Blue Crater, and I had 14 carriages on the train. Obviously, that's a lot. You don't need to do that. That was just for the fun of it. Even if you had 4 carriages, it'd be fine. You would just need more trains. So it was all about timing, right? So it's like, oh, okay, like, let's say you're getting 1,200 oil per minute, and you're... I can't remember the fluid amount, but let's just say it's 3,600 in for fluid. Is it something like that? Something like that. Per carriage. 3,600 divided by 1,200 would obviously be... You'd only have a 3-minute journey time then. Got to go. Have a great stream. See you later, Martin. I want coated concrete walls. That's a good point, Bob Sanders. That would be nice, actually. Yeah, polished walls. And I want clear glass as well, just clear. Like seamless windows would be nice, so you could build a bigger window. Anyway, yeah, so that'd be your, like, to be 3 minutes. So then you go, okay, I'm going to divide it up into more carriages. So every fluid freight carriage then is like 3,600 times how many of them. And that buys you more time on the track. So now you've got 6 minutes. You know, if you've got 3. Let's say you've got a train of 6 carriages. Now you've got 18 minutes to go to and from. So, you know, that's kind of how I worked it out ultimately. Now, I guess the other problem is trains stop when they're loading and unloading. So you can't really get 1,200 into one freight car anyway. Because you'd be 600 and 600 on 2 pipes. But you know that you're going to stop for a little bit. So that's where trains are really annoying. They don't let you continue the throughput while they're loading and unloading. So you kind of have to eyeball it. Because you're dealing with the max number. A buffer won't change that. So you'll never be able to get the max throughput. So something like 1,000 per minute would probably be fine into one carriage. Or not, well, I wouldn't do it into one carriage anyway, but if you really wanted to, you could. So yeah, you could say then 6 carriages, all taking in, I don't know, 300 per minute, so just the Mark 1 pipes or something. Or well, that would break as well. So you'd have to do, let's say 400 per minute. It's like a good number. Yeah, you have 54 minutes. It seems like a long time. How much can a fluid freight train hold? Freight car. Oh, it's only 1,600. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's why I had so many. There you go. So 6 carriages feeding at 400 per minute, you know, overall. Obviously, you'd need this buffers to send in more than that. So you're, yeah, 400 per minute's good. Would give you a 24-minute travel time. So as long as your train was getting to and from where it was going within 24 minutes, you'll have no problem. So whether it's water, oil, or anything, that's how you do it. You just basically go, the standard trains that people use is 4 carriages. If 1,600 is your max fill, I would avoid trying to hit the max fill number, actually, to be honest, just in case. Like, just aim for going for 1,500. So imagine that you're trying to hit 90% of a full train. Because you could tell it to leave when it's full. It's just a bit risky, but you could do it. But to avoid maybe that risk, I would say you're aiming for carriages of 1,500. So it's like 95% full. You're doing 400 per minute. You've got 15 minutes to get to and from the destination with 1 carriage. And then just the higher this number goes, the less time you have. So that's only 400 water, right? Or that's, yeah, sorry, that's 400 water, not per carriage. Sorry, I'm such an idiot. Let's say you've got, how much water do you want to move? 3,000 water. You're trying to move 3,000 water onto a train. You can really only hold this much per carriage. So it'd take you 2 minutes at 4 carriages. So that'd be very little time to get to and from place. But obviously you can add more trains, but they have a loading and unloading time. They take time to do that. So that eats away at your time a little bit overall. This is why I ultimately made a train of like 14 carriages. Yeah, whatever I had, I can't remember exactly, but I remember I had 8 minutes to get to and from where I wanted to go. And I left it on 1 train. It probably wasn't 3,000 oil. It was probably something like 1,800 oil or something like that. And I had 14 carriages, and I was probably working off of 1,600. Yeah, probably something like that. Maybe 2,100. Probably something like that. Because then factoring in loading and unloading, that was the time then it took to get back. 10 minutes, basically. Anyway. Sorry for the confusing math, but that's roughly how you gauge it. You have to gauge, like, okay, can we get there and back in that time before these trains fill? As long as the train never fills up and, like, stops your extractors, then you've got no problem. And if you do have a problem with that, you either add more carriages or add another train. I mean, that's ultimately how you solve it. Yeah, so I think my train's gonna go, we're gonna go along here. So this is reserved for awesome sinks for now, but that's not really needed. But a buffer of 4 foundations is pretty good between these groups. So then starting from here, we'll need 2 more of these. We can bring this all the way out with no problem, so that's good. Factory grows. And if I do it well enough, just trying to think, the train is coming from that direction. So somewhere they're joining this line, they're coming down, and then they're gonna, well actually they're gonna go around this way, come in, and then branch back out. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, cool. That's annoying. Actually, we're pretty much at the height I want to be anyway. Okay, so a train will just go back out there. That's going to become a junction. You can turn right or not. Cool. Alright, so I'll just say Cosmetic's done the little bit that we wanted to do. It took 2 hours, but I'm happy with it. I think it looks decent. One section of the factory. I was going to attempt it with 2 carriages, Mark II pipes. I need 1,060-ish water per minute. Ooh, I think that's like almost impossible. 2 carriages can only hold 3,200. And you're making 1,060. You would have 3 minutes to get to and from your destination. And a train... I don't know where it is, but there's like a load time that you can check somewhere, like how long it takes to load. I mean, you could just count it if you want. It's like 20 seconds or something. So you have to take the loading 20 seconds away from that number, and then another 20 seconds or something like that. So you're really only working with 2 minutes 20 of time between stations to get to and from where you want to go. So if it's within 2 minutes of distance, I mean, 2 minutes is actually like a decent amount of time for a train can go fairly far that way. But that's what you're dealing with. Type load time. Nice guess, but nope. Seconds. Might be on the locomotive or something itself. Train throughput. Time to fill. Time to fill. Freight car capacities. Vital to remember that during each loading and unloading animation, the freight fluid platform blocks all outputs for 27.08 seconds. So you could basically say that loading is 27 seconds, unloading is 27 seconds. Just take away a minute from any time, and you'll be safe. So this is you'll need 3 minutes of travel time with these numbers. You'll really need 2 minutes because you always take away a minute. So there you go. So I would either try 4 carriages to give you much more time, or if you're comfortable with 2 minutes, then you're good to go. When you switch back to 1.0, do you find yourself missing features that are 1.1? I haven't done that personally, so I don't know. I just stayed on 1.1. For the most part, in my desert world, I don't notice any issues. In 1.1 in this world, I haven't noticed any issues either. Really. Well, I have. I've seen trucks behaving really weirdly. But they do work. However, people who are loading my save are saying, like, your stuff's all breaking down. So it's like, well, people are having issues. So, and I believe them, you know, on 1.1. So it's like, yes, it might be risky then. Depending on your world, depending on what you've done with it, you know, it just seems like this, I don't know. My experience on it on its own in a vacuum is like, yeah, there's some visual glitches with trucks. I've certainly seen them stop moving. We saw that at the beginning of the stream today. Not deadlocked, just stopped moving. And then when I got close to them, they just started moving again. So that's an issue, you know, and that's not normal. That hasn't happened before. But beyond that, everything else has been fine. Right, do I have weapons in this world? No. Need to go to the bathroom as well, just be really quickly. You have gamer's luck? Yeah, I guess so. It is cool seeing the trains out there as well. One thing I'd love for them to fix cosmetically is the reflections. If I, what is it, if I look up, is it, or down? Down. Ah, it depends on the angle. So when we do this, we get that nice, clean... Oh, is it just because it needs to see what I'm looking at to know how to reflect it? Oh, right, yeah. I didn't think that was the issue for the ground, though. Basically, I've noticed this on the ground as well, this reflection problem. Blurry? Oh yeah, it's just what it can't see. Oh right, that makes sense. So I'm looking here. Once that gets removed from my field of view, the reflection of it gets removed. And that's what's happening here as well. It can't, like, the resolution of the reflection is low for performance reasons. But once it's already being rendered, it knows what it is and it can translate it. That's why it looks good when I do this. And that's what it should look like. Yeah. Oh well, I can understand that then. At least I know why they've done it. It would be nice to have a setting just to let me tank that FPS if I want. Increase the reflection resolution. Anyway, I'll be back in just a sec, just going to the bathroom. I'm pretty sure even before trucks are more likely to break if you observe them. Though that is true. If you're in the area, their physics behaves differently. But they don't... The things I've noticed... I actually posted it earlier today. Just... I keep getting distracted, but one last thing I'll just show. This. I posted this today. Thanks to the 2 people who voted it up, by the way. Because it just was just me before I posted it. Post it in the chat again. Only like it if you agree with it. It's okay. Or you experience it yourself. But for me, the issue is in just 1.1 compared to 1.0, right? Because I've done, trust me, a billion tests on 1.0 on how trucks work. What I'm seeing in this version of the game is they're blocking each other when they're one behind another. And they're on the same route. They're going the same direction. And then they both just stop and deadlock. That's happened twice. No reason for it. You get it, you walk down to the area, you get in one, get out, and they just run again. You don't even do anything. So there's something not right with that. We've seen on the stream a truck just flying through the air, just driving through the air, just coasting along. Wasn't flying due to physics, it was just driving somewhere. That was weird. Seen them phase through the walls of stations. Now, I've seen them do that before, but they warp back. This time they're like going really far, deep into the factory, and just going like this, and never warping back out. So it's not getting corrected. This one's an old one. The trucks randomly hit something in the road that's not there. That's it. That's pre 1.1 actually. So there's things. But yeah, anyway. Right, back in a minute. Right back. Whew, the loading and unloading button not working. That was happening at 1.0, but you're right, that'd be another issue. It's not just that. There's one other hotkey that does. Oh yeah, showing and unshowing the nodes. So it's like the hotkeys in the trucks don't work sometimes. Definitely the loading and unloading one seems to happen more often though. All right. Gonna focus up. I see you. I see the chat. And we're gonna get stuff done. So, at the moment, what we're doing now is building the train station for my aluminum factory. This train station needs to receive copper. We don't have to worry too much about how much it's receiving just yet, but we're just working on the placement of it. So these are all the smelters. We have one thing to troubleshoot with our build. There's something slightly wrong with this group. We'll figure that out later. All the others seem to be okay. So every other group of smelters are running at 100%, so that's great. And we're going to name these groups actually as well. Might just do that now. That'll be the last bit of cosmetics, I guess, just because it'll always give me a good reference. This will be A group, B, C, D, and so on. And we determined in this file that we have A1 and 2, right? Because once it gets smelted, this will be A1 and then below A2. Okay, so we'll just make a little sign here even. Once I do one, I can just copy them then between. Ow. Still never used to using the hover pack properly. Join the stream at the right time, indeed. Indeed. Okay, so A1 up. Now it seems like a small thing, but it'll be just very helpful for knowing where I am when I move around the factory a lot. So just kind of temporary until we get like a proper look to them. Because when I get to that copper factory, I'm in there and I'm like, I don't know where I am now. I have no idea what group is doing what. I guess it is redundant having the 1 and 2 if they're all the same, but whatever. Whatever. Probably not the first thing to bring up the topic. I just went through your update about Rex. What a fighter. Such an amazing recovery. Super happy for all of you. Thank you. And you are, actually. Nobody mentioned him. I don't... There's no replies to those posts or anything, so I never know if people are happy to see a reply or annoyed by me emailing them, you know. But that's good. Good to hear. One person in my Discord did respond to it generally and said like, oh, thanks for the update and stuff as well. But on the stream, no one has yet. And that's okay. Yeah, no, he's doing great. He's doing really, really good. Might wander in every now and then. Did I do too many? A, B, C, D, E, F. F, okay. Right, there we go. Just check on how these are performing. %. That's what we like to see. Do you see that Fire Strider? He's in our Discord and he was saying like, you won't ever get to 100%. It's like, I don't know what's going on with your game then, because your trucks are breaking down and my machines are working, that's all I know. He's loaded my save. But he has pointed out many good problems, by the way, or good things to point out that have legit problems. And I've seen that one hundo being on the end is a good sign. And I was like, why wouldn't it reach 100? I don't understand why it wouldn't. Just manifold. Anyways. Right, so this is where the thing is going to go. I don't have any weapons to deal with that hog. Which I'd like to deal with him. Or I could just put up a wall and avoid him, I guess. You need black powder to do that, don't you? Black powder? I know where there's a big container of black powder, I think. And I could just make some rifle ammo quickly, so I'll just quickly run down there and see if it's there. If it's not, we could tap some oil and maybe make some, because it would be nice just to get some. Don't forget, you're going to need Mark 6 belts in the future. You can combine them if needed. Yeah, I still think I'd rather keep them separate, because they might do different things. But you're dead right, that they make about 500 and something per minute each, so they could combine. When are you going to make a weapons factory? I don't know. Maybe after the aluminum factory? Oh, I've gone too far. Oh, after the aluminum factory, actually, I want to get the drones up and running. Because we have the drone platform at the biofuel factory, but they're just not delivering anywhere yet. Yeah, so aluminum and then it's the rocket fuel packaging, and then drones can fuel themselves. That's the plan. Then after that... See if this is still here. Yes! Oh, you even got smokeless powder and everything. So, rifle ammo is smokeless powder, isn't it? Yeesh. Alright, we'll just make some rifle ammo. $375 per minute. Love it. Probably just pop it over there and put a dimensional depot on top of it until we run out. Drones should be able to run on biofuel. You should make a mod for it. I have no idea how to mod this game. No idea. Take a lot of time to look into it, I guess. I'm sure it'd be quick once I knew. That'd be an interesting rabbit hole to go down, though. I would have loads of little changes to this game. I would change how progression is doled out completely. And the amounts of things you need and stuff like that. When you get certain things. Like, I would just reorganize what's in the game, probably. Maybe change a few of the late game recipes. I felt like they were just too easy. Like when you needed concrete for one of the very last things in the game, I was like, concrete? Okay. Because it took me ages to get to tier 8, and then I did tier 9 like quite fast in comparison. Wouldn't make it like super punishing, but I might make tier 8 easier. Anyway, doesn't matter what I think. How does a drone know if it's rocket fuel or biofuel? Yeah, I don't know. It's just, well... That's funny. I suppose it's like saying like, well, my car can't run on diesel. It can run on petrol. How does it know which one's which? It's like, well, it does. I assume it's the same principle for a drone. But, you know, I'm clutching at straws here. It does work on multiple fuel types. Right, ionized fuel is much better compared to rocket and turbo fuel. Everyone says rocket's better, or at least ionized isn't worth it. I mean, it literally is better, ionized, right? But I guess the effort that goes into it isn't. But yeah, I think in this world I'd like to... we've done rocket fuel now. I would probably go for ionized afterwards. Plutonium? Yeah, my drones in the world that we completed run on plutonium. Quite happy about that. They go fast and really far, and they barely use any of it. It's like 0.001 per minute or something. I'm just going to wait until I burn through all of this, and then I'm just going to relocate these. I don't know why I did it this way, but I'll just relocate them over here, put a dimensional depot on, and then we'll be good to take out the hog. Anything else that gets in my way? Biofuel burns too slowly for drones. There you go. There's some logic for you. Maybe the drones wouldn't be able to go very far. Not enough combustion in them. I mean, they work in fuel generators, so... Could make 2 of these. Oh yeah, clean the windows, warm the seats. I need to know what happened. It's like completely different ending, which would be funny. We got 1,635. This is good. Gonna need more copper. How power do these take? 200 megawatts each. Right. Oh dear. Take the homing ammo next. Yeah, I was thinking about it. Do I have high-speed connectors? I guess so, don't I? Yeah. Okay, yeah, sure. Let me at least automate it so I don't have to be here. I'll just pop it in a proper place. I guess nothing goes that way, so. This could be the rifle ammo, I guess. This could be the high-speed connector. Damn, it's getting so much lag. I don't know what's going on with the game. It's breaking down. For me, anyway. And this will be homing ammo. $125 per minute. Excellent. Okay, 3,500 rifle ammo going in now. This container making homing ammo going into my pocket. How much do we have left? Just a little bit of smokeless powder left. We do have 2 containers full of black powder, so you make smokeless by mixing what? Heavy oil or something into it, right? Yeah. But why is that here? Like, there's no oil anywhere nearby. I don't remember why that would be there. I've noticed extreme drop frames with multiple monitors recently. Especially if the mouse is into another browser or application. Oh, that could be it. Maybe. Because I do get hitches when I'm spinning around. Maybe it's my mouse is going onto a different monitor? Is there a way to contain that? Like clamp it? Let me just test it. If I could turn on the gamepad and then just spin around and not get a lag, that might be indicative of the problem. Still happening. Like lagging right as I look over here. The machine? Yeah, it's like in that direction. I don't know what that is. I think that's the direction of the copper factory. I was saying like down at the copper factory it's like really laggy out there. But it's only happened in the latest 1.1 update. I mean, it was always a little bit framey, but now it's like, oh, it's like a proper lag spike. So, I don't know about that. Well, I just play on controller now. What are the controls? X to go higher. I don't think the controls are properly active. Or if they are, they're the worst controls I've ever experienced in my life. Let's see. There we go. Controller. Now what? Can I change this back now? No? Okay. So my controller is on and connected to Steam. I can move the mouse with the analog, but my mouse isn't doing anything and I can't go back. Here. That's not good. Can't do anything now. Oh. Gaming. Y button. Not doing anything. Even have a fucking Y button on this thing. Yeah. If I plug in a PlayStation controller, it might be different. Bear with me one sec. I meant a PS5 controller, but it shouldn't make any difference actually. Let me see, Steam. I might have disabled controllers in here or something, so let's check that. So Steam knows I have a PS4 controller. Enable Steam input for generic controllers, maybe? Like, I don't have this problem in anything else. Oh, it sucks, man. Why would you do that? Loads of games have... you can just flick between them. I don't know why the screen UI changed and then it's like... locked me out. Now it's so dumb to do it that way. Scroll doesn't do anything. I can't click anything. It's like my mouse just isn't active. I'll just have to kill it, I guess. I don't know. I mean, maybe if I was in big picture mode and I ran the game from the beginning, it might be okay, but obviously I didn't do that. Like, it works here. What about this? Yeah. I have a feeling though, if it autosaves, it'll save my. It saved these settings. Something seems maybe just up with my controller or something, because it's not working at all. It might not be the game. Well, it is the game's fault for not letting me just use my mouse anyway, but... See, I use this controller sometimes to do cinematic things, and it might be configured weird. I don't have an external program for it though. I just use it through Steam, but it's not even moving between the things now. Well, that works. This is the D-pad. That's correct. That worked. Okay, that seems to be fine now. Yeah, there we go. Okay, what about going into the game now? No. Resume. No? Oh, well, it was worth a shot. Let's just kill it. See what happens then. I don't deserve your $9.99. Thank you, though. Evan Roach. Made it back and Buddy got back to me. Last 30 days was 2.1 million. Oh, really? Last 30 days was 2.1 million for returning viewers of the 5.2 million total views. Jeez. Man, I wish I had that kind of thing. 2.1 million returning viewers? I got 50,000. Or 70, was it? 70,000. Damn. And I'm a full-time creator. Finally broke the game. If I don't have my control, if it's reset the setting, I might freak out. Oh, you motherfucker. How could you do that to me? That's really not good. Right, so I'll try launch it from big picture, and then maybe I can switch the setting back. Otherwise I have to go into like the INI file or something. Why is that so loud? Sorry. Right, well the controller's working to getting in. You learned the algorithm? Well, the algorithm, it's only going to do so much for you. Like, I'm not, you know, people who aren't interested in Satisfactory aren't going to suddenly start watching it. But I hear you. I respect what you're saying. I don't want to be Mr. Beast like, oh, let's just do anything for the algorithm. Just make content like that. But, obviously, yeah, I'm taking it to the extreme. It still doesn't work. I even have this up and running. Okay, controller settings. Don't understand. I play loads of games with controllers, by the way, on PC. Never had this before. Jump, use, reload. I don't really want a community layout. I just want whatever their layout is. But okay. Gamepad with height. These are just generic layouts. It's not made for... Basically good. Okay, let's download this layout, see if it works. Apply the layout. Okay. Motion control is what we need. Yeah, that's funny. Not working. I can't do anything. No. I thought maybe because it's trying to detect a PS controller might be the problem, but... It's so dumb to disable your mouse. That's so dumb. Why would you do that? I just don't get it. Alright, so now I gotta figure out a way to go into the settings and see if it's an easy setting to flick back. So let's see, satisfactory settings. I have no idea where this is done. I know there's one called input there, but I'm just looking for whatever the settings file is. Is that true? That doesn't seem true. Engine.ini? That's what I tried to open a second ago. Let's go back there. Saved config. Okay, so I'm in saved config, Windows. There's game maybe would be one. The engine.ini. Input. Game user settings. Oh yeah, thank you. Look for input maybe? Nothing for input. Keyboard? Input mode. One. This be 0 maybe? Try now. Anyone play with me? Nobody. Try 0. Yeah, trying it now. Come on, let's do this. Gotta be, I'm a hacker, man. I have a degree in programming. I should be able to do this. Change an INI file. We're back. My god. Alright. Word to the wise, don't activate your controller. Not guaranteed to work, because it'll lock out your keyboard and mouse, and you'll have to go into the INI file like a nerd to fix the problem. Got a PhD and life is hard. Thanks for helping me find that the game user settings specifically as well. Like a nerd. Alright, didn't lose too much. Why did I even do that? I can't remember what the point of that was. Oh my god. Right, so homing ammo again. And then we can leave this at least and go back up. A little bit of sand going through that, that's fine. Okay. Waiting on this to get its stuff finished. Alright, so we just wait on to throw in that last 16 and then we can... Well, yeah, then we have to wait for it to burn through it, and then once it's burned through it, I'll just move this over and then that'll be that. That'll be it. Oh yeah, and we need to hook this up, of course, to a container. Oh my god. Okay. I'm gonna kill myself. I didn't like homing ammo. I like it because you don't really have to aim. This ammo is stronger, so it's like, yeah. Oh look, we just have a truck deciding not to do anything. Yay. Yeah, I like the homing ammo just because it's like fun to fire, but it's less effective. But it is the kind of thing where it's like I don't have to think about it. You just kind of point and shoot in a general direction, so it's kind of nice from that angle. It's good for the little hatcher things. I know there's loads of ways of dealing with them, but when lots of the bugs are flying at you, just go bup, 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 and they all just die, so that's kind of cool. Alright, all the smokeless powder is in. Belts are covered in sand. Let's see, homing ammo going into our pocket. I found I still missed a lot. Wow. Well, yeah, it's not going to auto-aim completely, I guess. But I think in the general direction, it's pretty good. For those of us who can't aim. I like to think I'm actually pretty good at FPS games. Pretty good. Not like amazing, but pretty good. Although I haven't played them in a long time, so I'm probably not great now. But, I mean, I play Battlefield relatively regularly. I wouldn't say I rely on my aim too much in that game. Like not to the extreme. So while I'm waiting for that, do I have Discord open? No, let me just open Discord real quick. From Darren. Right, so I just searched from Darren in Battlefield has video. A few of my clips. So loud. No, that's not this one. There's like, I've got a bunch of clips where I'm like shooting helicopter stuff. I often play engineer. I have no idea what these clips are, why I made these clips. I don't know. I think I was just telling people like the chaos of everything. There was a reason for showing you this. I've actually got some impressive ones. I'm just trying to find which ones those are. That's okay. I mean, there's nothing crazy about that, but get a little crazier. Oh, this is me just running over people. Long time ago. These are recorded ages ago. Let's see. Oh my god. I think this is because they just launched a new map. The older ones will have... Oh, yeah, there we go. These are the ones. This is good. Oh, hang on. I'm always on the lookout. I love that one, just because it went through a palm tree. Yeah. There's a few of these in a row where it's... Here I am, checking out, jet in the distance, my friendly helicopter hanging out there, waiting for the perfect moment. Good night. What else we got? Couldn't get the angle on him, obviously, because he's quite high up. Nailed him, though. I don't know where my mouse is. Just one or two more. Just indulge me, and then we'll go back to Satisfactory. Let me show someone. That was just a scary moment from the railgun tank. I was just trying to get away. I did get away, but using wall hacks. Nailed him. There's one or two that I'm just trying to find that were like really good, but I guess I can't find them. I mean, I like the palm tree one. I always have weird music on when I'm playing. Well, weird. Alright, I guess that's pretty much it. There was definitely other ones, but oh well, you know. I post clips all the time when they happen. But it has been a while. Sometimes it's just clips of things I think look cool. It's like all the dead bodies and stuff. It's like, oh my god.
Yeah, there's someone inside here. That's all I'm walking. Two of them are in there. Alright, peeked.
Anyway, I like my FPS games, but I wouldn't say my aim is that good. I do play sniper sometimes. Alright, we good? Sorry for the distractions. I need constant attention of people looking at things I do, that's all. Right, more high-speed connectors, then back to the job at hand. Be enough, I think. Actually, let's just throw in all of it. Just to be safe. Only 40 there, really? Oh, I guess they stack up to 500. Yeah, that's good. Okay, cool. Alright, so we got the ammo. So it took like 40 minutes of many distractions. I'm just going to close some of this stuff now, get my FPS back up. Progress. Gotta turn off Adobe Cloud. That can go. Digint, that can go. Right. Can someone smart replace the rifle shot sound with Darren's going pop, 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 pop. We'll be expecting the continuation of Foundry. I'm very eager for that to play through. No. It doesn't view that well. If it viewed better, I would do it. I like the game. That's why I'm like, yeah, I'll gladly do, like I mentioned before, I get sponsorship offers for a bunch of things. I just don't do them because I don't really like the game. But that game I do like, so anytime they come my way, I'm like, yeah, cool. Pay me to play it. It's great. Because yeah, unfortunately the videos just they don't do very well on their own. The first one did okay long term. Like I think it got up to like 30,000 views eventually. This one is like when I posted it tells me on the analytics it's like, oh, your viewers are not very interested in this, and it's down on viewership. So you just can't do it too often because you'll just hurt your main videos. That's the honest truth of it. But I'd be happy to do it on a stream or something sometime, or maybe just try it in a different format. But yeah, I think that's probably just why you don't see many people play it. It's like, the game's fine, but it just visually doesn't look amazing or anything, so I think it's kind of harder to watch. Just leave me alone. I like the Foundry video. It looks like a great game. Yeah, so it is free to play now for 4 days. You can go check it out if people want to check it out. It's on sale, 50% off. I think we were looking at SteamDB, and it's like €15, $15, or like £12. So it is pretty cheap, to be fair. It's somewhat Minecraft, I guess, just in the fact that it's blocks. But other than the blocks, there's no other Minecraft elements. It's quite like Factorio in many ways. It's kind of like 3D Factorio, but like a more basic version in some ways. Because it's like, oh, you need loaders and unloaders. You craft all these like small components before getting the things you want. It crafts auto in the bottom left while you're running around doing things. So it's very Factorio-like in that regard. And how the recipes kind of stack. It's somewhat satisfactory in how power is done. A little bit. That's quite cool from here, actually. It's starting to kind of come together. Its tech tree is definitely Factorio as well, and how it's delivered, making science packs, feeding into the machines, you know. All of that's very Factorio. But now they've at least got their own kind of unique stuff, right? Which is like the whole galaxy stuff. Quite unique to them. Alright, so let's get this ammo. Do I have a rifle? Oh yeah, I do. Cool. Alright, we're back. Just like that. So we're expanding the train station. In order to do so, it was just a hog kind of blocking the general area throwing stones at me, so I just wanted to kill him. And then I got distracted and I decided to show people my average battlefield skills. Right, so get rid of this guy first. Oh yeah, Dyson Sphere program. Whoop. Hit me again, did he? That it? Oh, there's two of them. Wow. Oh, there's three. Jeez. What are they protecting that's so valuable? The little container over there. See you later. Wonder why... Oh yeah, never mind. I was gonna say, why isn't his body disappearing, but it does eventually. Oh, we could do that now. Probably remove that one. The factory's gonna be built kind of over it. Satisfactory is probably like the worst distraction game out there. Can never focus on a single task for long. Yeah, I'm getting distracted on things that aren't even in the game though. That's my bad. Like I popped a controller on, then I couldn't move. And then we had to go into the config files and fix that. And then I was just like, oh, I'll just show you some Battlefield because we're talking about shooting games. Oh, he's dead. That's sad. Alright. But I'm fully back on track, single-minded focus now. Don't worry, we're all good. Just going to be pure progress from here on out. Zero distractions and full chat readability. All right, we got 50 gifted subs memberships early on. A few additional ones after the fact. A 50 super chat, a 5 super chat, and a 10. Frankly, I owe you. I owe you my undivided attention. What Darren focuses on I'm going to be so fast, people are going to be like, wow, is this guy a speedrunner? That's what they'll think when they just come across this stream. They're like, holy crap. The speed he's going, he must be only playing for like 4 hours. Because he's doing everything so efficiently, quickly. That's what they'll say. Anyone comes in now and they say like, how long's the save? Just be like, yeah, it's just been playing for about 20 hours. Something like that. Alright, great. See you later. Right, so this is where the train station's going to go, and it's going to cut across to there and become a junction. And we're going to come in from down there. So that should make life a lot easier. We don't have to build much track, at least on this part, until we connect it down to the other factory. Do I play with any mods? Nope, no mods. I'm playing the 1.1 experimental version, so you can't really run mods with this, as far as I know yet. But I don't really play with any anyway, other than the one that lets you change the time of day, and the one that's for displaying your items, like displaying everything you've built on the map, called Cartograph. But in terms of gameplay mods, I don't use any at the moment anyway. Maybe in future. Why is it better for the algorithm to have multiple channels rather than having just one? Well, basically, the algorithm is like super simple in terms of what I understand of it. It's that if you watch something and you watched it a lot, you'll just be fed something similar to it. So if I upload a Satisfactory video and people loved it and watched a lot of it, chances are they'll get recommended the next one if it's uploaded soon. Probably won't if it's like months away. But if it's soon, they'll see it. It'll just be fed to them. They don't have to subscribe, they'll just be fed to them. But if I do Satisfactory, and then I do Battlefield, right, as another video, chances are it will pop up for you, because you liked the first thing from my channel. But if you weren't interested in Battlefield, let's say you just didn't click it, then that video thinks no one's interested in this topic, and I get a little negative score dropped on the channel, right? There might be some people who do like both. Chances are there's probably a lot of people that don't, depending on the type of content and the creator you are. Your strong personality, they're there for you. You're not such a strong personality, they're there for the game. To see you play the game, or whatever, which is fine. But that's the reality of it. So, if you spin off and say, hey guys, if you like the Battlefield stuff, go check out my Battlefield channel. They'll be like, ugh, that's annoying, but okay. Some people will. And then when they watch, when that video gets fed to people, it's just being fed to the people that are interested in it. So that's the logic. I'm probably not going to do the multiple channel thing going forward though. I haven't fully decided. It's difficult. It's like, yeah, if I stick with it long enough, it probably will pay off. But I don't think I can. It's nothing to do with multiple channels. I just don't think I can actually do multiple types of game in sync with each other that often. It's harder than I thought it would be. This game just takes too much time for me, basically, is the problem. And I'm just not that good at it. You know, I did a sponsored video for Foundry, it just came out, and I spent 14 hours on that video. So 14 hours in the game, and then, I don't know, a few hours editing it. Maybe 4 or 5, something like that. And, you know, it took me 14 hours playing the game to really just get to where I got in it. Which, I don't know if that's... Actually, maybe not 14, it's probably a little less than that, it's probably about 10. Because I did have some time in the game before thinking about it. But then I saw something like... I saw Kibitz's video. I just scrubbed through it. Because I was just curious. Because he had the orbital laser. And I was like, how'd you get that, man? How'd you do that? And it's like he played... I don't know how long he spent on it. We all got it at the same time. But I was like really impressed. It's like, how did you play through the game where you built all of this? And just made one video from it? Like, I couldn't do that. I'm not quick enough to be able to do that. There's no way. And he's got his regular videos coming out all the time. It's just like, I don't know how you did that. Like, how you do that. I don't watch his streams or anything, but I'm sure if people do, they must know, like, he must be, like, good. Like, quite good where he can build quickly and not get distracted or whatever the case might be. Because, And he makes his builds look good. It's like, Jesus Christ, man. How do you do it? All I do is do this every day for 6-7 days a week. And I still can't, like, get near that. Not to that it need to be, it's just him. I'm just saying, like, that put it in perspective for me where it's like, wow, I must actually really be slow. Like, I'm just really slow. Because his video did more than mine in that game. Actually, I'll leave that where it was. I thought I did a lot. I was like, yeah, I put a load of time into it and I got pretty far. So I was like, yeah, this will be good. And the videos, I'm happy with the video. But it's like, damn, people did way more than me. And did more content during that same time period. So I'm like, fucking hell, man. Did you get someone else to play the game for you or something? Like, how'd you do it? How did you do it? It could be minions. I wouldn't even blame. It's not. It wouldn't even be a thing, a shade thing. It's like if you had someone that could build, like you did some of the factory, and then they built like the cosmetics, and they went in there with you. It's like that'd be great. I wouldn't be like, yeah, you're not allowed to do that or anything. But it's like, how did you do it? Otherwise, don't know. But I do think I'm just slow. Like it takes me a long time to plan things. I don't think it comes that naturally to me. We need train stations here now. So I need to turn and pull out before there. So it doesn't really matter where I decide to end the station. Somewhere like here could be fine. Push it back just a bit. Right, so how many carriages do we need? And do we need 2 stations? Because I need copper sheets and copper ingots. So the plan, at least this wasn't super well thought out, but I'll probably just go with it anyway. And maybe just leave myself enough room to bring in more if I really need to. Plan was 258.75 times 3. So I need 1,300 ingot. Aluminum alclad to... What does that mean? What would that be? I can't think of what that is. He-see? I never played this game, but it looks fun. Oh, it is. I really love it. This game is great. I can't think of what that would be. Can anyone help me out? H-E-S-I. E. So something. Something. Like 2 words. One beginning with H-E and the other beginning with S-I. Heat sinks. Oh, thank you. I couldn't think of what product it was. I was like, high-speed connector or something? Heat sinks. Okay, cool. Heat sinks take copper, do they? Or is it copper sheet? Copper sheet, isn't it? Yeah. So this is actually the copper sheet. Got it. So we don't need as much as I thought. Ingot to fixite. Ah, but that needs alclad. I'm confused with this. Because I did start... Yeah, I remember saying I should have made other categories. Copper and reanimated SAM. So that's... You need reanimated SAM, 258, plus aluminum ingots to get fixite. And the amount you get is this. Okay. For aluminum alclad... I do need that many ingots. And then I need this much. That's how much I get out. And then I use that to make heat sinks by bringing in copper sheet. Is that how that works? Yeah, I know that that's fused modular frames. I'm just trying to work out how much copper I need to bring in. $1,300 seems to cover me then. The other thing would be... We make per block in that factory 487.5. Let's just do 3 blocks. 2.5 blocks. Yeah. Each block makes this, but it's divided into 2 belts. So I need 3 blocks. 1 block and a half. 1462. So if I have that number in mind, so 487.5. And I always forget. I'm gonna say 3200. It's the lower number. Pulls 3200. Yes. 3200 divided by 487.5. 6.5 minutes. That seems okay. It's not going to take more than 7 minutes to get up here and back, will it? For a train? No. It took 8 minutes to go from here along the bottom and to go up to this place back in the day. So I'm pretty confident. It is slightly uphill though, but I'm pretty confident I can get there. So that means I can stick with one of these per carriage. I think that'd be okay. So a block per carriage, which would be so nice. That's good. That'd only be 3 carriages though, and then I need a carriage for the copper sheet. Possibly 2. It's 621. The 621 would be too fast. That'd only give me 5 minutes. Yeah, so 5 carriages then. I'm okay with that. With the 22 seconds on either side to unload, yeah. I still think, yeah, 6 minutes up and down. You're faster on the way down. I think it'd be okay. If not, too bad. We'll just add more, I guess. I think it'd be okay. I won't do the logic until we make the delivery, maybe. That might be a smarter idea. Maybe. Alright, so. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. That's all we need. Apparently. This will be our copper importer, and then that's going to go off this way. Copper sheets stacked to 200. 6,400 per car. I don't really mind that. It doesn't matter how... Oh yeah, actually I guess it kind of does. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? You're totally right. This says 32 slots. Yeah, you just blew my mind with that actually, because I didn't even think about that for the other thing. 6,400 slots. So one car would be okay for that then. Oh, I guess I did think of it for the ingots because we just said times 100, right? Yeah, good point. So one car actually would be okay. So that would be just the 4 carriages then. What is it, 61? 10 minutes. It's more than the other ones, so that'd be fine. Thank you. Thank you. What blows Darren's mind? Yeah, I was like, I guess I didn't think of it because I just typed in 3,200, which I suppose means it's assuming 100 per stack, but I just didn't even conceptualize that for a minute, so it's a point well taken. That we only need 4. Now, I'm going to line up with this. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. So there. Did I just snap onto that? Or was it the... This doesn't have power, though. Oh, it does. Oh, yeah, yeah. I just want a nice turn on this. I know you can do the whole blueprint thing, but... Okay, so there. So that's 1, 2, 3.5. That's fine. Okay, so... half, so 1, 2, and 3. So that's the point I'm looking at. Good. Alright. Same sort of thing here. We're trying to get onto that track. With the half mark, half. 1. This is pretty far back actually, so it might go further forward. We can do now. We have the technology. That's now 1, 2, 3.5. Half, 1, 2. Great. Be long enough? I'm just wondering if that's long enough for the train to fit on. With, I mean, it's not going to have another thing going behind it anyway, so I guess it doesn't really matter. It should just be the one carriage, or the one train. Although I guess you could have them synchronize and go at a time. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it clears it. Okay, cool. I was just making sure. No, it doesn't really matter, but it does to me. Not that this needs it, but it'd be nice just to connect that over for the fun of it. And then you need to be a pass signal. The path in, block out. We need a... That already has the block out. Then block out. What am I missing? That need to be a pass signal as well? I guess so. Yeah, that's alright then. Yeah, there's this glitch in the game where it looks like a hologram all the time. Alright, so if we ever wanted, we could continue straight. We shouldn't ever really need to do that, but the plan is to go out to the right and then go out to the left somewhere eventually. Alright, well, that's the train station pretty much done. We'll just bring this all the way down. Or at least its placement. And then we'll just need to make signals on this side. Can you aim the other way, please? No? Why can't I aim the other way? I just can't do it. Okay. There is a train waiting in the state. That wasn't the issue, but... Dude, I can't... Trains only go forward here. I'm confused. Like, I can't put down a... This works. But once I get to this segment... Oh, there we go. It works now. But now it doesn't. Why? What am I... What's this about? Why? Why can't this... Why doesn't the signal let me flip it? I'm rotating it. What am I missing? Logically, like, I don't understand. That's super weird, isn't it? Am I crazy? Am I doing... What the hell is this about? Maybe that one's facing the wrong way or something? Did I do that? Oh, sorry. You said a train is at this station. Yeah, what happened here? Maybe it's... Oh, it must have... Why would it do that? Oh, trains suck. It's taking the shortest route to where it wants to go. Not going around. There's nothing I can do about that. It's so dumb that it does that. But basically, coal is supposed to just go by and roll that way. But it's like, oh no, I can cut through here. It'd be quicker. But you're not supposed to do that. That one's okay, obviously. Damn. There's nothing I could do about that. It's not a massive problem, but it's just silly. I don't want it doing that. It's like I want to be able to say that... no. Yeah, I want to be able to say if you're a coal train, you can't go that way. But you can't do that. So the aluminum goes this way, and the coal goes this way. Some coal has to go in there, and then it comes back out, and it rolls back around this way to go out to where it needs to collect. But to go to when it rolls back out, it's just going like, oh, well, I'll just take a shorter route. I'll just have to leave it. I can't be bothered fixing, doing anything with that. It makes sense. It's like, yeah, you've no need to go through or around that station, so just go through this one. But it feels like I need to make a bypass then. Like, you should be able to go around. Because if the copper one is waiting here, you're blocking coal. It probably wouldn't really matter again, but it might. Yeah, it wouldn't even be a bypass station, it'd just be a bypass track. If I could do a track on the left, that'd be maybe better. Because I don't want it cutting into the factory more. Oh well. Maybe I should just leave it. If there's only one train here for copper, is it really a big deal? I'll just leave it. If there's a problem, I'll build this. Oh well, so close. Can you go third person? No. Only if you're in a vehicle. You can see yourself though if you want, if you go into photo mode. Because the game can be played multiplayer, so you do have a full 3D model with stuff. Alright, anyways. God, it's been a bit of a frustrating stream for me. We have our 4 stations. This will be copper. The other ones are called... Yeah, I'll just call this copper import. I can't remember what the other stations are actually named. Train station... Bauxite import is just such a basic name. I probably should call them Alu something. There'll be other stations in the future. So we'll call this Alu copper import. Fine. Can't keep a train waiting here though. Could build one of those little things where they stop. Nah, it's fine. Right. I'm just trying to think what the next thing is. So we've all this logic. So copper has to come out of these and go into these various groups. And we have to determine what goes where based on the number that they are. So A1 and 2 are reserved because they're the awkward ones down at the end. Alu casing and alu casing here. Well, I could reorganize what does what. So if I make this the copper sheets and these be the ingots, then I can just make sure the ingots go up there, and the copper sheets go to the one at the back, something like that. Probably work. So how many groups are just reserved? One, but that don't need copper. 1, 2, 3, 4. So those are 4. They can just be on their own, and then anything up from here takes copper in. That's okay. So it'll be here, here, there, and one in front of that one. So copper's gonna roll all the way up that way. But we gotta join them, I guess. So now I need to go down to the copper factory and build a station as well. And then we just gotta link them together. That's the next thing. This all seems to be running well, and these are just kind of temporary, right? So these are at 100%. We did have one issue I'd like to try and fix, which was those refineries. It might be good just to get that out of the way. See what their problem is, because they keep going down to 98. I mean, it's back up to 100 now, but it's just so unreliable if it did that once before. Like, why? Hey, I forgot about the hard drive we have. Alright, cool. I love out, like, how tiny we actually are. When you break out the camera, it's like... This place is huge. We need to build those stairs. I think I watched someone change the left-right signal when riding the train. You can force it to take the track you want. No, you can change it left-right. So, I'll just have a look here. That works. I don't know why it's working here, right? I'm rotating on the mouse wheel. So that can go either way. And then pressing E will let you go the other way around. So it's like build mode right side. It's actually... Oh, sorry, not E. R. Bad. So it says build mode right side. Now it's build mode left side. So the arrow stays the same, but I'm flipping the direction, so that's fine. Or if I scroll, the arrow changes with it. For some reason, presumably because that person was right. Was it Steven? Steven was correct in saying that you probably can't do it because there's already a train occupying that part of the track. So it wouldn't let me flip it because the train can't flip. That was why. I just didn't know. But now, once this train moves out of here, I'll be able to do it. Well, I can do it now anyway because it's moving, but you can now make blocks. But that's what the problem was, I think. It was on a track, occupied the thing, I couldn't flip it. Now we can. So we need one, at least somewhere up here, the length of a track, a thing. The train should be, I might even go further than that. Yeah, okay, well let me do it to that one now. I don't know why. Like that. There we go. Right, so nice big segment. So if a train was to come and wait, it's not going to block these inputs. And then I need another one here, right? Oh, no, I don't. No, that's fine. Yep. Cool. Yeah, that's fine by me. Alright. To be fair, I wasn't addressing the reason why you couldn't flip the signal. I was just surprised why there was a train. Oh, right. I'm pretty sure that's what was happening there, right? It makes sense. I think that a train was on the track. In the segment, I was trying to put down a new signal, and I'm trying to reverse its direction. I'm assuming that's what the problem was. Alright, so to the copper factory, and then afterwards we're going to delete this thing as well. Stop making these journeys, because we'll just be able to take the train. All through-line stations have a bypass track, even in real life. Yeah, well, it makes sense in real life. If we only have one train on a track, we don't really need a bypass for it. But I know what you mean. I just don't think I need one. My other stations do have them. Radio. So this is where we're going to be starting from. I could use my new train blueprint that we have in the other save, actually. So, there might be a lot of these. I'm not too sure. We need to go from here to there. Basically. It might be worthwhile just building it with foundation so I can generally know where I'm going. So I'll start up there and work my way down, actually, and just use foundations to, like, take a ramp down. I don't really like using elevation. I try to avoid it where I can. It might be kind of cool to try to go up onto this cliff and then up to the next one and then higher, something like that. Maybe I'll do that instead. Yeah, let's do that then. Okay. So I'm just going to start from this factory and build a foundation out to here, and then go 2 meters incline up until we hit a good spot. Go up to the raised bit or down to this lower bit. I think the lower bit makes more sense. Just maybe starting here. Alright. This is just temporary for a bit so we can see, get a general feel for it. And then decide where we need to go up and by how much. Otherwise, if I go up by 1 meter, it'll drive me mad. It always has to be 2 meters. So this is why I'm just starting at the bottom and working my way up to a height and then making the angle back. That makes sense. Alright. So, now I get a wall and we go whatever height we need. Maybe 8. Looks like we'll clear it just fine. 7 we might actually clear it as well. So, we're here, we have to start our incline, decline. Make it as small as possible, right? What trains would want. So just a 2 meter down. So we could get the... It's not actually going to be on this, so I was going to build a custom track, but we'll see, maybe. I don't have one going up and down, so I'll think about it. If I want to use the one I am using in the new series, I actually need 2.5 foundation space. Is there a half foundation for climbing? I don't think so. No. Okay though, that's alright. The double ramp here. That's what it would look like. Wait for the autosave. And then this has to just go all the way down. It's probably going to just reach exactly where it needs to be. Like the edge. Alright, cool. So we do this, we move across to there. All the way up. So I need that half foundation gap. It'll look better once we get the blueprint in. I'll copy it over in a minute. But we just need to get the general layout. This looks like a nice incline as well. It's not too bad. Generally speaking. We'll keep this as our world grid, so I'll just use that as my focal point. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. Look at my fuels. Yeah, thanks. Get more. Looks okay? Yep. Oh my god. Alright, so walls again. Let's see. So that wall was, how was it, 8, I think? 6 maybe for this one? Didn't really work out how far across this is. But we'd have to go even higher. Might be tempted just to go up to 8 again then. Same sort of incline. I don't know if I'll have the space for it. I would if it was tucked in a bit. So let's go. That's 7 and then that's 8. Alright. Wow, that was 10 minutes. This game is like, the time just flies by so crazy. Instant plutonium cells. Aluminum. Alclad. Nice. And then another thing for aluminum as well. Excellent. Into those later. Excuse me. Alright, so starting up at the top then, we work our way down. My god, really? How far across were they? I don't know. That cuts it a bit fine on that other side. We might need to go further. Just curious, how many of them were there here? I feel like there was less, but maybe not. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay. We can push that forward though a bit. It doesn't have to start there because we've gone quite higher than the initial incline, so that's okay. Yeah, it was just same height. I just thought maybe my height was off. So if we're going that high, we can actually get pretty far in. So maybe 3 more in before the incline would affect us. Here. So we're well clearing the cliff, actually. We could go even further back if we really wanted to. Which I think I will. I'm clearing the cliff by that much. Bring it way further in. Because it'd be nice to have a longer stretch here. Although, actually... the incline should start at the edge of this cliff. Although it doesn't make sense to suddenly start, like, climbing up. Does any of this make sense? Maybe not. Dying. Okay. Right, so 16, so 6 more. Catching Darren live again. It's weird that it gives me same-ish neural response as the feeling of realizing favorite show's latest episode just dropped. Oh, thank you. It is all good. I got a little frustrated midstream, but I'm happy now again. Just at silly things. But it's all good. Everyone's been really kind and generous and cool. Alright, so we'll continue straight for not much further, and then we'll have to go up again. Yes, I'm gonna go from this side this time, just because this will hit a wall first, I think. Yeah. Also hard to see, it's so dense jungle in here. Let me just go straight across. It might be time now to gauge that height and just bring that all the way over. Maybe. Or at least, yeah, we have to clear that. Okay. So a little plateau with some, you know, pillars to support this area. That'll be fine. And then we start climbing again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh yeah, this will be okay. Not running into any... Oh crap, there's a big cliff in the way. This was just a little further over to the right, we might be alright. So, sorry to keep, you know, I gotta get it right. Gotta move this just a bit further out. Your 8th slot is empty. You can add the double ramp to it. I've added it to number 4 because I don't need any of the other ones anyway. Hey, Skelter. Break it more east and mine all the trees. East? Yeah, I just didn't want to go over completely nothing for too long. So I'll probably build like an anchor thing that comes out from here. That'll look okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. And yeah, I'll get rid of the trees and bomb certain things. I don't want to remove everything. Is that it? I felt like I went too far. That's 14. Okay. 15, 16. Right, then we got another plateau here. You were upset? You seem like the kind of person who gets upset and starts saying things like malarkey as curse words. No, I was just being frustrated because my control... So, I can't remember why, but I plugged in a controller. And then I couldn't access the game for like 10 minutes because... Basically, when you turn on controller mode, it disables your keyboard and mouse, so you can't flick the setting back. And then when I went out of the game, like my control just wasn't working in the game, and still did. It never did. I don't know why. It worked on Steam. So that was just a bad experience. And then I had to go into the INI file and find it and just fix it. And I'm very sick of PC technical issues because I've been dealing with stuff behind the scenes that I won't bore you with. It's like I'm just very prone to being frustrated by that, I guess. But it really wasn't a big deal. And I wasn't swearing or anything. It was just like, ugh. If it was happening without people watching, I wouldn't mind as much either. It's just, you know, you get in your own head about like, I'm sorry that I'm stopping everything for this. Such a silly problem. It just feels like wasted time. Alright, well, we're looking good here anyway. So this has come up. This is 16 again, I'm pretty sure. This would be blueprinted straight across. That has a bit of an anchor underneath it, so that'll be okay. We need to climb again. We're almost there. I'm gonna run into that though, haven't I? Arch. Have to turn. I might be able to clear it. If we just clear this and then go up higher, maybe. Yeah, clear that, go through, and then go up again. Sure. Then we have to start going up around here. Might have to be steeper at this point, though. 1, 2, 3, 4. So close. Almost home free. Yes. But it's a bit of a problem, right? We can't just join on an incline. I mean, we can. Can we? Like, can you go turn and go down at the same time? Would you want to? Guess we can. Alright, cool. Maybe I'll just go back the tiniest bit so that the junction doesn't go down until we just get a little further back. So 1, 2, maybe 3? 1, 2, yeah, so 3. Alright, let's try that again then. Grab the Conterium node nearby. Oh, you already have? Which one? I don't think I've grabbed any Conterium nearby. Nope. There's nobody there at the moment. Not in. Great. Okay, cool. We made it. So I'll import my blueprint, and then we can just blueprint over these tracks. I won't be able to do the ramps, though. The ramps don't have a blueprint. So they're just going to... I'll show you what they look like. They'll be fine. 1, 2, 3, 4. Should be able to make their style the same relatively easily. But this will connect us all the way down. So we're doing the connection first, and then we'll do the stations that are hooking in. And we can clear any of the trees that are in the way of this stuff. Technology not doing what it's supposed to do is a huge pet peeve of mine as well. Yeah, I guess I just have a short temperament with that. I don't know why, but I just do. I just always feel like I'm under time pressure, generally, and it's when things don't work, I'm just like, this is just completely wasted time, and it's very frustrating. And I'm just in the habit of not having that experience. As an iPhone user, kind of just works. I don't do much with it. I use it very simply. So because of that, I don't have any issue. Play a PlayStation, just works, you know? It's great. But when I'm on my PC and it's like, so many things just don't work. And it's so annoying. Because I'm just sitting there trying to figure out what the problem is. So it just feels like wasted time. But I'm not saying it's even fair. I mean, these are hard problems to solve for developers in a lot of cases. So it's like, no one's fault, really. The nature of PCs a lot of the time, and a lot of different tech does this kind of thing. So it's just frustrating. Windows, it's always Windows. Maybe, I don't know. The controller not working, was that Windows' fault? I don't think so. It works with other games. Seems to be the game's... I mean, the one problem I genuinely have with the game is you should not lock out someone's settings when they just swap a setting. That's like that's like a classic developer mistake, in my opinion. I'm switching my input to a game controller, and then I hit OK. I've no way of testing if it works until I hit OK. I hit OK, and then it just disables your keyboard and mouse. It's like, okay. What do we do now? Because my controller didn't end up working. So it's like, well, whose fault is that? Because it worked with the other games. It's like, okay, fine. Maybe the controller... You have to catch that use case scenario where it's like, well, what if the thing they swapped to What if I didn't even plug in a controller at all and I made that switch? Because you could do that. You can switch your game over to a gamepad without any controller plugged in, hit confirm, and then you just can't control the game anymore. And if you close the game, this setting is saved. Well, what can I, you know, that's like not a good use case. You gotta, they need to, in my opinion, they need to fix that. I know it's probably rare that anyone will do this, but you don't want anyone doing that. No one should have to go into the INI file and find a setting and flick it from a 1 to a 0, grouped with many other settings, like to isolate that. Anyway. Probably 100 people ever might encounter this problem, but you know. Of course it had to be me. Time to leave that one here. Just brush past the train a little bit. Windows is Windows, true, but it works on thousands of different combinations of hardware. Mac OS is really better, but it's because it's always running on a specific set of hardware. Yeah, it's the whole like closed versus open argument, right? I'm a closed person for sure. I'm a turnkey solution. Like I'll sacrifice options in aid of convenience, in place of convenience. So but that's not for everyone. I wouldn't want it to be all one way for everyone. But I'm definitely that way, where it's like, yep. If I can know it'll just work, but there's not going to be any issues, that's fine. And if it means sacrificing like some things, that's okay. But obviously when it comes to Mac, it's like, well, it doesn't really play games, so not dealing with that. I'm pretty tempted to get a Mac. I've never had one. And that little Mac Mini thing came out. It's quite powerful. And I'm like, oh, I could maybe do my editing on that. Leave that running while I'm recording other things here. Kind of tempted to do that. But I don't have the money right now, but maybe. Don't? Why not? What would be the main reason not to? Yeah, I imagine it's really difficult to develop for PC. Because I was saying, like, Moist Critical, the streamer, he was playing Doom the Dark Ages and it crashed 20 times in 1 hour. But the game's reviewed like 85% positive, so he's obviously in this like very small minority of people that just doesn't work for. So it's like, yeah, what's his combination and why doesn't it work? Apparently it was to do with him getting the latest drivers. And people said like, oh, you shouldn't have done that. But in fairness to him, the game said like, you're using outdated drivers, do you want to get the latest? And he said yes. And it didn't work. So I couldn't really blame him. Linus Tech Tips had a video about using the new Mac Minis for editing, and they liked them. Yeah, I saw it on Marcus Brownlee's channel when he reviewed it, and I was like, it's not that expensive, it's quite powerful, it's really small, and therefore somewhat portable. So I kind of like the idea of using it for editing. But I've never had a Mac before. I used a Mac once like years ago, and I was like, oh, interface isn't as intuitive when you're used to Windows, but you get over that. And then it would I'd probably really like it because I like my other iPhone products or Apple products. It'd probably work with everything really well. Like I know you can bring your phone up on your screen and stuff, and I'm like, that's pretty cool. I just think this looks a bit weird, and I was just trying to think, is there a better way around that? And there is kind of. You can bring this down just a tiny bit further, and that pushed that one back. One, two, three. Wife's MacBook Air, 10 years, keyboard went out, unable to type in her password to log into it. 10 years is a pretty good run though. 10 years? I don't have anything that's 10 years old, tech-wise. So, that's not really a factor for me then. It's like, oh, it breaks after 10 years. It's like, okay. If you said like 4 years, I'd be like, okay, then yeah, maybe. 6, it's like, yeah, maybe. 7, 8, 9, it's like, nah, that's okay. By that point. But for me, you know, each to their own. Like, I don't have any PCs that lasted that long. My PCs all break. I've had 4 different mice in like 3 years. 2 keyboards in 2 years. This keyboard's the longest lasting one, actually. It's the most expensive one I bought, so I guess you get what you pay for. The only tech I can think that really lasted me that long is a PlayStation. Thinking about it, my PS3 still works. And my PS4. So I guess they're fine. Alright, let's go get those blueprints. I think that's pretty much it now all the way down. Why put a charging port on the bottom of a mouse? Yeah, that's dumb. I agree with that. The magic mouse thing. Do you have to use that mouse? Or can you use other ones? And then the other thing is like the power button for the little Mac Mini thing is in a weird spot as well. So there's, yeah, it's not like it's perfect. I have a Surface Pro 7 that got released in 2019. Used to deliver multiple lectures per day. Still holding up great with the exception of USB-C ports that are randomly disconnecting. That's pretty good. 2019? Yeah, that's good. That's 6 years now. Luis Rossmann has made a great name for himself calling out Apple for their business practices. Yeah, I don't know. It's, I see these things and it's like, look, I enjoy their products a lot. I'm not a huge Apple guy. I don't tell people to like go get Apple things. But it's hard to get mad when I feel like the experience is just pretty good when I use their stuff. I wouldn't feel that way if it was breaking or I had problems with it. But I'm your completely standard casual user. So I just use them and I'm like, this is smooth. Seems to work pretty well. Everything's taken care of for me. It's quite a great experience actually. Like I remember, but it's designed to be that way. It's designed to make other products awkward with it. So I get that. But for instance, the whole USB-C thing, that's been so fucking annoying. I would rather have stayed with Lightning cable. I know it's slower, but I've had to buy things for USB-C now, and it's really frustrating because I've got a bunch of stuff that isn't USB-C. And I have like all these cables now, and it's so funny because they were like, the EU was doing it so that there wouldn't be, and I know I'm probably an edge case scenario or something, but the EU was like doing this because you had people were having Lightning or USB-C in their house or whatever, and it's like, actually I just had Lightning. My only USB-C cable was my Steam Deck, because that came with one. I didn't have any though, and now I've got loads of both. Because what am I going to do? Get new AirPods? Get a new iPad? I'm supposed to get new everything, so I have USB-C? What a waste that would be. So instead of all these plugs and converters and stuff, it's like, god damn. Everything was fine. There's more waste now, at least from my household, because of the switch to USB-C. That's my point. I now have had to double up on cables. The amount of like, got a bunch of... I won't bother picking it up, but it's like ports. It's an adapter. I've got a bunch of adapters that I had to buy, and then a bunch of plug sockets that have multiple USB types on them, because I've got products now that have different things on them, which I didn't before. Ah! It feels like people that were like outside there who don't have Apple stuff being like, yeah, you should have this, and like forcing them to do it. It's like, great. Long run, I guess it'll all be unified, but something else will come along eventually again. I have no doubt. Right, gotta get these blueprints over to this save file, and now we can start to build this. This is stream 14. But again, like I said, I don't want to come across as some like Apple fanboy. I'm really not. Got no problem with like, I use Windows. But I do like my phone. And I like AirPods. My iPad's good. And I guess that's it. They all still work. And my AirPods are pretty old. AirPods are like the most amazing tech I've ever used ever. Probably. Oh, I have an Apple TV. My Apple TV remote is charged with lightning cable. It's like everything has lightning cable on it. It's like, what am I supposed to do? Get new stuff? So frustrating, man. Apple TV is like amazing as well. It's so good having it all together because I'll sit down at my TV and then when I turn it on, it's like, would you like to connect your AirPods? And you just click a button. It's like, boom, your AirPods are connected. And I'm just like, it's just nice. It's really nice. Like having it just all work so seamlessly. And like me and Rosie are sitting there and we want to share stuff. So we just like do like, boom, what is it? Like cast the TV. There's a button just on like the home screen. You just click that and it just connects to the Apple TV and straight up. Now I know that Android can connect to TVs that are compatible to do that, but just having an Apple TV makes it so fast and it recognizes everything that's on the same network immediately. It's just good. And I'm sure there's ways to set it up for other things that it's good too, but I'm in now. Like I can't get out of that now. Having my whole iCloud library of photos like on the TV and stuff. It's awesome. Love it. But yeah. It would take it would take some sort of weird conversion thing for me to ever move over. It would have to move all my stuff with me. First world problems? Well, these aren't problems. These things all work. I'm just saying I wouldn't want to change them. The first world problem is having 2 cables now for everything. That's the first world problem. Having to go and buy things because the government said that they have to change their stuff. Like, well, this costs me money now, so thanks. And I've got like a bunch of cables. Looking for the blueprints. And sorry, the cable issue for you is only a short-term problem. I have so many things in my house, including flashlights and security cameras that are USB charging. Yeah, well, I've got a bunch of USB stuff, but they're USB... Frankly, I've got a load of everything now. So I've got USB-C, whatever the old USB was. I've got micro USB. These things are all still active. And because our lamps are powered by micro USB. The sockets in our walls are USB 2.0. So we need 2.0 to C converters. Then we have C to C, which is fine now for the Apple stuff. But some of my old Apple stuff is USB 2 to Lightning. Some things are Lightning to Lightning. So it's just like, whatever, man. Throw another cable on there. Who cares, I guess. But it was frustrating to have to go buy adapters. That was all. Right, so. Oasis. The RL segments. These are the ones we want. Wait, is this a big problem? No, it's not a big problem. Yeah, I just thought it was funny. Yeah, you could say that they caused the problem in the first place, which is fine. I didn't think it was a problem. It wasn't a problem for me. Eventually, everything will have a standard charger. But I would argue, maybe, that in 10 to 15 years, there'll be something other than USB-C. We'll have something else. And then eventually wireless will probably get really powerful. Maybe, I don't know. I think it's a bit strange to be like... Because you could have said that with USB 2.0. It's like, well, eventually, we're all going to be on 2.0. And then Lightning came along and it was faster for a while. And then C came along and it was way faster. And then there's micro for small things and stuff. It's like, I don't know. Is there ever gonna just be one universal? I mean, they're trying to make that a thing, so maybe. And maybe for about 10 or 15 years it will be the standard, but something will no doubt come along that's different. It always does. I like the feature when you copy on phone and paste on Mac. Oh my god, that sounds so good. That sounds so good. Android phones, I'm sure, have this. When you get a new Android phone, does it just copy everything over from your old phone? Put it all in the exact same place and everything. I just got a new phone. It's like the best feature. I mean, I knew it had that anyway. They did it before, but when I moved I had a 12. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it would have been insane if it didn't. But I had a 12 and moved over to a 16. And that feature where you just put your phones next to each other and they just moves everything over. I'm like, that's like one of the best user experiences ever for anything. Because I remember, like, back in the day, like, setting up new stuff would take so long. Main infrastructure. Right, I'll move everything into that so I don't leave it here for too long. So RL segment, everything has to go in there. Let me add the category actually. So yeah, the only reason I wasn't sure if that was a thing is because some of the phones are actually quite different. Like you folding phones and stuff, so how could things be in the same place? But I guess it just adapts it. Setting up my work laptop is so much easier. Science. iPhone is like 7 years behind Android tech. Okay. I don't even need to use my old phone. All my crap is just backed up on Google. I log into a new phone and I just downloads everything. What's give me 3 Android features that an iPhone doesn't have that you can't live without. Considering iPhone is 7 years behind Android. I mean, I don't keep up that much, but I watch MKBHD. I see his reviews of all these Galaxy phones. I don't necessarily see anything, but maybe I'm wrong. Why innovate when AI? I mean, they're all like that, unfortunately. Not just Google. Because my dad's awesome. He's really into tech and stuff, and he has like always the latest whatever phone. And it's like a trifold whatever. And he's like, yeah, I got my 2 SIM cards in here. I'm like, well, I'm good. I don't even have 1 SIM card in my phone. I obviously have an eSIM, but I mean, like, I don't use it. I can't imagine needing 2. I'm not some like, I don't even know why you'd ever need that, but like someone that travels between countries, I guess a lot or something, maybe. I was gonna say like super high tier business person or something that goes between Tokyo and London every weekend. Then I could see, okay, yeah, maybe. I use a Google Pixel 9 Pro. I use a custom Android launcher, and the camera is incredible. Yeah, I saw recently MKBHD posted some video with a camera that's massive on the back, but is an awesome camera, and it looks good. It's huge. It's like a giant circle on the back of the phone. It reminds me of an old Nokia phone I used to have back in the day. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I need to just reorganize these. Okay. We go. 2, 3, 4, 5. 6. We'll do 2, 3 pieces. Oh my god. My bad. Alrighty. Now, I don't know how that's going to work. I guess it'll need to be trimmed a bit further back before it can actually do its thing. I don't know what the... like how far we need to be before you can kind of bend in properly. Let's just test this. If this was to go straight like that. Get rid of this for a second. That's one foundation on each side. Would that be okay? Yeah, that's alright. One foundation each side. That connects. Without too much... That's like a little lift, but nothing crazy, right? That's fine. So the plan for me then was just to continue that material all the way up. So just asphalt and then put the same pattern on it. And it should look pretty good. And I could extend the beams up too. It won't have a filler in between though, because we can't have that. There's no ramp with a half foundation, so it would just have to be on its own from then. Yeah, you're right. The height of the floor is actually slightly different. What are we, like 2 foundations lower than it or something? That's a good point. I mean, I don't mind going down a bit. Oh, it looks like it could be a full 4 meters, actually. Yeah. Yeah, well spotted. Alright, 4 meters. We'll just start 4 meters higher. Anyway, sorry, I didn't read. So my Samsung camera is amazing, but iPhone does an amazing job with their software to improve the image quality on the back end. The Google Pixel has the best rated camera. Yeah, iPhone's post-processing is trying to make up for it, I guess. Apple just works how they want it to, and Android you can mod it. Oh yeah, no, totally. That's what I was saying. It's like if you want to... It was what we were debating before. It's like, want to determine what your phone can do. Android's the way to go. Right, you can customize it and do whatever you want with it, really. But with iPhones, like if you just want someone to give you a phone that works and they decide how it should work for you, then iPhone's the way to go. Because that's what I want. I want a turnkey solution to almost everything. You figure it out, what I should have. Give it to me. But some people would think that's like the worst thing in the world. Like you can make the best steak in the world yourself, or you could go into a restaurant and someone gives it to you. Yeah. You pay more for one though. Yeah, you can schedule texts. iMessage, you can schedule texts. iMessage is really cool, actually. You've loads of features in there. Pretty random and gimmicky things, but me and Rosie use it for fun. Like obviously, you got stuff like sharing location and things like that, but got other weird things like the Genmoji thing or Memoji. So you it makes like a little character that looks like they're in The Sims out of your face and stuff, and then it generates. You can basically FaceTime it or like talk into the camera or look at the camera, and it animates you or whatever, and you can dress them and do things. So me and Rosie play around with that a bit. Digital Touch is another one we mess around with sometimes as well. Yep, send later. I was into other things too, like Microsoft OneDrive is paired with iMessage and stuff. Anyway. Still need to go further over actually then if we're going higher. That's nice, I could change it while it was already kind of built. Alright, I'll connect the seams on the way back. We'll just keep going. So I need white with the yellow, street yellow. And then that's the pattern. Cool. I think it's faster to delete and just copy this down, because otherwise I have to paint it and pattern it. This way is probably just a bit quicker. Blueprints seem to connect, but do not. Huh? That was a response to anti-sober. Can you run the train line on those tracks to ensure the train won't derail due to blueprints? Yeah, in 1.1 they connect. Already tested it. I mean, not in this world, but I tested it in my desert world when I made these blueprints. But I'm not going to hook up the power now. I just guarantee it. They will connect. Give you a darn personal guarantee. The only guarantee is that I checked it in a different save, so, and it worked there. All right. There we go. I need to delete this stuff. Get it out of my way. Get it out of my face. That's too far. I'm gonna go a bit shorter than that. 3. So I'm hoping, like, we can grab this and just go diagonal mode. And just trace it all the way up. That'll be 40 meters. Why can't I do that? Oh, I don't have enough beam. Oh, wow. We're gonna need more beam. I can't even get that done. Right. Beam. Steel. Where the hell do I make all that? This factory, I think, right? Coke factory? That makes steel. A guarantee? That's funny. My biggest complaint is the proprietary file extensions that make sharing with non-Apple devices a real pain in the ass. They want you to convince your friends and family to join Apple. I guess it just I've got no friends. I've never tried to I mean, I send people things through messages. Like, if people want to use WhatsApp, I use that. If I want to send Rosie anything, I just use AirDrop. I'm trying to think, like, what's the use case? You're trying to send someone a file on their device and it's because it's not Apple, they can't take it? Seems odd. I don't, like, because I feel like I can send stuff to my Windows PC just fine. I do all the time. But I haven't tried it, like, phone to phone, I guess. I do have it at Depot, but I've drained it. It's just filling up too slowly. Frankly, it wouldn't even be fast enough if it was going at 270 per minute. Each blueprint piece for this rail takes 246 steel beam. So it's a lot. So I need more. I just can't remember even where I make it. Plastic, rubber, encased industrial beam. I guess I use it all here. Wow, I didn't know that. Okay, so the only place I think I make steel then is a different part of the map, in a very low volume. Surprised that carried my whole game to this point. Unless I've made it somewhere else, I just can't remember. No, I'll just drive. It'd be fun. It'd be cool if you drove faster on Rocketfuel or something. See how far this 3 rocket fuel gets me. Yeah, so with auto connect mode, you'll hear like a little ping. You have to click it twice to make auto connect work. So regular blueprint mode, it'll just snap on and you click and it builds. Auto connect mode, it snaps on, you click, then you can actually move it and its connections will extend with it. You'll see it. And then you snap it back in place and click. So you need to double click if you're keeping it in the same spot. I don't think it works for belts when they're right next to each other. I think you actually do need a gap. Maybe they've patched that. That was how it was initially. Because trains don't need a gap. You can build them right next to each other. Like, I mean a gap in terms of the blueprints. With belts, you did. It's like, if there was a belt and the auto-connect was like right next to the other belt, it just wouldn't auto-connect. It would like freak out. But it would only auto-connect if you were connecting and then moving it like even 1 meter away. It would then work. No truck delays or problems today. I mean, well, we did at the very beginning, we saw one not moving, but then it did correct itself. I believe it's still true. It needs to be 1 meter shy of the blueprint, but the trains could be on the edge. Versatile framework factory. I just don't remember where any of that stuff is. So I know of a steel factory here. And I assume this is where I'm getting my steel from. Versatile framework. That might be made over there. Or over there in the silicon factory. I think I just manually made them. I tend to always do that with versatile framework. Are you Mark 3? You're a Mark 1, but what about here? Oh, so downstairs is where it happens. The depot might have a Mark 1 belt on it. I could maybe speed it up a bit. Ultimately, I'm going to be taking more anyway. Oh, it's Mark 3. So this is the one. I'll probably need concrete. Yeah, a drone that you can fly yourself around would be cool. Sorry if I missed any stuff with the other conversation. I genuinely just missed it. I think I got it. I think. Alright, back we go. Really have 5 hours, so I can keep going. I'm enjoying this. Get our train track built. Be nice to get that done. Get it loaded and fed. And then tomorrow I guess we'll get it running with the new machines. Probably won't build the new machines today, but we could at least connect the 2 factories. Yeah, it'd be nice if you could hold on to drones. It'd be cool, yeah, a little rope underneath them or something, you're just holding them. Or just you stand on them, you stay on them, yeah. Back after my meeting, hope it was a productive meeting. Meetings. Oh, I had enough meetings in my lifetime. I only worked in an office for 2.5 years, but too many meetings. Am I driving without fuel, by the way? We're running on fumes. AFC meeting. All meetings should be an email. Ugh. Almost all. I would say that yeah, I actually kind of agree. When I was in the office, a lot of those things could be emails. Called into things for no reason. Oh, there we go. I just ran out. Nice. That got us pretty far. But it's like even, I don't know, just meetings suck. So much corporate BS in there. People talking about action plans and then never doing anything. Whoop. It was, but Stockfish says it was productive, so that's good. The meetings I liked were like brainstorming meetings, where it's like, okay, we need to come up with like ideas and stuff. Those ones I found fun. But a lot of meetings were just like, just telling us things. It's like, okay. This will have to be a really small segment. 1, 2, 3. So you can actually auto-connect like this. So I'm connected now, and then I could just loop this around into the right position. But this is actually saying it's turning to... Oh, it's the wrong way around, that's why. Ah, still too sharp, is it? What's the problem? You're coming out at such a weird angle. Yeah, there we go. Still just doesn't really want to do that. It doesn't matter. I wasn't planning on doing auto connect there anyway. We'll be able to connect in just fine. The new connection mechanics just generally for Rail means that you don't always have to worry about that. But it is nice when you're just building in a straight line to make it work. Yeah, it makes sense why that's too tight, because I'm not actually trying to perform that turn. So you can rotate on the spot now in 1.1. That's the thing that makes it all the difference, I guess. This might still be too tight though, actually, because I need to do that and connect down to here, and then connect that across, but that's too sharp. Can't nudge it. Oh, okay. Normally can. Problems. Right. I'd rather not push that forward, but I might. That might be the only thing I can do there. Yeah, because that's perfect. It's just this. Oh, right. Actually, this works. Fair enough. Got him. Yeah, a little race, whatever. It's fine. That just connects in there then, right? Good. Beat this, actually. There we go. We'll fill that gap later. Cool, so this could be our rail section, so starting here. Perfect. I guess I could do auto connect here if I want. They're connected. All good. Grab our rail and we'll just go to here. Same thing and just keep going up. So that's a bit smoother now. Good. Sorry, you can try connecting at the mid foundation point instead of the edge for the thing. Mid, yeah. Obviously I've done that now, but yeah, keep that in mind in future. Oh, they're going through. It's weird, it doesn't do that on the way down. Let me just test that real quick. If you were to just go to straight there for a second. And I cut that, and I go here, down. Why didn't it do that before? Didn't I do one on each side? Oh, maybe because it was going... bending up. We're bending over. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Actually, that makes sense. Alright, well, you know, whatever. Leave it. How far is this? This is... 13. Alright, nice. Not much more to go now. We're almost up to the final height. 2 more inclines. The spider that person mentioned. It is here after all. Come at me, bro. See you later. It's not far enough. This will be a tiny segment. I'll put down my little track, but remove the rail and build the rail manually. Let's get rid of the rail on that. Alright, it's gone now. Don't know where he is. There's a sphere down there as well. Alright, perfect. Go to here. Cross to maybe the halfway point of this one, right? Not a great little platform, but it's something. Let's continue its little buddy up this way. Just make that asphalt. Give it the color. Give it the pattern. Then copy it. 2, 3, 4. Get rid of this. Then we need to make this a 1. Ooh, these are facing the wrong way. I don't think I can do anything about that. Can I? Okay. Good. Yeah, I know. The pattern being rotated was like, no, what do I do? Because you can't turn the ramp, obviously. Thankfully, we could turn the pattern. Okay. Thank God. Very cool. Oh, I said I'd go to the halfway point on this one. The halfway? Can't tell. When doing the incline, try one foundation on one side and half foundation on the other, instead of one foundation on both sides. You think it just looks better that way? The ones going, yeah, for the ones going over, is that what Ace was saying, I think? The one foundation on this side and half on this side. I mean, yeah, it's a little better. It's less clipping. It still clips a little bit. So this is this version and that's that version. So it is better. This one was okay either way. But I guess we could try to unify that. Yeah, it's better. Cool, thanks. Sorry if that's what that person meant. I thought they meant something else when I said, oh, I'll keep that in mind. I thought that was just for the turn, but yeah. This is good music for that game. This is, or for this game. This is, the Surviving Mars soundtrack. Oh, Hover Pac-Man. I spent more hours than I can count doing railways like this. Connectable blueprints cut the time way down. Yeah, totally. I've been practicing doing them in the desert series, and it's like, sure, you spend a little bit of time doing inclines or turns, but generally, when you get a level run of track, it's like boom, 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 you know, so fast. And turns, even junctions, I think are much faster now too. Especially how you can like rotate these on the spot, so you connect in and then you're like, oh, I want it to face that way. That is such a change. So, much easier. Yeah, we were talking about changes like that you like are really good with this patch, and I was struggling to come up with some early on. But that's like a really big one. Like how you build tracks and stuff is huge. Alright, so I'll just try to redo these. I might have to cut little bits. Wouldn't be too bad. So use the one, but then go to the half, right? Yeah, it's not too bad then. That's too short, so this would have to go to the half here, and then go up. That was able to do it, but anyway, it doesn't really matter, does it? Looks good either way. Let's get rid of that. God, I keep getting lag when I face south. It gets really like, it just hitches when I turn that direction. It's so strange. Nice, looks okay as well. Coming along. So I'll cut that and this just to get our little curve thing. Alright, good. That can go. And then we grab this. We go down to the 1. So the 1 on the blueprint doesn't have a track built onto it. Which is why I leave that one gap between turns or inclines. Love them. Darren, do you plan on making a massive drone airport? I haven't made a plan for one, no. So, when I built a nuclear power plant in the stream series I did before, where I actually beat the game, we did have, I think it was 13 drones? 13 drone ports. But bringing in everything, from uranium to the concrete, encased industrial beams, like almost everything. Limestone, not concrete, limestone. So, I could envision if I was to do a nuclear power plant, I would do something like that again, because it's kind of fitting thematically to have it be remote and everything comes in via, you know, a remote airdrop, as it were. I like using the idea of using trains for it too, though, so I haven't really thought about it because it's so far away from where I am in my desert series anyway. In this world, I'm not too sure. I do plan on having drones again for my liquid biofuel setup, but I don't necessarily need an airport for that. We just need 1 or 2, and then they deliver them to the different factories. So, it doesn't really make sense if you're dealing with high volume to use drones. Like, you could do it for the fun and the challenge, I guess, obviously. But for something high volume like this, I'm bringing a train in. You know, it's 1,400 copper ingots. It could have been done by drone, probably. It's not like that absurd. We could have had maybe 4 or 5 drones do it. But it just seems to make more sense to use trains for high volume. High volume, long distance should be trains. Low volume, long distance, drones. Mid-volume, mid-distance, you know, trucks. That's kind of how I see it anyway. But each to their own. So I don't have that plan, but it could be fun to do that. I feel like it'd be really tough to balance it because, you know, you can't really fully see the times of drones properly. So it's like, is everything coming in correctly? It might just take a while, but I had no problem with the nuclear plant. It did work. 1 or 2 times we had some drone problems, but we just added another drone and that solved it, so it wasn't too bad. I need to do those ramps, and then maybe I'll just play around with the diagonal steel just to see what that looks like, and then we'll just connect them up to the station. You know, blueprinting that would have made a lot more sense, actually, thinking about it. If I just made a blueprint for the diagonal ramp thing. I say if I did, I still could. It'd probably still save time. Let's do that. Because my only plan is like, even just this, if this could just come up with us, that'd be enough, you know, and it would look good enough. So I'd have to get it to the point where it's on the seam of the foundation, like there, so 32.985. Although that being said, this doesn't take that long. But it does, I suppose, at scale. But that's what I want it to look like. That would look, that's going to look really nice. Yeah, let's just blueprint that. And I'll just remove these foundations, we'll throw them in underneath, it'll be fine. It'll be nice and quick. No track to connect or anything. I guess I'll do that down there. Yeah. You can make a blueprint and then remove all the parts you did and lay the blueprint down, everything would be chef's kiss. Yeah, indeed. I still have it ingrained in me, it's like, can't do vertical nudging with blueprints, so I just avoid it. But it's simply not the case. Leave that. Okay, I'll just build my designer thing over here. We'll just do it quickly. We're using just 4-meter double ramps. Could have them both go in, right? That'd be nice. Be helpful for my main series anyway too, because I'll probably use this. So 2 section. Probably the best. I guess there's no harm because you just chop off the bit you don't need. So we'll try to do a 3. We might be okay. Right. Well, the question is now, is this facing the right way? So it's kind of like from left to right, yeah. Yep, I think so. Okay, good. So we need this H-beam. Seems okay. Yeah. Now, to match this, we could do the angled wall thing. Shame I can't turn it. Like if with infinite nudge you could just rotate it just the right amount and it would be good. It'd be great. I mean, you could do something like a beam. I just want that yellow effect going down, but it'll clip through. See, it doesn't clip through here because it's exactly where it needs to be between these 2 beams. Can't do that here. Unless I could pivot, but we can't. So I could do a colored beam to maybe give us the same effect. Yeah, and it's just yellow. It might just kind of give you that effect from a distance. Great if I could sink it in just even further a little bit, because then it would basically do the job. I don't know if there's a way to do that though. Just bring it in like the tiniest bit. Next, it's always going to be like, can we get it? Oh, actually, that might be where we need it. It is kind of where we need it, but it's just like on top of the concrete. So it'll be flickering. But it was so close. If you try an I-beam painted yellow in the middle of the 2 gray beams, that's actually a great idea because if you turn them sideways. Oh yeah, well done. I was gonna say if you turn them sideways it would also work, but it actually just works just like that. Yeah, great idea. That solves it. Let's just try that just again. Yeah, nice. Thanks. This is why there's so much steel on these. Awesome. All right, we'll just save that. I'll copy it over and then save it again. So we'll just call this Oh yeah, these have a problem. They don't like being placed because the beam clips through the designer, even though it lets you do it when you're building it. I'll just raise it slightly. Shouldn't be an issue because we can just delete them now, right? Or I mean, nudge them vertically. That, and we'll just paste that one again next to its buddy. Okay, so they're the same height. They have the half gap between them. And it's a 3 foundations. Alright, cool. Let's try that. Did I just hear you say you can't do vertical nudging with blueprints? I just did it last night. No, you can. You can. I think I may have been saying that I still have that ingrained in my head where I feel like you can't. But you can, of course. Of course. Needed something behind this. Oh, it was the temporary foundation. That's fine. Right. Once one's in, they should auto-connect, I think, right? Let me just get rid of this. There we go. All right. Blueprint. Blueprint mode. So it won't snap nicely, but we can just do this now. Thank Coffee Stain. We're doing a good job at that. That was 8, 7, 6. So it's 6 meters difference. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And if this one's going to clip through, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But I'll just delete some of the... I guess I could try make a version that's 2 and a 1 just for the odds and ends. Because I can obviously cut it and just extend the thing. So I was just going to do this, right? And then you go like, oh, right, I don't need that bit and I don't need that bit. But now with 3 beams on each side, it's like a bit much to have to do that. So maybe I'll just quickly make the 2 meter variant and a 1 meter variant, and that should really cover us. 3 for like longer distance, and then 1 or 2 to catch any gaps you get left over. Nice that these fit together so well. Didn't think they would. Okay. There we go. 2 meters. Just get rid of this one. We'll save that as a temporary and duplicate it over. I'll just save it now actually and then replace it. Wait a second. That's where they need to be. Did I leave a big... Was the gap too big on that one? No. Okay, I thought maybe, you know, it's counting the beam distance or something on the blueprint thing. What's that? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. I was just overthinking it. Can I make a recommendation? Absolutely. Make a 1 meter blueprint and build everything from the 1 meter blueprint for looks consistency. Yeah, that would have been the smart thing to do. I don't know why. I was just like, oh, I'll do a 3 and that'll just fit. But if I did a 1, I could have just added them onto each other, and yeah. Definitely, generally, that's just a good rule for anything. It's like if you're building a track blueprint, start with the 1 and then just copy it over and over to make it a 5. The only thing that might be a bit of a problem with that is the beam sizes. So if you do what you're suggesting, you'll have, or the beam amount, you'll have a beam that goes to there, and then another object that goes to there, and another one that's there. I guess the cost would be, is it the same either way? It would be the same cost, I guess, but it'd be 3 separate objects. I don't know if that matters in the Unreal object thing, you know, because there is an object limit. So part of me is like, you want as few objects as possible. But another part of me is like, well, it definitely would be convenient just to have the 1 segment and just keep copying it over. But that's the only thing I can think of. I mean, it's probably a non-problem. Anyway. That's our 2 meter. Let's just do it again for a 1. But yeah, you definitely have it logically right. You should start with the one, copy it over. That definitely makes sense. I could replace my, the other rail. Sorry? The bauxite rail that's already up there with this new version, just to keep it all the same. It wouldn't take long, because it would all just auto-connect anyway. I might do that as well. Alright, there we go. Job done. Alright, now we've got everything we need just to connect it all up. And then I'll have to make some sort of supports. I have supports for this rail, but they wouldn't fit the height that this is at. It's more for low, it's like low supports is probably what I should have called them actually. Now we have, let's add this to the same proper category. The ramp. That'll do. That'll do. We have a tiny gap there. I think it's okay. I guess. Alright, great though. Alright, let's keep going. We'll do that up this side now. Might be easy to start from the top and go down, actually, thinking about it. Actually, leave that where it was. So I'll just pop that onto its own hotbar, so 6. So it doesn't really play nice when connecting. 1, 2, 4, 5. That was pretty good. Nice. I learned the other day that when organizing blueprints, you can control-click to highlight more than just one, like in File Explorer. And then you can drag them all together. Oh my god. That's a great tip. Good to know. That's really good to know. Especially when I've got... That's so great to know because I've been like, oh, I'm not bothered. You know, there's just too many in this undefined category. But that helps a lot. Nice. That's an amazing tip. Hey there. Maybe a dumb question, but what is the goal you have right now? Never got that when looking at Satisfactory streams. Well, normally you're progressing towards different things all the time. So you have the hub, which is like the main building, and you have to feed it with stuff, or just give it stuff manually to unlock new buildings to build. But normally what you're doing as a meta progression, that's just to get new things. But the meta progression of the game is you have a space elevator. I've actually torn mine down at the moment. The space elevator requires certain things. So for instance, when you start the game, you'll need to make smart plating. Okay, so it's like, okay, you just have to basically figure out a way to get these two components, pop them into a machine and make this, and then send, I think it's like 500 of those into the space elevator. You launch the elevator, goes up to the sky or whatever, and you progress. You unlock the next few things you can then do, and machines and things to play around with. And ultimately, that's what you're doing. It's not an amazing, like, why are we doing any of this? It's like, well, you're just trying to get further to get access to more machines, more buildings, so you can build bigger and build better, so that you can basically just keep doing that. It just feeds itself. So there is no real point, other than if you just want to complete the game, at the end, you need to make a very complex item, and, you know, like 250 of them. And you have to pull all these different things together to do it. So that's your hook. If you want to beat the game, you're working towards that. Is there a reason for any of this? Hopefully you enjoy it. That's why. Maybe you want to get the achievement. I don't know. But yeah, that's ultimately what you're doing. So it takes ages to complete. It depends. I mean, the game, it'll take you a long time to beat the game, especially if you're new to it. But for instance, this machine here, right? So this is a recipe. It's done in this machine. This is 2 per minute. I think at some point you need 500 of these. So 500 divided by 2, it's 250 minutes. So it would take you that long to do that. Unless you built more machines. So if you made 2 of those machines and you were able to manage them. Why did that not work? 500 divided by 2 is 250. Oh yeah, sorry. And then if you made 2 machines, you do it in 125 minutes. If you made 3 machines, 83 minutes. If you did 4 machines, 1 hour, and so on and so forth. So it's like you could speed it up if you build more. It just depends how long will that take you to, you know. But that's basically what you're doing in the game. And you can do it with friends if you want to go even quicker and play multiplayer. But on streams, yeah, I've already beaten the game just not that long ago. Even though I'm a streamer for the game, I've only actually ever beaten it just recently. And my goal with this playthrough is just to kind of build cool, big factories, because it's fun. It's just fun to work these problems out, create new problems for yourself by trying to pull things from different parts of the map together and say, like, oh, can we do this? Is there a more efficient way of doing this? Is there a, you know, that kind of thing. So, and it's just fun. You always feel like you're learning and figuring things out all the time, so it's part of the fun, I guess. If I move my current save to 1.1, will it just be auto-compatible when 1.1 is released? Yes. They do advise backing up your save in the rare case that that's not true, but it's supposed to be true that it will just be compatible, yeah. It's never not been. Let's put it that way. Like, that's never not worked in all the other experimentals. One thing is true, though, you can't go back. Once you go to 1.1, you don't go back to 1.0. It won't work for that save. I'm out of steel. Wow. Right. We could work on the junction up top. This is a different playthrough. I know it's a little confusing, but this is from when Update 8 came out. I started a playthrough here. And then when Update 1.0 came out, I was like, oh, I'm gonna make it, I'll start streaming. I wasn't really streaming before. I did a stream world, and on the stream world, I actually beat the game for the first time. I'd never done it before. And then after that, people were like, hey, go back to your Update 8 world. Make it work with 1.0. And this is the world we're in now. And then to complicate things, I have a new video series world. That's the desert series, and that's ongoing. So right now, all that really matters is I have the stream world, and I have a desert video series world. So 2 things. So I keep the stream world and the video world separate just because I don't want people to feel like they missed one or the other. I don't want to tell people who are in the videos, go watch the streams, and vice versa. I think people will find it if they want more content from me, but yeah. This game's like Dice's favorite program, but first person. Did you play DSP? I did when it first came out. I only played it literally for 2 days. I really liked it, but I only played it for 2 days. I was sent it. It was in early access, and I was like, this is great. But I have a factory game right now, and I just don't have the time for it. It's been 3 years, and I still haven't got back to it, so... Any cool spoilers for the Desert series we can hear? Well, you've seen a little spoiler. These blueprints, I wasn't planning on using a ramp actually, but the regular blueprints are the rail blueprint that'll be featured in the next video. The next video for the desert is going to be basically building out a rail into the swamp, gathering bauxite, sending it back up into the desert, connecting it to coal, and then starting the factory there. I've got the loose plan for it, but I haven't recorded it, so that's just what I plan on doing. So that's the spoilers. aluminum trains and aluminum. And here's a tease. I think it's like a really good recycling system where it can't fail. Because a lot of people seem to struggle with aluminum. So I think it's not like I've invented this. I'm sure other people have it, but it's like a separate recycling thing where you shouldn't have to worry about the excess water coming out. It can't go wrong, basically. So that's why it'll be the most noob-friendly aluminum setup in some ways. But it's also going to do really great scale, just like any other setup. So I think it'll be good. Anyway, we were making a junction here, so that's what I was standing around looking at. So the other line is coming from here and in. A game that I've been thinking about playing as well recently, and a few people have asked me to, is Captive Industry. Speaking of trains, that game just got trains. And I was looking at it, I'm like, oh, this looks cool. It would be great to play Dyson Sphere again as well. Sorry about the tree in the way, we'll get rid of that in a minute. So this is a half foundation, 1, 2. So we can go our half, then the 2 is there, I think. If it matters, I just like to kind of try to make it even. Okay, so that's that. We'll need... This is the... I don't know which way things move around, actually. It must be this way, because I can't flip it, so I assume it's this way. Yeah, this track is weird, isn't it? I made this... Yeah, I need to see which way they're going and which side they're on, because I don't know. Okay, so it is... Okay, that's fine. Just thinking, when we come out... Oh yeah, we'll just need to be able to make that right turn. Yeah, I was just confused for a sec. That's okay. Got this. Fluids are the arch enemy of most satisfactory noobs. Indeed, yeah. I mean, even... I would even argue of veterans. So if you loop the excess water back in without being going into too much detail, a lot of people struggle with this, including myself on occasion. Although actually, surprisingly not this time. I thought I had the problem, but it turns out we didn't. Because it's like, if you're sending in 300 water in from... Let's say you've got 100 water going into machines, and then 200 coming out of the recyclers going in. So you need 300 in total, right? It should sound like it just works out, right? The 200 comes out, it goes onto the pipe, goes in, mixes with the 100, and the 300 goes on to feed those machines. But what often happens is if you've got a little bit too much water of the source, the original source coming in, right? So 100 still coming in, but let's say it pooled up for a bit, just a little bit of it pooled up in the pipes, because that can happen, especially when you first turn it on. You're preventing some of the excess water getting out to go back around. And then it becomes this like vicious circle where not enough of the excess water gets in, so more of the original water gets in, because the machine stalls. The machine stalls, and while it's waiting, you're still pumping the original source water in, but none of the recycling water is coming around, because it can't, because it's stalled. And then you get this feedback loop, where you're only feeding in the source water, and then anything that's trying to get out can now you've got enough water, but it can't come back around anymore, because you've blocked it. So this can like cause issues. So people are like, oh, you got to raise the recycling pipe, that gives it the priority in. Or there's other methods like use pumps and valves and set the rates. Should we have buffers? Everyone always has different ideas. The raising of the pipe seems to be one of the best ways you can do it. But I've got a way where I'm just going to separate the pipes altogether. The recycling pipes won't touch the original ones. And we'll clock the machines such that once one machine runs, all 5 will run. And then we can scale the blocks of 5 as much as we want. That's the plan anyway. But this way, you just it's idiot friendly. Even if you make a mistake, right? It's like, oh, it doesn't matter. Thank you, Brunswick. Good to see you, by the way. Seven months, and he said another month in the books. Love the content. Thank you, Brunswick. Thank you. Yeah, I've done that too. You can, there's loads of methods, right? Start it overclocked and then just underclock it once it gets up and running. You can fill up buffers first with the extra water, and then once it gets running, delete them or something. You could have too many water extractors if you want initially, and then turn them off. That's what we did in the stream world. In the stream world, I was like, oh, we only need 3 extractors, but I'll add a 4th, get it going, and then once it's going, turn off the 4th. And do that like for the multiple rows, and that worked. You know, these all work. It's just a lot of people do have struggle where they find it's gotten backed up somehow or something like that. You know. All right, so junction. I was waiting for steel to kind of build up. We got enough now, right? 500. So this could be our right turn. This will go straight. So that's done. This goes that way. This goes that way for sure. Yep. Okay. So you need to turn into this. So that's 1, 2.5. So that's a good turn point, actually. This is our half, so that's 1 and then 2. So this needs to end here. Alright, but we'll also need to like join onto the other sides. Because we're coming up and we're joining onto that and going that way. So that's fine. And then as we leave... I mean, I guess nothing will probably ever use this, but there's no harm in having it. Just in case I change my mind one day. Starting from the same spot. How do I even make a track that long if I can't connect to it now? I don't know. Maybe it was 2 and I didn't notice. Alright, so this will just connect in there. You're able to do both, and you need to do both. So again, actually stopping at this point would be better. Okay. That was pretty good, or pretty quick, I mean. I don't want to say it's good. Not for me to say. But it was quicker than I thought it would be. Right, so we just need to configure signals. And that should be straightforward enough. They should have power now, those rails, which is nice all the way down. So we want this to be a path signal, and I want it to be on the inside. A path signal, left side. I don't know why it's defaulting to going that way though. There we go, yeah. That's going in. Path signal going in here, please. Path signal going in here. And then we need block signal going out. These would overlap, so I guess I'll flip their side. Because this wasn't built with a gap in mind like that was. That's why I like the gap, because we can keep the signals on the inside and they look the same then. There's a visual glitch of that. We could reload the game and they'll work, but that should be it now. We just need to build these signals down and connect into a new station down there, and then we'll drive the route and that'll be kind of it. But it's still just a little bit more, we completely used all of that steel. I just need to keep building up steel. But I guess just while we're waiting, before I do the rest of these cosmetics, let's just continue the rail where it needs to go now, over that way. And I suppose signals all the way down, why not? Hoping for a derailment. Evil. Must you not turn right on both lines? Yeah, so this is the way forward. There could be someday a situation where you want to go that way or go that way. I got you one. You ate it. Yes. I got you one, and then I said, "Oh, you already have one in there," and you were like, "No, that's for you." Yeah. Anyway, I was just thinking about what just happened there. Okay. These things. So we want this to be facing this way. We're going to say build mode is left side, and we'll go all the way down to the bottom. Pop them on the bottom bit. Makes the most sense. I started doing circles instead of intersections. Or roundabouts. Yeah, I've seen those. I don't see... I got no problem with it, but why? Seems like they would take up more space. Is there a problem with junctions? Like, do the roundabouts run better or something? Is that why? You like the autoconnect feature in trains? It seems like... Oh yeah, I love it. We were just using it. It's really great. Alright, this hover pack is so slow. Alright, good. Same thing here, I guess. Kind of over the halfway line, but I think I'll live with it. It's there. It's really nice having the power just come down with it, though. Alright, that's the second part of the track. So we need to connect it over there, build a quick station, and that'll be kind of it. And then tomorrow we'll actually like run it properly, because there's a lot of logistics that need to be done in that factory. So we need to break out 1400 copper per minute and divide it onto the train properly and stuff. But for now, we can just keep doing these segments over towards the center. This is the auto connect feature, I guess. Just works. Somewhere, I don't know where. I mean, I guess it'd be nice to come out the center, but we don't have to. But I suppose, why not? I just don't know where the place of the track's going to be. But I suppose if it needs to change tomorrow, it's not a big deal. It's quick enough just to do the straight line tracks anyway. So, 1, 2, 3, 4. Enough. I don't know what's going on. I think I was rotated the wrong way. Oh, I'm out of steel. Okay. Damn. Maybe I could go make one more run for steel just so we can get this done, because I'm going to just obviously need more. And I dropped a dismantle crate, which is quite relatively unusual for me. I'd be stealing that or something. And we got to do our pillars and stuff for them. You can do a U-turn with circles. Oh, right. Yeah, yeah. Did you see the patch note confirmed you weren't going nuts? You mentioned you felt like you were jumping higher. Yeah, no. I actually saw in one of the streams they mentioned it before the patch came out. They called it a moon jump bug. I don't know what that means though. But yeah, I felt validated in some ways before, because they were like, well, for two reasons. They were like, yeah, the conveyor throughput things aren't working, and then also the jump is a bit higher than you think, or it should be, because of something. It's nice to see that fixed. It felt so much better immediately, like just coming back in. So that was good. And yeah, we saw the conveyor throughputs are working a lot better. I don't know about how they count. Still might be a bit bugged, or not bugged, but not the way I would expect them to be. But the actual the way they break when you get too far away from them, that's not happening anymore. So that's good. DLC will be a new moon, man. That'd be funny. Yeah, I wonder. Oh, if I was Coffee Stain, and this is what I assume is they're going to be trying to do, is making the first DLC coincide with the winter sale this year. I know it's quite far away, but I bet that's what they'll do. A new moon map. All right, I thought Moon Man like the song. I don't think there'll be a new map, but I could be wrong. That'd be a really well-guarded secret if they did do that. Just because the map designer always says like there won't be a new one, so it'd be funny if she was secretly working on a new one the whole time. Alright, we got it. Let's head back. Maps take so long to design, since it's not procedurally generated. Yeah. You could do smaller ones maybe. Fairly quick. I could be wrong, but like I don't think it would take that long now. I think one of the reasons this would take long is because making all the assets for it, and it's the first time, and the game was being developed while the map has been made, so a lot was changing and stuff. But now that you know, kind of like, if you just wanted another map and it was like, okay, we're just going to use all the same assets and we're just going to place it down, and maybe we'll do one that's like 2/3 the size, so not fully the same size. I don't see why it couldn't be done in a couple of months. Really? Like, why? But maybe I'm just not giving it its credit for how long it can take to design things. Maybe. You know, it is different, but in Manor Lords, since release, they've made, I think now 6 maps, and it's been a year, and it uses Unreal Engine. Now, granted, it's rolling hills pretty much all the time. It's not like crazy cliffs with interesting things like going around, like in unique spots and like layers to it. So there is that. But that was one guy. But he has to consider like things like AI and stuff on it. They just need to make a map. You don't really have to do much else with it, really. You know, it doesn't have pathfinding problems or AI, or only the player has to be able to traverse it. So in some ways, it's like you just need to make it interesting, I guess, would be the biggest challenge. Don't have any rocket fuel left. I'm not saying it's easy. I just think with time you could do it. You know, a few months, 2-3 months. One person working away on a map. I'm probably just missing somebody that maybe makes it very technical, or they just have a high standard for it. Or they are doing it and we just don't know. I could see a case being made that they're like, well, if we want to make a map, we would want to make it like a unique biome. And if we wanted to do that... That's annoying. This thing was off by 1. Don't auto-connect. Let's build. If we wanted to make a new map, you know, maybe we want it to be visually distinct. Like, we want a snow biome, a volcanic biome. That requires then, like, a lot of art, new models, things like that. So it's like, yeah, that takes time. I wouldn't want random generated maps personally, but that's just me. I'm probably just weird. It's not that I wouldn't want it, it's that I think their team would have to spend so much time on that kind of thing. If you said that this map was randomly generated, I'd be like, that's great then, let's do it. Let's make loads then. But I just don't think you'll ever get a map like this. So I'd rather bespoke maps, but I do wish they would just make some. And it came up on the stream. We talked about this last stream on mine. It came up on their stream. Like, why not do map tools so that the community can make them then. And that really would be the best thing to do. Everybody wins then. They invest a lot of work up front, but then the community takes over and keeps the game alive forever. Great. Everybody wins. And she said, Hannah, the map designer, I think, on their stream was like, yeah, that could be a maybe. It would just be like low priority for them, but that could be something that you could possibly do. It would just require like people would make the map in Unreal and export it. They need to have like an importer for the game. Like, sounds good to me. Doesn't have to be like super easy. Unreal's like fairly relatively easy if you're just dealing with like just making a map. And it's mostly there for you, the tools and stuff, so maybe. Anyway, who knows? Oh, yeah. This is off-center from here because I worked from this foundation. Well, that's okay. We'll just live with it. It's 2.5 foundations across. I think it's okay. I just need to remember in my desert series, like, gotta build from the center point of this. It just works out better that way. It'll create little odd situations. That's probably why this was off a little bit. Yeah, in order to... I'll have to do this one more time, sorry, but I'll just shift this over so that it's corner aligned here, and that way things will just line up a bit better to get into the factory proper. A huge mountain? Considering how much effort this was, I don't want mountains. But a giant cave I think would be cool. Like a really big cave system where you can properly build inside of it, like lots of machines. I don't know why, I just think that'd be kind of cool. But yeah, snow, volcanic, underwater. A few things you could do. I always think the water thing just makes the most sense because you can make like a new vehicle for water, you can make new gear for water. There's loads of like potential to keep everything on the same map that way. For them as a developer, it would make life a lot easier, I think. Because you don't have to worry about people's saves and stuff. It's just like, yeah, you're going into a place where it's largely untapped and inaccessible. Unless people were really purposely trying to do stuff down there. Graphically, underwater looks kind of quite good. It can do in Unreal. Kind of a natural selling point to the game if you make like Coral Reef and stuff. Subnautica, basically. But, I don't know. Could do other things. Shipping containers? What would be a shipping... Oh yeah, in the water? Yeah, that'd be cool. Freight ship. I didn't even think of that. I kind of thought like you could add a vehicle that's just like a truck that goes into the water. Like an amphibious vehicle. And that could be part of DLC, because it's like, oh, if you don't have the DLC, you don't have access to the water anyway, so who cares if you're missing it? Check your hide again? How did that happen? Oh, man. Well done for catching that as well. God, how many times do I have to build this? No, that is the right height. Is this wrong? Oh, this might be wrong. Oh, no, yeah. That would be the bottom, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4. That's where it should be. Yeah. Okay, got it. Thank you. Damn. He's behind me. Hey, buddy. Hey. haven't seen him all day. I can't let Rosie win him over. Be mine. Water transportation would be very nice, and maybe fluid rework at the same time. Maybe. Part of the free update, we figured out liquid. Right, so I might have to just redo that bit. So we need 1, 2, 3 and a half. So it's 4.5. Okay. One, 2, 3.5. Then you need half. 1, 2. Count. 1, 2, 3. So we have to come to here. By the way, if you see that problem and you're playing on this, where it's like, it at first tells you it can't be done, just scroll wheel and it'll fix. 1, 2, 3.5. That's the half. 1, 2, 3. I'm surprised. It looks... Oh no, I guess it is even. For some reason it felt like it wasn't. Cool. I don't know how I'll fill these gaps in really in future. But, you know, I could just obviously do foundation under it as best as I can. But I can't really do... I'm not doing a curve. Screw that. But there we go. So I'll just connect this up to a station. I guess, thinking about it, we really only needed one track here. So who knows? This might change a little bit. Like, this might need two, but coming out of this place, it's just... Oh, I guess not. What am I saying? You do have to go back in. I was thinking you could just have a one-way out, but that's not. That doesn't make any sense. Somewhere here, I guess, one will branch around that way and come back in. Something like that will probably happen. But just for now, we'll just temporarily place this, just so we can get them connected and ride these rails for funsies. And maybe even just set up one automated run, just to see how it works. So train. Station. Like PlayStation. Train station. That's off center as well. How did I... Are you kidding me? I'm off again. I'll have to just do that again tomorrow, because I don't know why. 4th time's the charm, I guess. Maybe even more than that at this point. Thank God we can blueprint autoconnect, because it just would have been wrong like so many times over, and there's been nothing I could do about it. And blueprint mass dismantle and all that stuff. Yeah, let's just... I gotta wrap it up, so we'll just wind this around for fun. Alright, so this has power now. Leche. On leche. So this is... Copper Caterium Factory. Export 1. Give it a different name in the future when I know exactly what's coming out, but it should be like it'll have its groups attached to it. Blocks, I should say. Right, let's see if even now, I haven't done all the signals, but it might, on one single train, it should be able to take me to where I need to go. One, two, three, four. big platform, that's just the roof of a building, or part of the building. Yeah, the top floor was never... It was just meant to have multiple train stations in a line somewhere at the back, but I don't know exactly how many we need yet. I know for now we need one, but I might need more in the future, so I'm gonna make... Tomorrow we'll probably like lay out like 4 or 5 of them together. To ship a bunch of things, because there's something like 12,000 quickfire per minute, something, I don't know, some high number here, or 8,000 I think. And wire and AI limiters, like all these things could be on tracks or rail that could go different places in the future. It's just not configured yet. Alright, edit the timetable. I'm going to the copper import of the aluminum station, please. And then I want you to take me back here. Thank you. Alright, we have it connected. Build a train, they said. It'll be quick, they said. It'll be easy, they said. Might keep the UI on to see our speed as we go up these hills, because it's going to slow us down a bit. We're not carrying anything either. Could time the journey back, actually, maybe just as a... Although I guess back is slower than, or quicker than going forward. One thing with the ramp being here, it might be a little difficult, is you might be stopping on the edge of a ramp if the junction's busy, and that might be really slow acceleration to get moving. Why did we go this way? I feel like the other way is quicker. Wonder, did I not have a connection properly? Chew. A lot of good memories at the Copper Cat Factory. Yeah, very good memories. Oh, cool. We can see the little cosmetics we did. If we look at it from here, that's the bit where it's kind of finished. A long journey going this way. I definitely think this is longer than... Well, it's still not going to be 7 minutes, is it? Oh, I guess we'll time it. I should need to time it maybe tomorrow. So we're passing by this one, we're going through into the next one, and that leads us in. See, we came in from just like over there, where I'm like kind of where I'm facing. So that's why I'm like, was there no other way? I thought you take the route going around to the left and come up this way. Trains always take the shortest path. That's why I'm like, is it shorter over that side? Maybe. Looks like you had a signal problem back at the top of the ramp. Okay, I could have a look then. Let's make our way out to it, actually. I'll just do that. Can we cancel this? Yeah. And then I'll do the route one more time, and I'll actually just time it, just out of curiosity. How long does it take? And that'll be it. I am tempted to replace this rail now with the new look as well. Might be better. It would mean things would have to be widened out just a little bit, but that'd be okay if as long as we kept this foundation, the center line. I think it'd be all right. And it'd be quick. We'd get back as much steel as we're putting down, so it's not like it would take too long. Yeah, I don't know about a signal problem. These things, they should work. It's just graphically they're bugged. When you reload the game, though, they fix. So I would have thought you could go to the right, no? Maybe it's just not as quick that way. This way it goes like this, then down, then out, then up, then left. This one goes up, then left, up that way, around, down, and in. That does seem longer. But yeah, I don't know. On the way in. Oh, right. Ah, that's what, Duald was saying. 2 right turns. I think. You can't have too many in the one spot. So I suck at trains, man. I never know what I'm doing. I'm a bit confused, though. Like, haven't I... So you're... From this angle, you're able to turn right and get out, and you're able to go straight. That's all you need to do. Cool. We'll rotate around clockwise. So, you're next. You're able to go right onto the right rail, and you're able to go left onto the right rail. That's fine. That's actually okay. Next to the train station, not there? Okay. Oh, right. Yeah. Okay, so this is okay then. Thank God. Whoop. They changed it so you don't get as much momentum off of these as you used to. Like you're more planted down to them, if that makes sense. It's like you've got magnetic boots on. So this is okay, because we wanted to go around this way, but I'm assuming you guys went over there, so let's see. Alright, so we continue. This is all straight line. I know it works because trains are doing it. But no, yeah, I don't see the problem then, actually. Because from this direction, you're still able to go... Oh, no, you're right. You need to go in there. Gotcha. Gotcha. Only the box side trains take that right side, and there is no version of that for this side. I see. Cool. You can't have 3 things, can you? Coming off of one... Oh, no, you can. Okay, that's good. I might just move that a little further back then. But you don't actually even have to. Now with the new rail changes, you can just start here. Sorry, my cats are going crazy. But because it's a different junction, it would be 2 different path signals. Yeah, I think I should try to line them up together at least. That doesn't want to do it. Turns too sharply. Okay. Okay, we have a way in. Both sides. Bit of a long signal gap, but whatever. Alright, cool. So I'll just make that route one more time. That'll be it for today. And I'll just time it so we can basically see. It needs to be within 6 minutes there and back. I think it was 487.5 out of 3200. Sorry, the other way around. 6.56, and we know that a minute is basically shaved off. So it's 6.56 minutes, so it's 6 minutes 30 seconds. We're really looking at 5 minutes 30 seconds, roughly. Loading and unloading time taken into consideration, maybe a junction taken into consideration. 5 minutes, we need to get there and back. It's a bit tight, but that's okay. If it ends up being longer, we just add more carriages. That's not a big problem. It'll go from 4 carriages to 7. Or just add a second train. That'd probably be better, considering we have to go up so many hills. Change the station to the right lane, and then Cole won't go through there. I don't really understand. Change the station to the right lane. But so bauxite was on the right lane, coal was on the left, and also now the copper's on the left. So there's actually 3 trains each on each side. Is that a problem? Yeah, well, it broke my brain just in terms of me thinking, what are we trying to solve here, I guess. That looks cool from here, kind of. Look better when we put the supports in. Yeah. Alright. So if this can do it in under 5 minutes, which I'd be super surprised, but we'll see, then no adjustments need to be made. If it's close to or even longer than 5 minutes, then more carriages will be needed. Or a second train. Considering the distance, a second train would be totally fine. Just tell them to leave when full or something. Well, I wouldn't even do that. We just offset their times. Anyway, doesn't matter. Let's begin. So aluminum copper import here. Turn on self-driving. Let's just get a timer out. Or a stopwatch. Yep. Alright. We are off. I'm not very clever, Duwald, so explain like I'm 5. Sorry, watching the whole 0.8 series right now. It's fun how the game... oh, thanks. Thank you. Your game knowledge has improved. It looked like you had an original... oh, yeah, sorry, I got that too. Cool. Alright, we're hoping he takes a right turn at the top of this, and that should shave off some time. Well, I didn't load the train up, actually, so it's a bit unfair. I think we do... our acceleration is slowed if you're loaded. So, probably should have done that, but oh well. We're just crossing 1 minute mark right as we get to the very top. We're at 56 seconds right now. Alright, good so far. That is 1 minute. From the west of grassy fields all the way to the dune desert. It's funny. Water trans... yeah. Oh, sorry. How are the cats getting along? They're good. Yeah, they're pretty good. They scrap a little bit, but it's mostly play fighting. I mean, it is play fighting. They've never actually had a proper fight. I don't think. Sorry, I just got distracted because the arrow is pointing to the left. But yeah, so... yeah, they're play fight. Rex likes to play a lot. He's still kind of a kitten, and he's a boy. He likes to rough and tumble a bit more, and Jinx isn't as into that, but she does come back and wants to play with him like really soon after they kind of have a bit of a break. But generally, they're getting along very good. No issues so far. Jinx is actually due to go to the vet tomorrow. Before the stream, we'll be taking her to the vet. She had some problem with her teeth, and we're looking at one of her teeth seemed to have fallen out, so it could be serious, might not be, but we're trying to figure out what that is. We're at 2 minutes right now. Oh, right, yeah, for fixing the problem of coal going through there. I know what he's talking about now. So I was saying it's annoying that this train might slow down because coal is figuring that it's quicker just to roll through here than it is to go the way I kind of intended. The only way to prevent that would be to make sure it joins the other track. That might slow the bauxite, though, or a little bit. It means that everyone's waiting on one junction coming in. That's why I had them on separate lines. Yeah, that makes sense. I understand what he means now. Right, so we're at 250 or whatever. So I'll just cancel docking for a second because it's never going to do anything. Turn off self-driving just for a sec. I'm going to let this build. I'm watching the timer, so we'll build it up to the time that would take load and unload. So it'll be about 3 minutes 20. We're at 3 minutes 10 now. But this now needs to be less than 6:30 because we're including loading and unloading. So far, we're making good progress, actually. It looks like it's going to be doable. Right now, we're off. Although I haven't factored in the slower time it would take to get up there. But it's faster on the way down because 1, we're empty, and 2, we're going downhill. So should get pretty good speed. Build a bypass lane past this station. I could do what Dual was saying, which is just... Yeah, I mean, maybe a bypass would be the best thing. Or, like he said, popping it onto the other line, the bauxite line. Alright, 110. Let's go. 120. 130. 140. 160. We're off the scales. 170. Love it. It's all about the trip down. Oh my god. About the trip down. 190. Nice. We'll maintain that for a while now. Kind of. Oh, it'd be so nice if the trains just moved this fast. We're looking at 4 minutes 38. It will take longer to get to the end and then turn, actually, considering what I'm planning on doing. So we are under the 5 minutes 30 fairly comfortably there, I would say, by about 40 seconds. Not counting the extra load time it might take to go up, and not counting if we add in a bypass, then there will be no waiting. I think it's okay. It's a little close. It's not that close. Right. So that would be 5 minutes, adding the extra time it should take there. Adding another 20 seconds. 5 minutes 25 is what we're looking at. I think I said it at... Well, that's out of the 6:30. Stop moving. So out of 6:30, we were looking at 5:25, 5:30. Add the extra load up and down. Maybe it would take 6 out of 6:30 in total. So we're okay, I think. And yeah, tomorrow we'll actually know because I'll load it up. All the copper is ready to be loaded, so that's good. It's just a matter of maybe finishing off some of the aesthetics, putting some extra signals down, sending it on its way. You want another engine at the back? Let's just see. How does it get up there? Yeah, let me save it. I'll load it with copper because I don't want to actually fill it with copper now. And we'll send this up there and see, like, how slow is it. I was going to just pick up copper, but I can't do that. It's not going into container. We'll just have to literally bring it up. These are the awesome sinks that are just wasting it right now, so... Grab some and send it up. I've just saved it because I'll reload this. This is just a test. So there'll be one... Yeah, we'll use all 4 of these, right? So we're going to fill it 4 carriages. Laziest way to bring it down at the same spot ever, but works. Alright, so 1, 2. Good enough? That's good enough. Close enough. Alright. Not gonna time the whole journey. I just want to see, like, yeah. Well, I know that it was just under a minute to get to the very top. Just under a minute. So we can kind of compare that. You just need one item in each train to count as loaded? Oh, really? Oh, I thought it actually needs a certain amount in it. I could just put one item in each then, if that's the case. Is that true? Does anyone... Can I get another verification on that? What? Let's load a little bit in then, if that's the case. Meet in the middle. Yeah, another episode of Mythbusters. That's funny. Well, the proper way to test that would have been just to put one thing in and see if it was more or less than a minute. All right. So just a couple hundred in now. Let's give it a go. See if it's significantly different. We can test it. I know. I'm eager to go. It's 10 o'clock at night. I haven't eaten. Right. So let's go edit timetable. Reader. So we'll have a couple stacks, not even close to filling it, but yeah, 4 or 5 stacks. Let's see. I'm sure it says on the wiki. It's just whether it has a container or car or not. Yeah, I believe that. I mean, it sounds... I doubt they'd be like weighing the thing based on how much is in, right? An empty freight car weighs 30 tons. The weight of its payload is determined by the following factors. Let me set timer. Alright, started. If any cargo is loaded at all, the weight increases by 14 tons. For each full stack loaded, the weight increases by 1.75 tons. There you go. So if any cargo is loaded at all, the weight is just an additional 14 tons. So it's sort of like the model for that is an additional 14 tons. But then every full stack is 1.75. So you're both winners. We're all winners. Oh, the struggle is real. And that's barely anything extra on it. Not much difference. I mean, I started the timer a tiny bit late, maybe 5 seconds late. We're at 54, 55, 56. Right. The station's continuing to fill down there, so we'll just go back and let it run one more time then. Oh, you did 3 cars? Yeah, it was barely any different, but I'm guessing the wiki is correct, right? So it obviously is going to be slower, but it would be nice to test. Yeah, how bad is it then? 1.75 tons, and then I'm sure it has like the how slow it is based on that. Yeah, it has all the stuff that you can actually even do. A 1 meter, 2 meter double ramp. The max weight of the train is this. A 2 meter is this. So we're using a 4 meter double ramp. So our max weight. What's the difference between the train or the freight cars? The max weight of the train is what we care about, right? The max number of freight cars you can have is 16. So it'll make it. Obviously, it's just going to be slow though. But yeah, curious to see how slow it is. Because yeah, it does seem like 2 trains would just solve it though. Rather than even having to do extra inputs or outputs. Just 2 on the go all the time. Might be fine. The limestone had two weird rocky pieces on it. I was wondering why I couldn't place my miner after breaking one. Oh, that's always really annoying, yeah, because they look so similar. That says, note, railways can't actually be constructed on 4-meter ramps. Interesting, I didn't even know that. What do we got now? A 1,000? How many stacks are we at? Oh, dude, we're almost there. Yeah, let's give us another minute. Damn, I misjudged. Trying to make them even. One of them is getting more than the others. Yeah, there's probably tons of problems in here that need to be fixed at some point. Those are going to different factories. These are the ones we're grabbing. Some of you must be yellow. Yeah, you are. Oh, I think there might not... let's see. Oh, you can't get out. Oh, right. Okay, that's a fine problem to have. That just means I haven't upgraded the belts properly there. No point doing it now, because I won't be using the save anyway. But let's see it. I need to see it. Mark 3, yeah, it needs to be a 4. Yeah, it looks like that one just wasn't done. Okay, cool. These are backed up too. To an extent. Strange, because they were just going into an awesome sink, so I don't know why they would be. Ah, we'll look into that tomorrow. When we're configuring getting the right amount of copper to where it needs to go. This place will have to run well. Sorry about the lag. I don't know. It's just laggy in here. It's like extremely laggy in here. When I'm facing this direction, it's like really stuttery. It's not even like a bad frame rate. It's just like everything slows down. Or I mean, it becomes hitchy. So up here, 55, 54 FPS, 56, you know, that's fine for me. You go down just a floor, just looking at a wall. And I'm down to, well, it's actually not that bad there. 30. It's all over the place. Obviously, that's a autosave. Does that say B? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. And sorry if I only built 4 carriages before. Let's make, or 3. Let's do 4 this time. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 4 carriages. Look at the black steel train. The 4800, is that what you can hold? Almost there. Wow, and this other node is impure. To be honest, I never knew there was an impure limestone. I thought they were all normal. Oh, there's loads of impure limestone. There's a few pure as well. Imagine a zombie movie about train enthusiasts, where they say trains instead of brains. I could see that. You can picture them as well, very clearly. That'd be fun. Zombie train. See it now. What a film. That power line. Nice. Still have a little bit to go. We're just about full on this one, so I'm just gonna grab 1, 2, 3. An extra 100 for you. I completely max it out. Could throw in other things, but OCD. I want it to be all copper. Full copper train. Alright, 2 slots to go on that one. Got two. First one's the one lacking the most because it had a slowdown of what was going into it. Just trying to notice any of the hitching. My frame rate's so up and down, like 46 FPS now. Okay. I should cap it to 30 in this place. Try to keep it somewhat consistent. Alright, 4800 there. 46, 41. You're basically done. The first one, no. Like trains to Busan. Just add in the trains. Trains. That's a unique concept. Let's go. Full up. A nice fat full train. Get that timer ready to go. Oh, that one just appeared. As soon as we hear the beep, we hit start. Okay. We're off. Full load. So we're gonna have 3. It's interesting it does it by stack and not by item count. I guess that means that technically 500 concrete is the same weight as 100 copper ingot. Bank. All the sparks fly off. Watching the speed on the bottom, we've dipped below 100. So far, not too bad. The biggest hill to go, though. How is that to be interesting for some sort of creature? Maybe a zombie in the game that likes eating machine parts. Oh my god. Well, yeah, a lot of people want automated defenses. That's a common thing for sure. We are at 1 minute and 7. So it was about, I don't know, maybe 15 seconds slower total. Not too bad. It's not enough to make a difference. That's it. That's the test, really. Alright, well, that's going to be it for today. I feel like I got a decent amount done. Slowed down in the middle a bit, but picked it up toward the end. Try to be, again, more focused tomorrow. The first stream, always getting out, random chats about the week and stuff. But yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. So normally it's Wednesdays and Thursdays, but I wasn't here Wednesday because of the sponsored video. Not that they told me I couldn't, I just decided it would be a bad idea to stream at the same time that video is supposed to go out. So I'm adding one on tomorrow instead, so I'll be here tomorrow, same time, 3 p.m.-ish, maybe a little earlier sometimes. Shouldn't be any later than that. Oh yeah, I'm taking the cat to the vet, so hopefully all good news, and I'll be back at 3 then. Pretty sure. By 3 I should be back. It's at 11, so it'll be okay. I'm kind of curious just to check one last thing here. Now that this has been running for so long, is the first one back up to 100? Because it just randomly stuttered down to 90 and then came back up. Or 90, like 8. I can't really say why that happened beyond a freak error. That's at 100 now, so that's good. So is that, so I guess so. Yeah. Hey Mock, I'm actually just wrapping up, unfortunately. Any update in the new apartment? Rosie's still painting. Rosie's still painting and drawing. Which is drawing more than painting, actually. Rex's gate still a bit hobbled. I never heard the term gate. Rex got his final vet visit just recently, and he's all good. So he's no more vet visits, no more medication. He's now just a cat. Had a traumatic history. No, he's totally good and totally fine, and he's getting along here very well. And he's really cuddly and really friendly. I put out an update to the people on GoFundMe just to let them know that that's all kind of pretty much done now. The only last thing will be in a couple of weeks we'll make a donation to a cat charity with anything that was left over. I'm just waiting to get this new apartment done first, and then I can just be sure that I can do that. But we will do it eventually, no matter what. Yeah, so on the apartment front, basically we've been given a date of the 27th, but it's just like kind of up in the air still for various reasons. Nothing seems to be to do with us, so it's hard to know who's in the wrong about any of these things. But it's always our solicitors saying that it's the other solicitor side, so don't know if that's true or not. They show me all the emails, which is really cool. I get to read everything. And it does seem like them, because they other side always end up capitulating with something or other. Anyways, we've been told the 27th, so hopefully that'll be the date. It really needs to be, because the people that are scheduled to move in here are like 3 days later, and it's a little awkward because they're going to be our neighbor, right? Because we're moving upstairs, so we don't want to be annoying anybody with stuff like that. So hopefully it'll be all good. But that's really it for the update. So Cat's doing well, and you can look at that update, I think, on GoFundMe for free. You don't have to like have been part of it or anything, but it has some pictures of Rex. Yeah, I might just see if I have the link for it, just really super quick. Don't know how I can get to the updates. I guess if you just go to his page, I'll just post it here. I'm assuming it's there. You can just read it and see those pictures if you want, if you're curious. But thank you for the interest and care. Yeah, he's doing very, very good. He's great. He's such a friendly cat. He's very nice. He's very easy to love. But yeah, it's all good. All right, I'll be back tomorrow. Give that cat some drugs. No more drugs. They're totally fine. We do have to bring Jinx to the vet, because it seemed like she had a tooth going like this, like pointing out, and now that tooth is gone. We're just a little concerned because she seemed to be not in good form for a few days, and now she's back to normal. So it's like, oh, cool. Tooth fell out and you're okay. But like, why did it fall out? Why did that happen? Because there could be loads of reasons, or it could just be totally fine. So give it catnip. Yeah, maybe catnip. All right, anyways, that's definitely going to be it. Thank you very much for hanging out with me today. Thank you for all the support. There's some very mega generous support today, so I really do appreciate it. Because I always just feel like I don't really deserve it. So appreciate it. I'll try to earn it tomorrow as well, and get more of this factory done. Excited to finally connect these two mega projects together and actually produce things. It's been an ongoing saga for many weeks, so it'll be good to get it done. So that's pretty much it. Goodbye.